Chapter 58. Benevolent Father, 7 Wolves, a Stricken Son. Tang's father extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, his smile a mere facade. Whether you've made money is something you ought to know for yourself, he replied. With that, he rose and strode towards the door. Click! The sound of the door locking echoed. Tang's father slowly pulled out his belt, approaching Tang Yu. Benevolent Father, 7 Wolves, striking the sun. Tang Yu looked at his father with bright, eager eyes, his face brimming with desire. Yet, when the leather belt fell, he no longer screamed as he usually would. The composed smile on his face made Tang's father begin to doubt his own existence. Was something wrong with this belt? Had he grown too weak to handle this son? Dad, have you had lunch? Tang Yu inquired with concern. This indestructible king technique is truly remarkable. With this, Dad can no longer lay a finger on me. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Tang's father suddenly sensed something amiss with his son. He rebuckled his belt, worry flooding his mind as he pulled out his phone to call Tang's mother. Honging, please find a psychiatrist. It seems something is not quite right with your son. Hearing his father's words, Tang Yu jolted in fright. Quickly leaping to his feet, he rushed outside while shouting, I'm not sick, Dad. I was joking with you. He merely wished to test if the indestructible king technique the system had given him truly worked. To be able to withstand a strike from his father's belt without feeling a thing was, indeed, worthwhile. It appears that the system has genuinely come through this time. With this, my life-preserving capability is potent. From now on, I fear no poison, nor any blows. As Tang Yu whistled and skipped, the servants of the Tang family cast fearful glances at him. Young Master Tang, has he taken something? Just as he was about to retreat to his room and leisurely act like a salted fish, Tang Yu spotted a beautiful girl in a maid outfit at the door. She wore glasses that added an air of aloofness to her exquisite and alluring features. What caught Tang Yu's attention even more was her stunning figure. She fit the maid's attire perfectly. This woman had a figure almost rivaling that of Xiao Ye. Hello, young Master Tang. The girl in the maid outfit smiled and bowed slightly. Hello, hello. Tang Yu greeted with genuine delight. Finally, there was a beautiful maid in the house. This was the life that a true affluent gentleman deserved. Oh, this girl is indeed remarkable. I wonder if walking in that gets tiresome? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and softly said, Young Master Tang seems to have forgotten me? Tang Yu was slightly taken aback, scrutinizing her before finally recognizing her. Isn't this Ling Han, whom I ran into at Xinga Club last time? He hadn't recognized her at first, primarily because she wore a light makeup today, taking on a more innocent beauty style. This is her specialty, makeup and disguise. In simpler terms, she can morph into whatever look you prefer. According to the original plot, she was supposed to be scheming against Qin Ming and another rich heir, attempting to incite discord between them. After I had warned Qin Ming to steer clear of her, I never heard from her again. What is she doing in my house? That damned Ye Chen. Is this his swift retaliation against me? Is it really necessary to hold a grudge over just a little bloodshed? As Tang Yu muttered to himself, Ling Han was also taken aback. She had indeed received news that the Dragon King had been ambushed and injured by several experts while protecting a little girl. But what did that have to do with bloodshed? Miss Ling is working in my house now? That's quite fine, but have you ever done maid service before? Tang Yu asked with a cheerful demeanor. This female devil is not to be trifled with, being the third among the 8 great war generals. Is she here to target me? No problem. Just lie low, this is your forte. Too bad you ran into me, you won't last a day here. Today, you will learn how I earned the nickname Scoundrel Yu. I have experience, I can handle laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I even attended a maid training program. Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As one of the top assassins for the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently undertook such tasks. Being a maid was her most common cover. However, our Tang family is quite different. You've seen it. We're the foremost among the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, so serving as a maid at our place isn't that simple. Tang Yu continued, gesturing towards his room. Please tidy up my room first. Let's see if you're up to the task. All right, young Master Tang. Ling Han smiled obediently and entered the room to begin tidying up. Tang Yu casually closed the door behind her. In the past, I feared you because you're an 8 great war general. But now, times have changed. I'm no longer afraid of a fight. Today, if I don't do something reckless, it'll pass on the nickname Scoundrel Yu to Ye Chen. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he let his gaze roam unabashedly over Ling Han's figure. This maid outfit is a good choice, but it is still a bit too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout would be even better. The length of the skirt is just right. Wait, why are there safety shorts again? As she tidied up and listened to Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han felt the urge to hit him rising. Am I supposed to wear a thong instead of safety shorts? Luckily, she was trained to endure and managed to swallow her impulse. After quickly finishing her tasks, she gently asked, "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied?" "It's acceptable, not bad." Tang Yu nodded, acknowledging that this woman indeed possessed a multitude of skills. If one didn't know better, they might think she was a professional maid. He patted the carpet beside him and said, "In our house, maids must also know how to give massages. Come, let's put your skills to the test." Ling Han suppressed her desire to strike him and forced a sweet smile as she asked, "How should I proceed, young Master Tang? I've been feeling a bit sleep-deprived lately. Just give my head a nice massage." Tang Yu laid down at the edge of the bed, signaling that she could start. Ling Han took a stool, sat at the bedside, and gently began to press his temples. "Is this pressure all right?" "Quite good, quite good. But I have a question for you." "Please go ahead, young master." "When I play football while carrying the ball, I'm exhausted. Don't you feel tired at all doing this all day?" "Even if you're tired, just tell me. It's a simple matter." "Well, thank you, young Master Tang." Ling Han tried to keep her tone calm, but her fists had unconsciously clenched. Chapter 59. Is that traitor up to no good again? Enough, enough. There is no point in getting angry. It would only lead to illness without anyone to care for me. It is more important to gather information. Ling Han took a deep breath and placed her cool, jade-like hand gently on Tang Yu's head, beginning to massage it. "Oh, that feels wonderful. Your technique is quite impressive," Tang Yu exclaimed, a look of delight on his face. "Now this is what one calls a divine existence. The technique is exceptionally professional." Sigh, what a beautiful girl, reduced to being an assassin. What a shame. If only she could stay at my home as a maid, working just 2 hours a day and spending the rest of her time joyfully playing. That would be the life she deserves. How perilous is the world of assassins. A daily routine of killing and lurking about. How exhausting it must be for a girl. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inward musings, Ling Han could not help but feel slightly astonished and even somewhat touched. Despite knowing they were enemies, she still cared enough to think this way. Yet deep down, she had harbored similar thoughts. Why should she not live like other girls, leading an ordinary life, attending school, working, playing games, shopping with friends, and finding a boy she likes to date? In her world, it was all about slaughter and missions, daily interactions with a myriad of people, countless brushes with death. The life of dancing on the edge of a blade was truly exhausting. She too wished to be an ordinary girl, collecting protection fees here and there, indulging in free desserts at cafes. "Tang Xiao, do you have any siblings?" Ling Han suddenly inquired. "No, I'm an only child in my family. Though I do have a few cousins," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Speaking of cousins, that idiot Tang Yu comes to mind. That fool is now the vice president at Miley Foods. But I have yet to see any action from him. Even Ye Chen seems to have vanished. Without his orders, Tang Yu should not be making any reckless moves lately. The more movements, the better. After all, he is under constant surveillance." Ling Han had to admit that this man was somewhat cunning. No wonder the Dragon King had suffered losses at his hands. Even the crucial piece, Tang Yu, was firmly under his control. "I will inform the Dragon King later," Ling Han muttered to herself, growing increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man certainly held an abundance of knowledge. Fortunately, she could hear his thoughts. She began to massage Tang Yu's shoulders and softly asked, "Tang Xiao, is this pressure acceptable?" "Yes, indeed," Tang Yu replied, giving her a thumbs up in appreciation. It felt delightful. After being here for some time, he was finally enjoying the treatment befitting a high-class villain. "So, does that mean I have passed the test and can stay on as a maid?" Ling Han asked gently. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed too contrived to dismiss her outright. That would only raise suspicions. "As long as you can adapt to this job, that is sufficient, but if it becomes unbearable, just let me know. You can leave at any time, and your salary will not be diminished." He patted her leg, seizing the opportunity. If you wish to stay, do not blame me for being shameless. If you cannot endure it, leave quickly. Do not force yourself." But to be honest, if it weren't for your family being harmed by Ye Chen's master, your status as a young lady is not inferior to mine. Having lost your parents and brother at a young age, only to be raised by enemies as a killer, you too have a tragic story, Sai. Tang Yu reflected on Ling Han's background with a hint of sentimentality in the original storyline. Ling Han's parents were targets of Ye Chen's master. After eliminating them, Ye Chen's master intended to take the two siblings, aged merely 3, for training. Children of such young age possess little memory. Ye Chen did not kill in front of them, so he need not worry about revenge. Ultimately, her brother was killed when he failed to cooperate. Unbeknownst to Ling Han, she was taken away to be raised as a killer, ultimately becoming an exceptionally skilled assassin. The Dragon Soul organization thrived on training unencumbered orphans into ruthless machines. In a group of hundreds, it was rare to find even 10 with living parents. Upon discovering this secret later, Ling Han felt nothing but hatred for Ye Chen's master, while remaining steadfastly devoted to Ye Chen. After all, it was a story of triumph. Even if the Dragon King killed the female protagonist's entire family, she would still fall in love with him. Citing his grievances as a reason for forgiveness, in the midst of massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, Ling Han abruptly halted her actions, her expression frozen in disbelief at what she had just heard. The reason she sought out Tang Yu was to gather information about her brother. The elder from the organization had revealed that her parents had been murdered by a certain assassin organization, and he had only managed to save her for her brother. The elder mentioned only that he was missing. Later, in her quest for vengeance, she personally annihilated that assassin organization, yet she still found no information regarding her brother. The orchestrator of all this was the elder she held in the highest regard. Her eyes reddened, unable to suppress the surge of murderous intent. "Why did you stop?" Tang Yu, still reveling in the massage, queried. I need to use the restroom for a moment, if that is all right," Ling Han replied, her voice subdued. "Go ahead," Tang Yu said, comfortably rolling over onto the carpet, eager for her return to continue the massage. If she remained here, he would have her massage him for 2 or 3 hours daily. After all, his focus was on himself, and he had no qualms about it. Ling Han, her mind in turmoil, returned to the restroom to splash her face with water, seeking to calm herself. Her inner voice was never misleading, yet she still wished to investigate further and confirm this matter, if that elder was indeed her enemy. Then from this moment forward, she would stand opposed to the Dragon Soul organization. Take it slow, do not rush. She took another deep breath to adjust her mindset. After all these years, she could endure this moment. As for the information she had just gleaned about Tang Yu from Tang Yu, there was no way she would share it with Ye Chen. Upon her return, she found a young man had entered the room. It was Tang Yu, who had come to visit Tang Yu bearing gifts. "Brother, weren't you recently engaged to Miss Su? I've come to bring you both a supplementary gift," he said with a smile, handing Tang Yu a finely crafted box. Upon opening it, Tang Yu found 2 Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. "Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you," Tang Yu chuckled. This fool was likely being overly cordial with ulterior motives. He casually inquired, "How has your time at the company been?" "There is still much to learn. I feel rather inadequate, that if only I possessed half of your talent," Tang Yu replied humbly. "Indeed, if you had even half of my talent, you wouldn't have scored a mere 250 on your college entrance exam," Tang Yu retorted, nodding. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This brother was not following the script. A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind. Yet he maintained a respectful demeanor. "By the way, brother, after spending some time at the company, I've come across an issue." "What issue?" "The company's accounts do not seem to add up. I suspect some management personnel may be cooking the books, and I would like to ask you to take a look." "Cooking the books?" Tang Yu shot him a glance and nodded. "Sure. Shall we do it now?" "Let us wait a couple of days. I need to prepare some evidence first." "I just wanted to give you a heads up," Tang Yu replied, his eyes glimmering with delight at Tang Yu's agreement that an hour earlier, 4 individuals had approached him, claiming to be sent by young Master Yi. They instructed him to find an opportunity to lure Tang Yu away, facilitating their assassination attempt. If this fool died, no one from the Tang family could contest his claim to power. Chapter 60. "Do you think you can take advantage of me?" "All right. Let us proceed with that arrangement." Tang Yu grinned, eagerly anticipating this fool's trap. With Ye Chen hiding away, These traitors would undoubtedly emerge one by one to create chaos that he would deal with them one at a time. He then gestured for Ling Han to leave, saying, "You may retire for the evening. Let us continue the knee pillow massage tomorrow." "Understood." Tang Xiao. Ling Han nodded, her emotions complex, yearning for solitude. Today's events had shaken her to the core. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Yu was momentarily captivated. When had such an exquisite beauty graced their household? Her beauty rivaled even the most stunning of women like Mu Yue. And a knee pillow massage? How enticing! He swallowed hard, and after leaving Tang Yu's room, hurried to catch up with Ling Han. "You are the new maid. May I ask your name?" "Ling Han. What about it?" she replied, frowning, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. "I am Tang Yu. Tang Yu's cousin, that I usually do not reside here, so it is understandable that you do not recognize me. How about we go out for dinner tonight to get to know each other?" Tang Yu chuckled, reaching out to wrap an arm around Ling Han's waist. What a pity it would be for such a beauty to be merely a maid. He was more than capable of supporting her. Ling Han's expression turned frosty. Seeing no one around, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Tang Yu's face. Just as he was about to shout in shock, she seized his neck with a firm grip. Tang Yu's face paled in an instant. That moment, the enchanting beauty before him transformed into a deadly viper. Ling Han's expression was icy as she warned, "Do not overstep your bounds. I am also sent by Ye Chen." She was currently brimming with rage, having her dignity insulted by a pawn in Ye Chen's game. I apologize," Tang Yu stammered, his legs trembling. This was the first time he had felt fear emanating from a woman. Ling Han finally released her grip on Tang Yu, pulled out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, and walked away with a look of disdain. After Ling Han departed, Tang Yu was consumed with humiliation and indignation. How could he have been bested by a woman? His gaze was tinged with resentment. Once he acquired the Tang family's assets, he would ensure that this woman was dealt with. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Ye Xiao had managed to position his pieces so strategically. Ye Xiao truly possessed remarkable influence. Collaborating with him would undoubtedly lead to the success of his endeavors. As he left the Tang residence and returned to his car, he quickly grabbed his phone to report the situation. This time, Tang Yu was as good as dead. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Yu, as soon as he finished his call, Tang Yu had already obtained the recording. Upon listening to it, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The Death Squad? He held a profound impression of this elite team. They were the undeniable CRME de la CRME within the Dragon Soul organization, having accomplished numerous tasks for the Dragon King. Ye Chen. Each member possessed formidable strength, epitomizing the ancient martial artist. In the context of this narrative, reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess equated to becoming an ancient martial artist, which was categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Even a novice yellow-level ancient martial artist could serve as a chief bodyguard among the 4 prominent families. The 4 members of the Death Squad were all at the pinnacle of the yellow level. Just 4 insignificant younger brothers, Tang Yu chuckled, his spirits slightly inflated. The Dragon King, Ye Chen, a master of the mysterious level, could not breach the defenses of the unmoving king's technique. They thought to collaborate with Tang Yu to eliminate him. He would instead bait them into a trap. In any case, these traitors and potential threats must be dealt with one by one, that if he could not remain at ease, then he would eliminate the factors preventing his peace. After lounging at home for 2 days, Tang Yu had yet to receive any word from Tang Yu. Instead, he found himself inviting Ling Han to his room frequently, resting her head on his soft, fragrant lap pillow that he was perplexed by her patience, which exceeded his expectations that in the original storyline. She was not like this. Given the conventions of a typical novel, how could the Dragon King's woman allow another man to encroach upon her? It wasn't as though he were a lowly creature. She must be waiting for an opportunity. Tang Yu mused internally, contemplating whether he could intensify his efforts. For instance, perhaps he could have her assist him with a back rub. Failing to receive any news from Tang Yu, Tang Yu could no longer remain idle, for today marked the annual meeting of the Suang Chamber of Commerce. All major companies from Suang would attend, and he, too, had to represent the Tang group. Before heading out, Qin Ming had already messaged him, stating that their family would openly suppress the Longshan group at the annual meeting. The Tang and Wang families were sure to respond, as the 3 families had formed an alliance to comprehensively undermine Longshan group. Although Longchen Group boasted a market value of 500 billion, making it a top-tier company in Shuang, it paled in comparison against the united front of the three families. During this period, each of their business sectors had suffered severe losses, and their stock prices had plummeted for 3 consecutive days. After tidying himself up, Tang Yu headed to the garage, where he found his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce. Ready to depart, he hastily opened the car door and cheerfully climbed in, saying, "Dad, why didn't you call me before leaving? How was I to know you hadn't left?" Tang Gangqing retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Seeing Tang Yu irked him. Last time, he had used a belt to discipline him, and this boy had the audacity to grin and inquire if he had missed a meal. Now, every time he laid eyes on him, he felt a sense of bewilderment. "I had a bit too much to drink last time and was feeling lightheaded. Please don't hold it against me." Tang Yu chuckled nervously, sensing his father's unkind gaze. Tang Gangqing scoffed, dismissing his son in previous years. The Chamber of Commerce gatherings had been held at the Mu Yue Hotel. However, due to the recent high-profile case, the hotel had been shut down, necessitating a switch to a slightly lower-tier 6-star establishment. Upon arriving at the new hotel, as the father and son exited their vehicle, numerous prominent figures from Shuang approached to greet them. Although Tang Gangqing did not often engage in the group's operations, he was quite adept at navigating social relations, with many people coming forward to extend their greetings, including a few beautiful women who embraced him, but he did not forget to cast a glance at Tang Yu, signaling him to refrain from mentioning anything to his mother. Tang Yu merely chuckled and pretended not to notice. There was nothing to discuss regarding such matters. "Ah, big brother, you've arrived." Qin Ming emerged from a corner, accompanied by several lovely young women. "Hello, young Master Tang," the young women greeted, all hailing from respectable families in Shuang, though they could not compare to the Tang family. "I have some matters to discuss with my brother, so I'll catch up with you all later," Qin Ming stated, cautious not to allow these wealthy young women to interact too much with Tang Yu. He pulled Tang Yu aside and said, "Come, let me introduce you to someone. Who are we meeting that is so mysterious?" Tang Yu inquired, puzzled, as he was led to a suite. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Kursen seated by the window, engrossed in her painting. "Sister, I've brought him for you," Qin Ming greeted cheerfully before turning to leave, remembering to close the door behind him. Chapter 61. A beautiful misunderstanding, damn. I was careless, Tang Yu thought, not expecting to be lured into a trap. Upon seeing Qin Kursen smile at him, he instinctively recalled a scene from over a decade ago. Coughed at a beautiful girl, clad in nothing, had approached him boldly. That it was truly unforgettable. Qin Kursen set down her paintbrush and moved to the sofa, asking Tang Yu, "Would you like some tea? If so, I can brew some for you." "Water is fine," Tang Yu replied, waving his hand as he opened a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursen gazed at him. "What are you staring at?" Under her scrutiny, Tang Yu felt an odd sensation, particularly since, over the years, Qin Kursen had never offered him a pleasant demeanor. Following the incident with the Qin family, her attitude toward him had become rather ambiguous. She had even added him on WeChat and engaged him in awkward conversations a few times. "Could you open a bottle for me?" Qin Kursen asked with a charming smile. Tang Yu felt increasingly that something was amiss with her today. "You can't open it yourself? If you get mad, I'll be in trouble." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qin Kursen felt both amused and exasperated. The incident from years ago had left a significant psychological scar. "I called you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you regarding that incident. I didn't know it was Qin Ming who deceived you," Qin Kursen explained, her gaze evasive. Reflecting on the incident made her feel quite embarrassed since her childhood. She had never allowed an opposite sex to scrutinize her in such a manner. "What incident?" "I've completely forgotten," Tang Yu feigned ignorance. "As long as you've forgotten, that's all that matters," Qin Kursen said softly, nervously biting her lip. For someone as beautiful as her, every frown and smile was captivating, prompting Tang Yu to steal a few more glances. After taking a sip from her mineral water, she pointed at the drawing board and asked, "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the drawing board, which depicted a butterfly with vividly colorful wings, as if it were about to flutter out from the canvas. "I haven't painted in a long time," he replied, shaking his head. "When you used to visit my house, the three of us would often paint together," Qin Kursen reminisced, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Sensitive by nature and often aloof, her status as the Qin family's eldest daughter made her experience at school somewhat awkward. Classmates, aware of their inferior status, pretended to befriend her while covertly ostracizing her. School was a microcosm of society. The more unique a person was, the harder it became for them to fit in. She had no desire to wear a mask while interacting with others, and gradually, she fell into a state of depression. During that time, the only ones who played with her were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. They would often sit together and paint. Tang Yu also felt a pang of nostalgia. He approached Qin Kursen's artwork and smiled, saying, "You've improved tremendously since then." The vibrantly colored butterfly appeared extraordinarily lifelike. One would struggle to replicate such artistry without a solid foundation. "I owe you my gratitude. Do you remember the colorful butterfly you helped me paint?" Qin Kursen's expression softened with warmth and appreciation. During her severe depression, she had even secretly resorted to self-harm. Due to her desolate state, she only enjoyed painting in black, especially black butterflies, until one day, while she was in the midst of painting, an unexpected event occurred. When she returned, the black butterfly she had painted had transformed into a colorful one. The once dark background had blossomed into a radiant sea of flowers. She knew that such artistic talent could not belong to her brother Qin Ming. It could only be attributed to Tang Yu. That splash of color had profoundly impacted her heart, and from that moment, she gradually emerged from her depression. She undoubtedly felt grateful to Tang Yu, who had reached out to her from the abyss of despair. However, after that misunderstanding occurred, their relationship had become quite awkward. "Oh, that incident. I remember it well," Tang Yu replied awkwardly. "I've been holding back for quite some time. I simply couldn't bear to look at how poorly you painted that butterfly." Qin Kursen's lips twitched in response to so. He had found her artwork unworthy back then. She soon released a relieved smile. Regardless of how that misunderstanding transpired, it marked a significant turning point in her life. She remained grateful to Tang Yu for his unintentional assistance, for saving the Qin family and her brother. "Let us paint together again. It's been ages since we last did," she said, looking at Tang Yu with anticipation. "You can paint. I'll just go for a stroll." Tang Yu shook his head, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off. "Do you really dislike me that much?" Qin Kursen asked, her expression revealing a hint of grievance as she noticed Tang Yu preparing to leave. She, too, was perplexed by the fact that seeing Tang Yu's somewhat indifferent attitude towards her made her heart ache. This sensation was one she had never experienced with other men. "It's not that I dislike him. It's just," as Tang Yu pondered a suitable justification, he noticed that Qin Kursen's eyes were red-rimmed. Upon seeing her tears beginning to well up, his heart softened, and he said, "I just need to use the restroom." "Then go ahead here," Qin Kursen pointed to the bathroom in the suite. All right, I'll go. Just don't cry, or others might think I'm bullying you." Tang Yu hurriedly offered a few words of comfort before he entered to relieve himself symbolically. In a room alone with a woman. If she were to cry and exit, my reputation would be in tatters. If Qin Ming were to find out, that scoundrel would surely spread the news far and wide. After washing his hands, Tang Yu obediently sat beside Qin Kursen, joining her in drawing. Seeing Tang Yu stay to accompany her in drawing brought a smile to Qin Kursen's face, as if she had rediscovered something she had lost for a long time. Just as she was about to rise to fetch Tang Yu a paintbrush, she inadvertently tripped over the easel and fell forward onto the floor. "Ah!" Hearing the noise of Qin Kursen's fall and her cry, Tang Yu rushed to help her up and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There's a carpet." Qin Kursen shook her head. The soft carpet cushioned her fall, preventing injury. However, just as she attempted to stand, a sharp pain surged through her ankle, causing her to gasp involuntarily. "I think I twisted my ankle." She looked at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression, feeling wronged. "I'll help you to the sofa," Tang Yu said with a wry smile, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Allowing Qin Kursen to rest her hand on his shoulder, he wrapped his arm around her waist and assisted her to the sofa. Once seated, Qin Kursen looked down to assess her foot, but wearing stockings made it difficult to see clearly, so she decided to remove them for a better look. "Wait, is she really taking them off in front of me? I can't handle this. I'm still a child. How can I be subjected to such sights?" Tang Yu, seated nearby, struggled to control his gaze. Yet his concern for whether Qin Kursen was injured made his eyes wander despite his best efforts. Unable to help it, he was simply a kind-hearted man, instinctively caring for the girl. Upon sensing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursen felt her cheeks flush slightly. Oh, what if she was removing her stockings? Meanwhile, Qin Ming had found himself in a predicament, as three women sought him out. Mu Yue, Wang Yishui, and Jiang Xiaoyu. Where did Tang Yu go? Wang Yishui asked, fixing her gaze on Qin Ming. They had arrived a bit late, and after greeting Tang Gangcheng, they learned that Tang Yu was present. Yet after searching, they found no sign of him. Hence, they had zeroed in on Qin Ming. Big Brother said he had something to attend to and might be back later. Qin Ming replied, feeling somewhat guilty. With the rare opportunity for his older brother and sister to be alone, he dared not allow the suite to turn into a battleground. The three women stared at him in unison, an inexplicable pressure causing Qin Ming to falter. After a brief stalemate, he eventually succumbed, weakly indicating upstairs. It seems Big Brother is chatting with my sister. The three women immediately rushed upstairs to find Tang Yu. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged glances, but none took the initiative to knock. Let us listen in, Wang Yishui suggested quietly. Mu Yue and Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, and together they pressed their faces against the door. They heard some muffled sounds emanating from within. With puzzled expressions, the three women turned the doorknob without a second thought and entered together. Chapter 62. The more women, the more trouble as they entered. Qin Kursen was applying medicinal alcohol to her ankle. The sounds the three women had heard outside were merely the sounds she made while applying the ointment. Tang Yu stood there, utterly astonished, gazing at the trio. What the hell? Why are you three here? Is this a game of mahjong? Realizing it was all a misunderstanding, the three women felt a bit awkward, having initially thought something inappropriate was happening inside. Fortunately, that was not the case. Otherwise, they would have been furious. Observing the expressions of the three women, Qin Kursen couldn't help but smile slightly at his fellow women. She could easily discern their thoughts. What brings you here? Tang Yu asked, feeling a sense of being caught in a compromising situation. Qin Ming said you were here, so we came to find you. Wang Yishui replied candidly, as was her nature. Miss Qin, what happened to you? Are you injured? Jiang Xiaoyu rushed over to sit beside Qin Kursen, deliberately blocking Tang Yu's view. Just because she had long legs doesn't mean she could flaunt them. If only she could grow another 20 centimeters. Besides, she was much older than her. I twisted my ankle, but Tang Yu helped me massage it a bit, and it feels much better now. Qin Kursen smiled, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. The three women turned their gazes towards Tang Yu, who appeared bewildered, sensing that the atmosphere was becoming somewhat charged. What the hell are you all looking at me for? You should know she's just making things up. I didn't do anything. Upon sensing Tang Yu's thoughts, the three women realized they had been duped by Qin Kursen and felt a surge of wariness. Women were inherently perceptive to this moment. Was she deliberately trying to provoke them? Allow me to take care of it. I'm a professional, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, gently squeezing Qin Kursen's ankle. Almost immediately, the pain subsided. Wow, it really feels better. Thank you. Qin Kursen expressed her gratitude with a smile as she put her stockings back on. Wang Yishui rolled her eyes in exasperation. These are just the tricks I have mastered. She linked her arm with Tang Yu's and said, let us go. The meeting is about to start, and Uncle asked me to bring you down. Why are you linking arms with him? Mu Yue disapprovingly remarked as she stepped forward to link her arm with Tang Yu's other side. Miss Wang, please show some restraint and stop pining after someone else's fiancé. Among the group, she was the most cautious of Wang Yishui, who seemed rather audacious. Despite being the ex-girlfriend, she still clung on relentlessly. How annoying. Yes, your fiancé. Then why don't you have him make a public declaration for me to see? What era are we in, still clinging to arranged marriages? Wang Yishui scoffed, looking at Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, don't you agree? Jiang Xiaoyu, already aware that Wang Yishui could hear Tang Yu's thoughts just like her, and considering their closer relationship, decisively sided with Wang Yishui, nodding in agreement. Yes. Indeed, times have changed. It's all about free love now. Qin Kursen chose not to voice her opinion. While she had a decent relationship with Wang Yishui, she was inclined to side with her. However, regarding the arranged marriage issue, she had previously been indifferent, but now, in her heart, she was undoubtedly casting a dissenting vote. Having finally cleared the misunderstanding, she didn't want to miss out on a potential relationship. The dynamics between women are exceedingly intricate. In a dormitory of 4, they could create 8 WeChat groups to su Mu Yue, frustrated and irritable, stubbornly refused to release her hold. I still have 2 legs. Why don't you just carry me down? Seeing the unfolding drama, Tang Yu suggested helplessly, for fairness' sake, why don't we each take an arm? Dream on. The 4 women chorused. Being surrounded by 4 stunning beauties should typically be a joyful experience. Yet Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. As they descended the stairs, he could feel all eyes on him. The attendees of this annual meeting were all prominent figures from Suhang, including local city leaders, even in such a crowded setting. Wang Yishui and her group of young ladies remained the center of attention. The sight of them gathered around Tang Yu was enough for any onlooker to sense something amiss. What is going on? Why are these ladies all following young Master Tang? Wow, isn't young Master Tang a bit greedy? 3 young ladies from the 4 great families are all with him. Even the renowned Jiangshun Yi is by his side. What is the meaning of this? Can someone explain why young Master Tang is being treated like a first-class pet? This is some serious preferential treatment. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Tang Gangcheng was engaged in conversation with 2 attractive women in their 40s that in his youth he had been remarkably handsome. A renowned scion of Su Hang, and he had attracted many admirers. Although they hadn't ended up together, they maintained a cordial relationship. Mr. Tang, your son is quite a charm, one of the elegant women remarked, gesturing toward Tang Yu's location. What? Tang Gangcheng turned his head to look and nearly fainted on the spot. This little rascal. What kind of game is he playing? The daughters of the 3 other families are all surrounding him, and the atmosphere seems quite off. Does he not realize where he is? Such antics in front of so many people. In his youth, he would never have dared to engage in such flamboyant behavior. Good grief. Is he trying to secure multiple brides for our family? Tang Gangcheng felt the urge to whip him with a belt again, but recalling that he could no longer physically discipline the boy. His anger only intensified that today's gathering had been utterly tarnished by this little brat. The elderly Mr. Tang, who had only recently recovered, felt his blood pressure rising as he observed the scene. His granddaughter, who usually scoffed at other men, was now entangled with them. What on earth was happening? The scent of jealousy wafted through the elite circles of Su Hang. Old Wang, your granddaughter is quite bold. Standing nearby, another elderly gentleman, reveling in the misfortune, was none other than the venerable Qin Wenwen of the Qin family. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families had never been particularly harmonious. With both families wielding comparable power, they frequently vied for the position of the second family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, the young ladies of both families had exhibited remarkable business acumen. Wang Yishui's commercial talent was slightly superior to that of Qin Kursen. Consequently, the Wang family had fared better than the Qin family in recent years, much to the chagrin of the Qin clan. Today, Qin Laozu had finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations. However, before he could fully relish his moment of glee, Qin Kursen abruptly seized Tang Yu's arm, pointing towards a grand piano positioned in the center of the hall. With a persistent tugging, the 2 made their way towards the instrument. Wang Heifei immediately scoffed, derisively commenting, "Oh, come now, she is still far inferior to your granddaughter. I've long heard that this little girl Kursen is quite bold, and it seems to be true." Qin Wenwen nearly spat blood in exasperation. He had assumed that his granddaughter was merely joining the fray for amusement. Little did he know, she had come to vie for attention as well. With a darkened expression, he replied, "Indeed, my granddaughter possesses the same audacity as I do that I in my day. I dared to compete for women. And so shall she." At that moment, Su Chongshan, who had been standing at the back, could no longer contain himself. "I understand the rivalry between the 2 of you, but isn't Young Tang the son-in-law of our Su family?" He felt a profound sense of humiliation, witnessing his future son-in-law being contested by the daughters of others. What would happen if he were truly snatched away? The 2 elderly men glanced back at him, chuckling derisively, which surprisingly lifted their spirits. Such is human nature. If one finds a dead fly in their meal, they may be distressed. Yet when they see someone fall into a cesspool, their own discomfort seems trivial in comparison. Chapter 63. What an utter defeat. As Tang Yu was surrounded by 4 stunning women, Qin Ming, his good friend, seized the opportunity to record a short video on his phone that he was accustomed to a life of indulgence, as long as his elder sister could be with his brother. Having several sisters-in-law was of no concern to him. After all, his brother was exceptionally talented, and it was only natural for him to have multiple wives. Once he recorded the video, he promptly uploaded it to his social media account with the caption, "I once thought my brother was the most charming in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but he pales in comparison to my elder brother." The moment this video was shared, a flurry of comments erupted that in this day and age, for a video to gain traction, it must feature handsome men and beautiful women. With 4 breathtaking beauties and 1 strikingly handsome man in the frame, the effect was nothing short of spectacular. What on earth? Is this man truly so brazen? 1 person courting for women. What a beast! We can't even get 1 each, and he is not afraid of exhausting himself. Brother is so handsome. The sister is quite impressive. Various comments filled the screen with envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, lying on a hospital bed in a private ward of the He family, was idly playing with his phone. His internal injuries had nearly healed, for the Xianyang physique was no trifling matter. However, the external injuries on his backside would still take at least a week to recover. The Dragon King. He had no interest in playing games. His greatest pastime was browsing short videos, as they provided ample opportunities to scout suitable targets. Yet, as he scrolled, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this very video. Upon recognizing several key figures within it, Ye Chen's forehead throbbed with anger, and he leapt from the bed, exclaiming, "Just when I thought I had a chance at love, you make me suffer such a complete defeat. Damn it!" He hurled his phone to the ground with great force. The device shattered into countless pieces with a distinct crack. Even after destroying his phone, his wrath remained unabated. The woman he had set his sights on had not yet been won over, and yet this fellow had already taken the lead in establishing a harem. Moreover, Wang Yue and Mu Yue were brazenly embracing him in front of so many onlookers. This was a privilege that rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his backside, causing him to tremble involuntarily, that he felt something warm trickling out. Upon inspection, he discovered it was blood. The sudden movement had caused his recently healed wound to rupture anew. "Tang Yu, I will make you pay," Ye Chen roared through gritted teeth, enduring the pain as he reached for his phone to contact the Grim Reaper squad and urge them to act swiftly. Only then did he realize, to his dismay, that his phone was in ruins. The overwhelming sense of humiliation and agony made him wish to strike himself as the Dragon King. When had he ever felt so utterly humiliated? Qin Ming remained blissfully unaware that his short video had inadvertently inflicted significant distress upon someone while also drawing considerable enmity towards his elder brother. As he saw the video garnering over 10,000 likes in less than 10 minutes, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Excellent. Everyone had taken notice. His elder sister was now a member of his brother's harem. From this day forth, his brother would be his brother-in-law. He would call him Big Brother, and he would refer to him as Little Brother, each addressing the other as they pleased. In high spirits, he carelessly initiated a 1 million yuan lottery giveaway. With wealth comes the responsibility of spreading joy among all. At that moment, Tang Yu was nervously perched on the grand piano in the main hall, playing alongside Qin Kursen as their 4 hands danced over the keys. A lively melody filled the air, and the audience fell silent, their gazes fixated upon the pair. Compared to the other women, Qin Kursen's artistic talents were quite remarkable. She excelled in various arts, from music to calligraphy. Tang Yu was no slouch either. As the archetypal high-end mighty antagonist, he had mastered all the skills necessary to maintain his fade. Without such prowess, he could not fulfill his role as a worthy stepping stone. Seizing this golden opportunity, Qin Ming quickly recorded another short video to share. What constitutes a golden couple? My brother and my sister are the epitome of it. Fortunately, Ye Chen had already smashed his phone, sparing him further anguish. Wang Yue and the other women, observing from a distance, suddenly felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The piano was an instrument they had all once studied. However, the demands of university had led them to abandon it, making it impossible for them to compete with Qin Kursen. Your fiancé is playing a duet. Shouldn't Miss Su join in with a performance? Wang Yue took the opportunity to stir the pot. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Let them clash. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend? Mu Yue shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. Although she could play the piano, her skills would undoubtedly fall short of Qin Kursen's and Tang Yu's, that to join in would only highlight her inadequacies and leave her with a reputation inferior to that of Qin Kursen. What woman would willingly allow herself to be overshadowed by another? They all feigned compliments such as, "Oh, you're so beautiful. Your skin is flawless. Your legs are long. And your chest is ample. I can't compete with you," while secretly believing themselves to be the finest. "I excel in dance. Next time, let him play the piano while I perform a pole dance for him." Wang Yixue provocatively challenged, but Mu Yue nearly choked on her words. She was not as audacious as Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoye remained silent, wearing an expression of dismay, lamenting how popular her brother Tang Yu had become. What a hassle! Perhaps they should collaborate for a charity event, but standing alongside her sisters made her feel like she was out of her league. As Tang Yu and Qin Kursen concluded their duet, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Observing the admiration directed towards them, Tang Yu understood that from this day forth, he would be hailed as the Maritime Sea King pianist of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Seeing this unfold, Qin Laozi couldn't help but feel that the young man from the Tang family was indeed a fitting match for his granddaughter. Both were exceptionally talented in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It seemed difficult to find someone more accomplished than the young man from the Tang family, but he turned to Su Chongshan with a smile, saying, "Chongshan, I've heard that your daughter hasn't spoken to young Tang in 3 years. Is this marriage proposal too forced?" Su Chongshan twitched his mouth. Realizing the old fox's intentions, he quickly replied, 3 years of cultivation leading to fruition is what makes a beautiful story. Do not force it. Your daughter's happiness is paramount, that we wouldn't want to burden Mu Yue. Would we? If you find it unsuitable, just let the old man know, and I can handle it. The Qin family has several significant projects that could benefit your Su family. Qin Laozi chuckled, considering the prospect of trading hundreds of billions in profitable projects for a worthy grandson-in-law. Why not just marry all your daughters over to us? Wang Laozi interjected, taking a jab. Fortunately, at that moment, the meeting was about to commence, putting an end to the 3 men's banter. The hotel had converted a banquet hall into a large conference room. Once everyone was seated, the representatives of the 4 major families and several other prominent families occupied the front rows. However, it was noticeable that one seat in the front row remained empty, that in previous years, this position had belonged to the Haishi group. Now that the Haishi group had been acquired and transformed into the Longshan group, they had not sent a representative to this year's annual meeting. This absence sparked much speculation, especially since just days prior. 3 of the 4 major families had declared war on the Longshan group. To be simultaneously suppressed by 3 families was a rare misfortune for any company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chapter 64. The team lacks firepower. As per tradition, the annual meeting commenced with a speech from the city leaders, followed by announcements regarding key projects for the upcoming year. Next year, Suzhou and Hangzhou will prioritize environmental protection. Aiming to reduce carbon emissions, the leaders spoke for half an hour. Once they concluded, Wang Yixue, representing the Wang family, stood to propose. Our Wang group will actively respond to this call and contribute our modest efforts towards the environmental initiatives of Suzhou and Hangzhou. I have a question for the leaders. The Longshan group, as a major company in our region, has been willing to compromise the environment for profit. They have established a chemical plant in the southern part of the city that is discharging substantial amounts of wastewater, resulting in severe repercussions. Wang Yixue was evidently intent on brazenly tearing apart the facade of the Longshan group. After she took the lead in expressing her stance, both the Tang and Qin families promptly raised additional issues concerning the Longshan group. The 3 families launched a concerted assault in front of the entire Suang Chamber of Commerce, compelling everyone to ponder a pressing question. Should they take a side? If the Longshan group were to falter, it would indeed represent a significant opportunity. Many began to contemplate this matter internally, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It was time to accept by the conclusion of this tense annual meeting. The adversaries of the Longshan group had transformed into a substantial portion of the Suang business community. Upon leaving the hotel, old Master Qin appeared somewhat unconcerned about the issues targeting the Longshan group. After returning to the car with his beloved granddaughter, he hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. Kursen, what's going on between you and that lad from the Tang family today? When they had been sitting together at the piano, the girl's expression of sheer happiness was evident even to the blind. Just as Qin Kursen was about to respond to her grandfather's inquiry, Qin Ming interjected, "Oh, Grandpa, why ask? My sister has feelings for my big brother. It's a perfect match of talent and beauty." Upon hearing this, he received a sharp rap from his grandfather's cane, and old Master Qin scowled. "Your sister may be a perfect match, but you, young man, seem to be a perfect mess. If you bring any more women back here to stir up trouble, you can consider yourself expelled from the Qin family." Qin Ming grimaced in pain, forcing a chuckle as he feigned ignorance. Seeing her grandfather's gaze upon her, Qin Kursen bit her lip and confessed, "Grandpa, I have a bit of an interest in Tang Yu." "Oh dear, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have secured this matter before the Su family could intervene." Old Master Qin treasured his granddaughter immensely. He sighed, "As you can see, that lad from the Tang family is already betrothed to Mu Yue. It's not quite appropriate at this time." "There is nothing inappropriate about it. They aren't even married," Qin Kursen retorted with unwavering determination. Once she set her sights on something, she would not easily let it go. Old Master Wang shared a similar sentiment. Although the lad from the Tang family was indeed quite decent, he was already bound by a marriage contract. "All right, Grandpa. Focus on recuperating and don't worry about these matters. Whatever your granddaughter desires, she will undoubtedly obtain." In the face of her grandfather's earnest counsel, Wang Yue merely laughed and tossed her hair, declaring, "Humph, tomorrow I shall don a bunny outfit and pay him a visit." "Very well," old Master Wang responded, exasperated, for today's youth were far more liberated than in his day. "Mu Yue, you must seize this opportunity and not remain as cold as before. Do you understand? Good men are in high demand. When I was younger, I was even more popular than that lad from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She got me drunk and took advantage of me, then claimed she was pregnant with you shortly thereafter, so you..." Su Chongshan was in the car, advising his daughter. The driver nearly lost control of the vehicle upon overhearing such gossip. "When did you become so brazen?" "Old man." Su Mu Yu's face turned crimson from her father's words. She shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, "Could you not impart some other wisdom?" "Ah, only a man understands another man. This is for your own good. Go find him tonight for a drink, all right?" Su Mu Yu pondered, perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Upon returning to the Tang family, Tang Yu hurried to his room and called for Ling Han. He looked at Ling Han with a knowing glance. Ling Han forced a smile, skillfully sitting on the ground to massage his head. During her time at the Tang family, she had grown quite fond of it. The Tang family treated their servants with kindness, and her life here was rather comfortable. However, he had become increasingly demanding. Every day, he wondered why she hadn't left him yet, which amused her to no end. "How could I possibly leave? Ah, this feels so good. It's much safer at home. The outside world is far too perilous." Tang Yu rested his head on her soft, fragrant lap that it was simply perfect, an exquisite sensation. "What makes the outside world dangerous?" Ling Han inquired, her voice tinged with caution. Had Ye Chen sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? She hadn't heard any commotion. "It's a long story. The world is treacherous," Tang Yu sighed. "These women are far too dangerous. Each one lusting after me. In front of so many people, they are clamoring to embrace me. Now the entire Swang is labeling me a scoundrel. How will I ever court a girl afterward?" Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing his thoughts. Just as Tang Yu was enjoying the moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find it was a call from Tang Ruoyu. "What's up, big brother? Are you free now? It's about that matter I mentioned last time." Tang Yu's spirits lifted immediately at the sound of Tang Ruoyu's deep voice. This rascal was finally ready to take action. Was he? "Sure, wait for me at the company. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Tang Yu chuckled and stood up, finally having waited for this lad to take the bait. "So, you want the Reaper squad to come after me? Do you? You rascal, I've been waiting for you to make a move." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's eyes flickered with concern. She was well aware of the Reaper squad's formidable strength. Even if 4 of them joined forces, she would not stand a chance. Was Tang Xiao risking himself? Heaven forbid he fell into their hands. After observing Tang Yu rush out of the room, Ling Han pondered for a moment before deciding to follow him. She couldn't allow Tang Xiao to come to harm. However, Tang Yu wasn't in a hurry to confront Tang Ryu. With his prowess and the unmoving king technique, the Reaper squad posed no threat to him. The real issue was that he lacked combat power himself. Thus, he needed to bring some backup along, that he had the muscle, but he still needed the firepower. Chapter 65. The Reaper squad during this period. The three major families began to recruit mercenaries to retaliate against Ye Chen. The Tang family had already enlisted 2 ancient martial arts experts, both at the yellow level, although the yellow level is considered the lowest tier among the realms. The existence of ancient martial artists is exceedingly rare. It's akin to a mediocre student from Tsinghua or Peking University being deemed a top scholar elsewhere. These 2 ancient martial artists were a father-son duo, with the father, Huang Tianrui, in his 60s, and the son, Huang Juanxia, in his 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Greetings, young Master Tang." Their demeanor was somewhat aloof, but Tang Yu found nothing unusual, according to the tropes of such narratives. Seasoned experts often feel discontent serving as henchmen for wealthy second-generation science. Even when engaging with the protagonist, they might exchange pleasantries, claiming they had no choice in the matter. For these yellow-level martial artists, defeating 10 professional bodyguards would be a walk in the park. With their expertise, it was only natural they would be somewhat haughty. "I'll be stepping out shortly. There will be several skilled individuals seeking me out along the way. However, you need not rush into action. I will toy with them first. When the time is right, I will signal for you to intervene." He instructed the duo. This father-son pair was certainly no match for the Reaper squad, which comprised peak yellow-level experts reputed to be unbeatable within their tier. Regardless, anything associated with the Dragon Soul organization, even if it were a dog, would be the fiercest of hounds. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a hint of derision flickered in the eyes of the father-son duo. Experts? Nonsense. Anyone capable of exchanging blows with someone like him is merely a fifth-rate fighter. Huang Juanxia couldn't help but voice his discontent. "Young Master Tang, we came here under the impression that we would be dealing with skilled opponents, that if it's merely bullying weaker individuals, perhaps we should let other bodyguards handle it. Being ancient martial artists, what was the point of following a young master to bully others? Indeed, if they are experts, let us hurry and not dawdle." Tang Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand to finalize the arrangements. Huang Juanxia felt deeply dissatisfied. Had he known that this was the nature of the task, he would have preferred not to come at all. Huang Tianrui patted his son on the shoulder, signaling him to endure for the time being. Following Tang Yu's instructions, the duo boarded a relatively inconspicuous Audi while he drove off in his ostentatious vehicle. Once on the road, Huang Juanxia couldn't help but frown. "Dad, what is the deal with the Tang family? We were told we only need to deal with one expert. Being asked to serve as a lackey for a wealthy second-generation scion is quite humiliating for our Huang family." Their family was somewhat renowned in Suang as an ancient martial arts clan. When invited over with a handsome fee, they had anticipated a worthy opponent. Instead, their first mission was to accompany young Master Tang to deal with a few opponents he could easily overcome. It was nothing short of embarrassing. Huang Tianrui sighed. "Let us just follow through this time, that if it truly comes to that, we can resign tonight." As masters, they had to maintain certain principles. After years of hard work in martial arts, they couldn't afford to demean themselves by becoming henchmen for bullies. Huang Juanxiao nodded in agreement, understanding the sentiment. Upon arriving at the entrance of Milei Food Company, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting. Upon seeing Tang Yu step out of the car, he greeted him with a beaming smile. "Brother, you're here. It must have been a tiring journey. How is the investigation into the fake accounts going?" Tang Yu's smile held a deeper significance. He was already aware that this fellow had contacted the Reaper squad, but he was still uncertain about their whereabouts. "It's all sorted out. We have both eyewitness and physical evidence. The person has just been taken away," Tang Ruyu replied with a grin. "How about we find a place to eat, brother?" The investigation into the fake accounts was merely a pretext. His true objective today was to draw the snake out of its hole. "Very well. It has indeed been quite some time since we last dined together. Where shall we go?" Tang Yu readily relinquished the initiative to him. "I know of a delightful farmhouse restaurant. Let us dine there. Shall I take your car?" Tang Ryu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Veneno, a flicker of envy and resentment crossing his eyes. Being distanced from the center of power, their family had little wealth to claim. Such a supercar was not something he could purchase at whim. This brat must perish. The fortune of the Tang family is solely his. Let us take your car. I prefer to have only women in the passenger seat. Tang Yu chuckled heartily and followed Tang Yu into his Bentley. Once inside the vehicle, Tang Yu cast a glance at the rearview mirror. The car belonging to the Huang father and son trailed behind at a distance. They had intentionally brought the two along today to assist in the cleanup. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad must remain behind. Meanwhile, on a hillside along a certain road, 4 men clad in black sat in the grass, smoking. How long until the target arrives? One of the gaunt men inquired, his 12 fingers leaving a lasting impression upon first glance. Approximately 20 minutes. We can prepare ourselves, a companion replied. No rush. Let us toy with him a bit. The gaunt man lit a cigarette and continued. Have you heard about Long Lao Ba? Heard. He's in the slammer. The other 3 laughed, the Grim Reaper squad filled with a lively spirit. The esteemed 8th warrior of the Dragon Soul organization had returned to China and within half a month found himself incarcerated. It was a true disgrace to the Dragon Soul. He was always a waste. Without clinging to Ye Chen's leg, what right did he have to be one of the 8 warriors? The gaunt man scoffed. The others nodded in agreement. The Grim Reaper squad, being the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, eagerly aspired to ascend, to join the ranks of the 8 warriors. Being overshadowed by a waste like Long Lao Ba was quite unsatisfactory for them. Ye Chen is no better off. He has back only a short while and has already lost over 100 billion. The money we brothers worked hard to earn has gone down the drain. The gaunt man resumed his tirade against Ye Chen. The other 3 chuckled, but refrained from overly agreeing. After all, that was the Dragon King. The gaunt man spoke again. Today's mission must be completed, but not for Ye Chen, rather for Lu Xiao. The Lu Xiao he referred to ranked second among the 8 warriors of the Dragon Soul organization. Luo Junuo. He was a brother to Ye Chen, his talents and skills far surpassing those of Ye Chen. Many believe that if it weren't for Ye Chen's blood relation to old Dragon King, the position of Dragon King should rightfully belong to Luo Junuo. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad could be said to be Luo Junuo's direct disciples. After we eliminate the target today, we shall present his head to Lu Xiao. To have the person standing atop, Ye Chen dispatched by Lu Xiao with ease would be a grand achievement. With this merit, it would sufficiently demonstrate that Lu Xiao's abilities far exceed Ye Chen's. By rendering such a significant service to Lu Xiao, once he ascends to the position of Dragon King, the 4 of us will also be able to claim our places as the 8 warriors. The gaunt man's expression grew increasingly fervent. Brothers, we have endured alongside Lu Xiao for so long. Today is the day we establish our legacy. The other 3 were similarly stirred with excitement. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Chapter 66. Is this it? Did we not eat? The 4 suddenly ignited with fervor, nearly igniting the grass on the hillside. Amidst their heightened excitement, the target finally came into view, when the car was still 20 meters away. The 4 surged forth like cheetahs. The gaunt man hurled a dagger, which pierced the windshield just as Tang Yu was driving, startling him. Damn it, if I misfire, I'll be done for. He hastily slammed on the brakes, glaring at Tang Yu in frustration. Brother, someone is looking for trouble. I'll go down and teach them a lesson. The vehicle was equipped with a dashcam, and he needed to stage this to prove his innocence. Go ahead, Tang Yu replied with a knowing smile. Amused by his brother's antics, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy and flung open the car door, charging towards the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad with clenched fists. His combat prowess was inferior to even that of a 5th-rate fighter. Upon his approach, one of the men effortlessly struck him on the neck with a knife hand, rendering him unconscious. Tang Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. He scanned the 4 men with a calm demeanor. Did Ye Chen send you? Why should someone about to die concern themselves with such matters? Scoffed a shorter man, rushing towards Tang Yu to throw a punch. As a peak expert in the yellow realm of ancient martial arts, he believed he could easily dispatch such a so-called wealthy second-generation heir with a single blow. Tang Yu remained nonchalant, allowing the punch to connect with his face. After the impact, he stood still, leaving the short man astonished. How could his strike, delivered with utmost force, have no effect? Is this it? Did you not eat? Tang Yu remarked disdainfully, his gaze piercing through the shock on the short man's face. This contemptuous look cut deeply into the man's pride. Who did he think he was? An elite of the Grim Reaper squad. In the mercenary world, their reputation was renowned. When had a mere wealthy second-generation heir dared to mock him? Taste my tiger fist, he bellowed, unleashing his ultimate form of Xingyi Quan. This punch contained a tremendous force capable of easily killing a bull. However, upon striking Tang Yu's chest, he remained unfazed. The short man was left in a state of disbelief, struggling to comprehend how his full-powered attack had failed to injure the opponent. Why, you're feigning it, aren't you? The short man's lips quivered, unwilling to accept the reality before him. How could his fist, as large as a pot, fail to move the man? Feigning? Tang Yu smiled indifferently, his eyes filled with derision. The immovable stance he had acquired from the system was not so easily broken. Eagle, assist me with the dragon and tiger fist. The short man's mindset shifted subtly, and he called to a teammate. The other three members of the Grim Reaper squad were equally bewildered. Their strengths were evenly matched, and witnessing their comrade's two failed attacks was hard for them to believe. Point one with a hooked nose shouted angrily, rushing forward with a swift motion to strike Tang Yu's left cheek. Simultaneously, the short man leaped, delivering a punch to Tang Yu's right cheek. After both punches landed, Tang Yu remained unperturbed. This time, the hooked-nosed man was left dumbfounded. The two had just executed a combined assault, yet they failed to budge this individual. Seeing the two staring at him in disbelief, Tang Yu took a deep breath and retaliated with two resounding slaps. One for each. Assistance, is it? A hitman, is it? Dragon fist, is it? Tiger fist, is it? After the slaps connected, both men felt a scorching pain on their faces. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. They quickly retreated a couple of steps, their expressions darkening as they glared at Tang Yu's masters. Why did he not retaliate but instead choose to humiliate them in such a manner? The esteemed Grim Reaper squad, with a success rate of 98% for their missions, had never endured such disgrace. Let us all attack, the hook-nosed man shouted. They excelled in individual combat, and their combined efforts were unbeatable. The other two roared in anger, charging alongside their teammate to encircle Tang Yu and unleash a flurry of attacks. As peak experts in the Yellow Realm, their combined strength was terrifying. The four surrounded Tang Yu, their movements swift as shadows, almost imperceptible to outsiders. That moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding dozens of meters away. Seeing Tang Yu being besieged, they were filled with trepidation. Dad, those four must be peak experts in the Yellow Realm, Huang Juanxiao remarked, observing their speed and strength, a cold sweat forming on his brow. He had only recently become a true practitioner of ancient martial arts this year. Being at the same Yellow Realm, he estimated he could hardly contend with any one of those four. Absolutely peak Yellow Realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had been in the Yellow Realm for 15 years, yet still fell short of the peak. However, what frightened him more was that despite the onslaught from the four, Tang Xiao remained stationary. As if he were a towering tree, the attacks merely a light drizzle upon its branches. What level of power could withstand the assault of four peak Yellow Realm experts unscathed? The Xian Realm? Surely more than that. The D Realm? It seemed equally implausible. Could it be the legendary Tian Realm? At that moment, Huang Juanxiao pondered Tang Yu's level, his voice trembling. Dad, do you think Tang Xiao possesses the strength of the D Realm? At the very least, Huang Tianrui trembled with excitement. The Xian Realm Masters were an unreachable existence for him, that a D Realm Master at such a young age would be invincible. To be able to follow such a powerful figure, a mere gesture from him could elevate their cultivation significantly. Listen well. From this day forth, we must obey Tang Xiao unconditionally. Even if he commands us to climb an electric pole, we must not hesitate, understood? Huang Tianrui ordered his son. Understood. Huang Juanxiao nodded seriously. He was acutely aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then why does young Master Tang not retaliate? Why does he allow these insignificant ants to act so audaciously? He turned to his father and inquired. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Fool, Cannot you discern young Master Tang's profound intentions? A master of his caliber would disdain to engage with such lowly creatures. He is deliberately allowing us to observe and learn. I see now. Huang Junxiao realized with clarity, overwhelmed by regret for his previous suspicions towards young Master Tang. Despite his own ungracious demeanor, Tang still graciously chose to enlighten him. Such kindness was as weighty as a mountain. Chapter 67. The vanished memory as the four assailants unleashed a tempest of attacks. Tang Yu remained utterly unfazed. The perfected state of his immovable Vajra technique was exceedingly effective. An invisible aura enveloped him, causing the barrage of strikes to feel like a mere gentle breeze against his skin, leaving not even a wrinkle on his clothing. Observing the increasingly terrified expressions on their faces, Tang Yu felt immense satisfaction. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, the members of the Reaper squad were on the verge of bewilderment. Human strength has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, not superhumans, and their vital energy and stamina would inevitably wane. The hawk-nosed individual, harboring sinister intentions, noticed that their combined efforts had failed and abruptly abandoned his assault. A military dagger materialized in his hand as he lunged towards Tang Yu with malicious intent. Even the strongest of men possessed their vulnerabilities. However, this time, he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger, upon contact, found it nearly impossible to penetrate even an inch. Immediately following, he received a resounding slap across the face. You dare to belittle my sphincter? Do you think I am as inept as that waste, Ye Chen? After delivering the slap, Tang Yu was about to make a move when the four assailants hastily retreated several meters. Their faces pale with fear, gasping for breath, unable to believe their eyes. They had combined their strength for a full 5 minutes, yet even their most treacherous ambush could not harm this man. Was he a monster? As Tang Yu reached into his pocket, the four men instinctively tensed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Could it be that this man was finally preparing to strike? With their combined strength, would any of them have a chance to escape? They then watched in astonishment as Tang Yu leisurely pulled out a cigarette. Lighting it with a nonchalant demeanor, he exhaled a smoke ring and remarked, "You are all far too weak. I have no interest in wasting my efforts on the worthless. I fear that if I were to strike, I might not be able to kill you outright." "What do you mean by that?" The gaunt-faced man spoke, his teeth slightly chattering. This man exuded an overwhelming pressure, apart from the elder in their organization. He had never felt such an oppressive force from anyone else, that if the Dragon King stood before them, allowing them to strike for 2 minutes would surely result in his demise at that moment. All four shared a common thought. If this man were to engage them, they would already be corpses. My meaning is simple. All of you present are nothing but refuse. Observing the four men losing their resolve, Tang Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His strength relied solely on their imagination. He raised a hand high, causing the four to instinctively recoil in fear. Meanwhile, Huang Tianrui and his son, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action. "Charge! Young Master Tang commands us to clean up the trash." Huang Tianrui waved his hand, and the father-son duo swiftly advanced toward the Reaper squad. Individually, each of the four assailants was stronger than either of them. Yet the recent fierce battle had drained their vital energy and stamina. Moreover, the four were paralyzed by fear, rendering them no different from ordinary people at that moment. Before long, the spirited Huang Tianrui and his son effortlessly subdued the four. Once they were bound, Huang Tianrui and his son gazed at Tang Yu with admiration and respect. "Young Master Tang, what shall we do next?" Just as Tang Yu was about to instruct them to take the captives to the police station, his gaze suddenly fixed on one of the men's hands. This man had 12 fingers. A realization struck him. In the narrative that spanned over 400 chapters, ancient martial forces began to emerge. And one of the bodyguards from a prominent family bore a striking resemblance to this individual, including the 12 fingers. This bodyguard belonged to the antagonist faction, and his fate had been sealed by Ye Chen's fist. After scrutinizing the man for a moment, Tang Yu inquired, "What is your name?" I am Deng He," he replied in a low voice, having lost all will to fight in the presence of such a formidable opponent. "The knife may be dull, but the wielder is not. What could he possibly use to contend against him?" Tang Yu's body involuntarily shuddered. Could it be that he had indeed encountered the character from the narrative? Was the plot unraveling too chaotically? Characters yet to make their appearance had already emerged, and now he was identified as a member of the Dragon's Soul organization. Confusion enveloped Tang Yu as he took a deep breath and gestured. Take him to the police station. Better to confine him for now and investigate later. Understood. Young Master Tang. Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tang Yu with increasing reverence. Truly, young Master Tang was a paragon of a true master. One who not only concealed his strength, but also adhered to the law. Faced with these disrespectful scoundrels, he was even reluctant to employ extrajudicial punishment. After Huang Tianrui and his son escorted the four away, Tang Yu glanced back at Tang Yu, who lay unconscious on the ground. The Reaper squad had rendered him unconscious to absolve him of suspicion, and they had not held back. What a splendid opportunity. Tang Yu chuckled softly, rushing forward to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks upon the unconscious traitor. After all, he was already out cold. Why bother with politeness? He thrived on oppressing the weak. As for the thought of killing the fool, Tang Yu had no such intentions. Why eliminate an enemy's incompetent ally? After several minutes of venting his frustrations, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Yu was now a bloody mess, a sight that was almost unbearable. Tang Yu whistled and tossed the battered figure into the car, driving him to the hospital. Shortly after Tang Yu departed, a figure descended from a nearby tree, Ling Han, who had been secretly following him the entire time. Her expression was one of utter shock. She was well aware of the Reaper squad's strength. Even their combined efforts had exhausted them without inflicting harm on Tang Yu. Such power was no joke. She finally understood why young Master Tang had chosen to keep her by his side despite knowing her identity. It was because he possessed formidable strength. Given young Master Tang's prowess, it would be effortless for him to eliminate me, yet he refrains from doing so. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Ling Han murmured to herself, a blush creeping across her face. If that were not the case, how could he possibly know so much about her? Only a man of his exceptional caliber would consider her a mere ordinary girl. Only he was worthy of such a notion. Should he ever ask her to massage his back again, she would gladly comply. After delivering Tang Yu to the hospital, the old fool was promptly whisked away to the emergency room for treatment. Tang Yu called his uncle to inform him of the situation, then returned to his car and lit another cigarette. The increasingly erratic plot was becoming quite troublesome. Damn system. What is going on? Why are characters yet to appear already showing up? Beep. The narrative has collapsed. Host must exercise caution. The system's cold voice resonated. The narrative has collapsed. What does that imply for the future? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. When the plot spiraled out of control, it signified that true danger was imminent. The system fell silent, offering no further response. Suddenly, peculiar images flashed through Tang Yu's mind, each depicting his demise at the hands of various individuals. This sudden influx of memories caused his expression to contort in pain that a crimson number floated before his eyes. 299. Just as he attempted to scrutinize these memories further, confusion enveloped him once more. His recollections reverted to mere minutes prior, and that sudden influx of memories vanished again. Damn system, what are the rewards? Tang Yu cursed, oblivious to what had just transpired. Beep, rewards have been delivered. The system's voice echoed once more, though this time it bore an air of weakness. Tang Yu found no new skills in his mind, nor did anything materialize around him. Delivered? Where had it gone? To whom had it been sent? Damn system. Are you trying to swindle me? Tang Yu vented his frustrations for several minutes, but the system remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Yu's name was already aboard a flight bound for Africa. Chapter 68. The Loyal Ye Chen in Africa, Burkina Faso, translated to the Land of the Virtuous in Chinese. Ye Chen felt quite content after being entrusted with a significant responsibility by young Master Tang. The work was plentiful yet light, with little oversight. He would clock out at 3 in the afternoon to enjoy tea. However, recent developments had left him shaken that he learned that the Tang family had begun to lavish money in search of ancient martial masters. And only ancient martial masters at that. This news struck a blow to him. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, he felt woefully inadequate. He was not even an ancient martial artist. How was he to protect young Master Tang? Determined to inspire his own progress, he embarked on an intense training regimen. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Upon returning from his workout today, a subordinate approached him, carrying a package. "Mr. He, a package has arrived for you from young Master Tang." From young Master Tang. Ye Chen's spirits soared as he eagerly accepted the package. Carefully unwrapping it, inside was an exquisitely crafted box made of sandalwood. Upon opening it, he discovered an ancient, elegant tome. The Dragon Elephant Technique. He gingerly flipped through the pages, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Tang must have been keeping a watchful eye on him. He was astounded to discover that after his diligent training, he had acquired an ancient martial arts manual. As a martial artist, he understood all too well the immense value of this tome. It was a treasure that money could not procure. Moreover, the Dragon Elephant Technique did not impose excessively high requirements for martial arts aptitude. With perseverance and dedication, he believed that one day he could become an ancient warrior. The kindness of young Master Tang. How could Ye Chen repay it, but with his life? Ye Chen choked back tears, wiping his face, and bellowed at his subordinates. "Starting tomorrow, seek out 100 young individuals with martial arts potential in the area. I shall cultivate an elite force for young Master Tang." At the He family's private hospital, Ye Chen lay upon a hospital bed, his face etched with anxiety, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The Reaper squad had initiated their assault on the target 5 hours prior, yet he had not received any news thus far. This left him perplexed and bewildered. After all, this was the Reaper squad, although their individual strength paled in comparison to his own. Their combined techniques were formidable. Even if they could not prevail, they could surely retreat unscathed. Yet as time passed, not a single one had reached out to him. With each ticking second, his anxiety grew. "I refuse to believe that you, Tang, possessed the capability to capture the Reaper squad." He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. However, the intensity of his emotions triggered a jolt of pain from his wound, causing him to inhale sharply as he forced himself to relax. Wary of becoming overly agitated, the injury had already reopened once. Another rupture would be troublesome. After much contemplation, consumed by worry, he decided to enlist the nurse's help to summon He Huyen. Hoping the He family could glean some information on the situation, approximately 15 minutes later, He Huyen entered, carrying a bag. She gazed at Ye Chen and spoke lightly. "Is there something you need, Mr. Yi?" "Miss He, I require your assistance in uncovering some information that I have dispatched for subordinates, but I cannot reach them." Ye Chen managed a bitter smile, just as he was about to elaborate on the situation when a man's voice interrupted from outside the door. "No need to search. They've already been apprehended." In stepped a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, who surveyed Ye Chen with keen interest, his gaze laced with amusement. The formidable Dragon King, reduced to fleeing in disgrace. How utterly laughable. Upon seeing the young man, Ye Chen's expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed as he inquired, "Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you return?" "I arrived today," Luo Junuo replied with a slight smile. "The master has learned of the incident involving the Reaper squad and sent me to assist you." Ye Chen's heart sank. The Reaper squad had truly encountered trouble. Even more alarming was the fact that the old man had dispatched Luo Junuo to help him. What could this possibly mean? His expression became inscrutable, filled with complex emotions. "The master instructed me to tell you to focus on your recovery. Once you have healed, you are to go to Yinjing. I shall handle the matters in Suong." Luo Junuo remarked cheerfully, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Upon confirming this news, Ye Chen's complexion paled. What could the old man possibly mean? After scrutinizing Luo Junuo for a moment, his pupils constricted. "You've broken through?" Luo Junuo flashed a charming smile and nodded. He had reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm. He was but a step away from the D realm. Meanwhile, Ye Chen remained stuck in the mid-Xian realm. How could a repeatedly failing individual, whose strength was inferior to his own, still deserve to occupy the position of Dragon King? Thus, the master had sent him. It was a splendid opportunity to showcase his abilities. The position of Dragon King would surely be his. Ye Chen's face darkened in silence, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. How audacious of Luo Junuo to covet his position. Once he achieved a breakthrough, he would ensure that Luo Junuo faced dire consequences. "Take your time to recover. Senior brother, I shall excuse myself now," Luo Junuo said with a smile before departing the hospital room. He Huyen exchanged polite farewells with Luo Junuo as they exited together. Does this mean Mr. Lu will be taking charge of the matters in Suong? He Huyen inquired, glancing at Luo Junuo. Indeed, Luo Junuo replied, a sly smile gracing his lips. A brother-in-arms. He too was adept at wielding a charming smile. The difference lay in that Ye Chen's smile curved upward on the left, while his did so on the right. That will certainly prove challenging, He Huyen remarked, shaking her head slightly. Transforming a disarrayed situation into something viable was no simple task. The predicament of the Longchen group could only be described as disastrous. The He family had no intention of intervening, as it was unnecessary to invite trouble. What Ye Chen can accomplish, I, Luo Junuo, can achieve. What Ye Chen cannot, I shall also attain, Luo Junuo declared with pride. Caressing a piece of dragon pattern jade that hung around his neck, he had stumbled upon this jade when he was 7 and after a bout of nosebleed, he inadvertently dripped blood upon it, activating the jade and granting him an ancient martial arts legacy. In his estimation, the one who had left behind this legacy must have been a legendary figure of the Tian realm. Therefore, he was utterly confident that he would one day reach that level. The position of Dragon King was firmly within his grasp. Upon arriving in Suong, he would deftly resolve the mess that Ye Chen, the incompetent, had left behind. All that he desired, including women and treasures. He would seize for himself. Chapter 69. Are you gaming again? At the Tang Group's general manager's office, Chi-Yin was engrossed in a shooting game, her side adorned with a freshly delivered bucket of KFC and a soda. Upon entering, Tang Yu patted her shoulder and said, Chi-Yin, are you playing games again? How about taking a break? Oh no, I just died. This is all your fault, young Master Tang. Chi-Yin lamented, her face reflecting her dismay as the screen went dark. Well, dying is part of the game. You've been playing all day. You ought to take a breather, Tang Yu sighed. This silly girl takes her gaming far too seriously. Is it really necessary to act so dramatically? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Chi-Yin felt slightly embarrassed. Hey, have I perhaps been a bit too absorbed in my work lately? To mask her embarrassment, she grasped the bucket of fried chicken and asked, Young Master Tang, would you like some? No, thank you. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and asked, Do you know what day it is today? Is it Crazy Thursday at KFC? Tang Yu rubbed his forehead. Goodness, I hope she doesn't play games to the point of losing her mind. I recall she was never particularly bright to begin with. To have such a pretty face yet lack intelligence, this girl is doomed. What? Am I not very bright? Chi-Yin replied, her expression turning dark. My intelligence is quite high. Thank you very much. Others take at least 3 months to complete these games, and I could do it in about 1. I've even broken several records. Today is your birthday. Tang Yu sighed, realizing he had to remind her. Oh right. Chi-Yin finally came to her senses, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for your concern, young Master Tang. Having been so engrossed in her work, she had nearly forgotten that today was her birthday. However, as an assassin, birthdays held little significance for her. Tang Yu's sudden mention warmed her heart slightly. Such concern felt like an unattainable luxury. The company has a policy that employees must celebrate their birthdays. Since I'm free today, let me celebrate it for you, Tang Yu stated, a grin spreading across his face. This silly girl has been here long enough. She must have stolen enough data by now. Once that information reaches Ye Chen, it won't be long before it proves useful. In that case, I must find a way to win her over to my side. I'll slowly build rapport and, once I gather enough evidence, confront her. Chi-Yin looked at Tang Yu in bewilderment. Young Master Tang wants to win me over. Such a stroke of good fortune. Ever since she first overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, she had been following the clues to investigate the Tang family. After extensive inquiry, she had indeed uncovered information about her father. Her father's name was Chi Hong. Over 30 years ago, he had incurred the wrath of a powerful figure and had been pursued. In a desperate situation, he was rescued by the Tang family's patriarch and became the captain of their bodyguard team. He had served the Tang family faithfully and had saved the elder patriarch twice. The Tang family held him in high regard. Tang Yu's father had a close brotherly relationship with him. After working for the Tang family for over a decade, he mysteriously vanished, and the Tang family spent years searching for him to no avail. A few years later, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang family, claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. Naturally, the Tang family took her in and treated her with great kindness, after giving birth to a daughter. The woman disappeared with her child within 6 months. After that, Qi could not trace any further information, as the Tang family's records were limited. This confirmed to her that young Master Tang and the Tang family were certainly not her enemies. They had shown immense kindness to her family. How could she ever repay their kindness with malice? Young Master Tang wants to celebrate my birthday? Is that really appropriate? After regaining her composure, Qi quickly responded. What is inappropriate about it? You've been working here diligently for so long, playing games, contributing significantly to the company, Tang Yu asserted. Thanks to you, the progress of our gaming project is akin to a rocket launch. You are the #1 contributor to the Tang group. This birthday celebration is something I must personally arrange for you, Tang Yu declared with conviction. Indeed, I want you to experience what it means to have a good boss. Unlike Ye Chen, that miser, who throws dangerous tasks your way and pays you only a few thousand each month. Claiming hardship builds character? Nonsense. Even a capitalist would weep for you. With young Master Tang, you could eat 9 meals a day. All right, thank you, young Master Tang. Qi felt a warmth in her heart. She was surprised by how much Tang Xiao cared for her. She had considered confronting him, but after eavesdropping on Tang Yu's thoughts daily, she felt it was unwise to speak directly. After all, Tang Xiao was known for his wild imagination that if she confessed her loyalty, he would likely think she was merely acting. Thus, the only thing she could do was to assist him in secret, such as delivering false information that AS for the Long Han organization. She harbored only doubts and resentment. Knowing that the Tang family had done her a favor, why did they still allow her to repay kindness with malice? All right, let's take a break and then set off. First, I'll choose a birthday gift for you, and then we can enjoy a grand meal, Tang Yu said with a cheerful smile. What should I give? A year's worth of papaya milk? I heard its effects aren't that significant. There are similar remedies in the Qing Nong Tianjing. She needs to open her meridians first. But if I were to perform the procedure, she might very well chop off my hands. I am just too kind-hearted. I can't bear to see a girl remain unremarkable. It's a pity to possess such medical skills, yet have no opportunity to apply them. Qi shivered slightly. Tang Xiao, do you truly care for me that much? However, she had tried various methods in private when she was a killer. It didn't matter, and she even found it convenient. Now that she had become a regular person, she felt she should at least be somewhat presentable. Thus, she had privately experimented with drinking papaya milk. But it had proven ineffective. Was Tang Xiao's suggestion about opening the meridians genuinely helpful? Her face flushed as she inwardly scolded herself. What was she thinking? After exiting the office, Tang Yu led Qi to his sports car, heading towards a large shopping mall. First, I'll buy you a birthday gift, and then we'll shop for some clothes, he said. As a young lady, you should learn to dress up occasionally, he teased while driving. This silly girl was fine as a killer, but as a girl, she's rather unconventional. Her fashion sense is somewhat outdated. I've never seen her in a short skirt. With her striking looks, not dressing up to enhance her beauty is simply a crime. Thank you, Tang Xiao. Qi replied, her cheeks flushed with gratitude, feeling a little touched. Throughout her life, Tang Xiao was the first to wish for her to be like an ordinary girl, rather than aspiring to be an exceptional killer. Chapter 70. You should strum the strings, not my heartstrings, rest assured. Your boss has impeccable taste. Today, I will transform you into the most stunning maiden in Suang, Tang Yu chuckled. She should be bolder and more open, breaking free from her previous self. Having her wear a cosplay outfit seems like a splendid idea. Given her assets, the Qiong Mei outfit should suit her perfectly. Adding a pair of black stockings would be the cherry on top. Qi listened, utterly bewildered, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had no understanding of such things. Anime and cosplay belonged to an entirely different realm for her. Her world revolved solely around missions and death. Upon arriving at the mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Qi inside. This mall was owned by the Tang family and catered to a high-end clientele, featuring only luxury brands. After entering, they took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor, where Tang Yu was quite familiar with the surroundings that he effortlessly guided Qi into a music store named Qingyueda. Upon noticing the arrival of customers, a female sales associate promptly approached and bowed, greeting them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with? Could you kindly show me your guitars?" Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Of course." The sales associate nodded eagerly, momentarily entranced by Tang Yu's handsome face. After leading them to the guitar section, she inquired, "What type of guitar are you looking for? Classical, folk, or electric? Which one do you prefer?" Tang Yu asked Qi Yin with a smile. In the original storyline, Qi Yin deep down longed for a normal life, spending her days amidst blades and blood. Few would cherish such an existence. Her passion was music, particularly the guitar, but it had never intersected with her life. Therefore, gifting her a guitar as a birthday present was most fitting. Qi Yin beamed with joy as she began to select. After a while, she finally settled on a light yellow handmade classical guitar. "I want this one," she said, her eyes shimmering with delight as she cradled the guitar as if it were a priceless treasure. Her radiant, pure smile resembled an iris quietly blooming in a secluded valley. Tang Yu, standing nearby, was momentarily entranced, feeling his heart race involuntarily. Why does this silly girl look so beautiful when she smiles? Hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qi Yin's face flushed with shyness. Such sincere admiration from him made her happy. "Miss, you have an excellent eye. This is the last Smorman classical guitar in our store. Yes, it is custom-made. Each one takes nearly 2 years to obtain." The sales associate beamed with excitement. This guitar was the most expensive in the shop, and selling it would earn her a substantial commission. "May I try it out?" Qi Yin asked, looking up. "Of course, it's already tuned and ready for you to play," the sales associate replied with a warm smile. Qi Yin grinned and, after assessing the feel, began to play. Soon a lively melody filled the air. Tang Yu sat nearby, silently admiring her, his gaze fixed on her face as she played the guitar. Her expression was one of pure concentration and joy. No longer resembling a killer but rather a charming neighbor girl. After finishing a piece, she eagerly turned to Tang Yu and asked, "What do you think, Tang Xiao?" "Quite impressive," Tang Yu praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Her technique is solid, just a minor slip-up. You should strum the strings, not my heartstrings." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qi Yin's cheeks reddened slightly. Why did he always have to say such things? Could he not hold back on the compliments? "How much is it?" Tang Yu inquired, taking out his wallet and presenting a credit card. "Hello, the total is 370,000, the sales associate said, promptly retrieving the card reader. After completing the transaction and handing over the receipt, a beautiful woman with a designer handbag entered the store. Her hair was dyed a deep burgundy, and she was strikingly attractive. As she walked, her curves swayed enticingly, drawing attention. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the sales associate greeted, bowing respectfully. The woman pulled out a black membership card and waved it, stating, "I'm a black gold member of your store. I've heard you have another Smorman guitar. Bring it to me." Upon seeing the membership card, the sales associate's expression shifted to one of concern. She glanced at the card, and then at the woman, her face filled with hesitation. "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, but that Smorman guitar was just sold." "Sold?" Xiao Miyun's brows furrowed, and her expression darkened. Spotting Qi Yin holding the Smorman guitar, she ordered the sales associate, "Refund their money. I want that guitar." Having visited 2 other stores in search of a Smorman guitar for an upcoming live stream, she was determined to acquire it. The sales associate, caught off guard by such a demand, stammered, "I apologize, but that would violate our store's policy." Before she could finish, Xiao Miyun slapped her across the face, scolding, "Do you think I need you to lecture me about the rules? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in your store? You, a pauper, will never earn what I have." The sales associate, suddenly struck, felt her face flush with humiliation and fear, stepping back while covering her face, and could only mumble an apology to Xiao Miyun. Working at a high-end chain music store, becoming a black gold member required spending over 5 million. Such a customer was not someone a mere employee could afford to offend. Tang Yu's brow furrowed. This situation was quite intense. He recalled the woman's identity. She was the mistress of a certain antagonist and was supposed to offend Ye Chen here. Following that, Dragon King Ye Chen would retaliate, leading to an escalation of conflict with the antagonist. Thus, the familiar drama of arrogance and revenge was set to unfold. Well, an opportunity to set a trap for Ye Chen has presented itself, Tang Yu thought. a mischievous grin forming as he deliberately lingered to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over, asking, "Dear guests, I am the store manager, Chen Jijuan. What seems to be the issue?" Xiao Meiyun fixed her displeased gaze on him, saying, "How do you train your staff?" She was lecturing me about rules. Seeing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Chen Jijuan's expression changed. He immediately reprimanded the sales associate. "Lu Xiuqin, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to speak to a customer like that? Apologize to this lady immediately." "But these two customers have already paid for the guitar. Miss Xiao wants me to refund and sell it to her." Lu Xiuqin protested, tears streaming down her cheeks. Before she could finish her explanation, Chen Jijuan interrupted impatiently. "Are you incapable of understanding human language? Apologize to this lady at once, or get out. If you force her to apologize, you can forget about operating any stores in Suang from today onward." After waiting for some time, Tang Yu suddenly interjected. Chen Jijuan shot him a scornful glance, sneering, "And who do you think you are? Do you think you can dictate whether our store remains open in Suang? Do you know who our boss is?" Xiao Meiyun began to berate sharply. "You, a mere pauper, what worth do you hold here? Do you think you can prevent the music store from thriving? Do you even deserve to be here? And you, release my Smoman. Dressed like a country bumpkin, do you think such things are within your grasp? If you ruin my live stream, I will expose you online and ensure your social demise." After her tirade, she reached out to snatch the guitar from Qi Yin's embrace. Qi Yin's gaze turned icy, just as Xiao Meiyun's hand was about to grasp it. Tang Yu swiftly stood and delivered a fierce slap. Chapter 71. In my lifetime, I, Tang Beixian, have no need to explain myself to you. After being struck, Xiao Meiyun stumbled back, her face showing astonishment. Following that, she let out a shriek and lunged at Tang Yu, attempting to claw at her face. Before her hand could reach, Tang Yu had already delivered a kick to her abdomen, knocked to the ground. Xiao Meiyun clutched her stomach and cried out in agony. Realizing that she was outmatched by Tang Yu's combat prowess, she screamed, "Do you dare to hit a woman? Are you even a man?" Tang Yu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, saying, "Apologies, but I believe in gender equality. I strike anyone who behaves poorly. Ahem, although we are all antagonists, your level of being a mere cannon fodder truly invites disdain." Qin nearly laughed aloud. How absurdly self-righteous, this so-called gender equality. At that moment, a young man entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in a Tang suit. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun sprawled on the floor, the young man's expression darkened as he hurried over. "Unsure, please help me seek vengeance. This scoundrel struck me." Upon seeing the young man, Xiao Meiyun scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "My benefactor, you must help me." This was her benefactor, the source of her arrogance. Having become his woman, she had stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Yet no matter how significant the issue, Han Xiao could resolve it with a single phone call. The young man, referred to as Han Xiao, had prominent ears and an endearingly simple demeanor. Seeing Xiao Meiyun's swollen face, he immediately felt a pang of heartache, quickly reassuring her, There, I shall help you seek vengeance. Darling, do not cry." Then his expression turned serious as he glared at Tang Yu, saying coldly, "You have quite the audacity. How dare you lay a hand on a woman of mine? Han Ming Suan." Upon hearing this name, Tang Yu's heart leaped with joy. The main character had finally arrived. This fellow was not from Suang, but rather the second young master of the Han family in Yanjing. The Han family was a prestigious clan in Yanjing, incomparable to any prominent family in Suang. That he had come to Suang to attend an auction, but before it even began, he had already made an enemy of Ye Chen. Consequently, at the auction, he had deliberately clashed with Dragon King Ye Chen over treasures, leading to a conflict between them. Afterward, he sought to find someone to undermine Ye Chen, who harbored the same intentions, and ultimately, he was vanquished. Moreover, the Han family had connections to the massacre of the Yi family years ago, making them natural adversaries of Ye Chen. An enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Thus, he resolved to undertake a decision that defied his ancestors, pretending to be Ye Chen's subordinate while declaring war against the Han family. He looked at Han Mingxian with a cold smile and remarked, "In my lifetime, I, Tang Beixian, have no need to explain myself to you. It seems you possess quite the courage. Zhou Lao, Break his arms first, Han Mingxian scoffed, raising his hand to signal the elder behind him to take action, that he had encountered many individuals who thought themselves formidable due to slight connections. Engaging in conversation with them was utterly pointless. Only when they tasted defeat would they understand whom they ought to fear. The elderly gentleman in the Tang suit nodded and approached Tang Yu. Upon seeing the elder approach, Qi Yin's expression shifted. She could discern that the old man was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Although his strength was not remarkable, he was nevertheless at the Huang level. How could Tang Xiao, an ordinary person, possibly stand against this elder? Just as she prepared to intervene, a middle-aged man entered the room. That it was Huang Juanxia, the newly hired ancient martial arts bodyguard for the Tang family. Ever since witnessing Tang Xiao's unfathomable prowess, he had voluntarily become Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard, or rather, his attendant, that he was acutely aware that his strength was insufficient to protect Tang Xiao. All he could do was help clear away some nuisances. After all, a master at the D level like Tang Xiao would not easily take action. Striding into the room, he coldly fixed his gaze on the elder, scoffing. You think you are worthy to lay a hand on our Tang Xiao? Oh! The elder's expression turned icy as he glared at Huang Juanxia and sneered. Why would I not be worthy to strike your waist of a young master? With that, he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, executing a set of lightning-fast whips aimed at Tang Yu. Qin reacted too late to intervene, as they were simply too close, just as she prepared to avenge Tang Xiao. She noticed that Tang Xiao remained completely still, calmly observing the old man and saying, Is that all? The elder instantly retreated 2 steps, his expression filled with caution as he regarded Tang Yu. As an ancient martial artist, he was well aware that his previous assault should have rendered this person incapacitated for life. Yet, why had his opponent not moved an inch? Not even a wrinkle appeared on his clothing, as if his strikes had not landed at all. Continue Tang Beixian, do not bully the weak. I grant you 3 more chances to strike. Tang Yu spoke Gasu. Zhou Lao, what are you doing? Do not hold back. If you kill him, I will handle the aftermath. Han Mingxian shouted from behind, his dissatisfaction evident. The elder known as Zhou Lao found himself in a predicament that he had indeed held back during his prior attack, but the complete lack of damage was utterly perplexing. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward and delivered a kick to Tang Yu's temple. That moment, his foot contained immense power. Even a stone could be shattered by it. Yet, Tang Yu remained utterly unyielding. You have 2 more chances. Tang Yu extended 2 fingers. At that moment, the elder was genuinely stunned that he had exerted nearly all his strength in that last blow. Qi Yin was equally taken aback. Her strength was at the Xian level, and her perspective far surpassed that of the elder. Had she not defended herself against that strike, she too would have sustained severe injury. Tang Xiao, what is happening? Could it be that he is the true hidden master? Recently, she had heard rumors that Ye Chen's injury was related to him. Could it possibly be true? Huang Juanxia, however, was unfazed that he had witnessed Tang Xiao withstand a combined assault from 4 masters for several minutes without sustaining a scratch, that a mere Huang-level elder believed he could harm Tang Xiao. With Tang Xiao's strength, he could easily withstand the attack, even while using the restroom. Do not speak of 2 chances. Even 100 would be futile. Tang Xiao is a distinguished master at the D level. How could you, an insignificant insect, possibly harm him? He glared at the elder and whispered, D level. Zhou Lao trembled slightly at those words, cold sweat soaking his back, after failing to move Tang Yu with his full force strike. He had begun to ponder this possibility. He swallowed hard. Such a young master at the D level truly exists. No wonder he could not inflict any harm, and no wonder he had no desire to retaliate immediately. Would a normal person rush to strike when a child comes to play? Certainly not. Masters possess a pride of their own. He understood this mindset. At that moment, he found himself lacking the courage to continue attacking. Gazing at Tang Yu with eyes filled with fear and admiration, to witness such a prodigious talent in person was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Han Xiao, what is the D level? Noticing the atmosphere had shifted, Xiao Meiyan quietly inquired. Silence. Han Mingxuan's face darkened as he backhanded her several times. Though her face was swollen, Xiao Meiyan dared not even whimper, trembling as she gazed at Han Xiao. What had come over Han Xiao? Why was he so enraged? Chapter 72. Helping Ye Chen avenge his grievances at this moment, Han Mingxian was not merely thinking about striking Xiao Meiyan. He was contemplating killing this wretched woman. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was well-versed in the implications of a D-level master. Such experts commanded immense respect, even from his grandfather. In the world of ancient martial arts, a master at the D level was undoubtedly a formidable figure. To offend such a master over a worthless woman was akin to courting death. Moreover, the young man claiming to be Tang Beixian was remarkably young. The terror he inspired was truly unfathomable. Seeing Zhou Lao drenched in cold sweat, Han Mingxian understood he had to step forward. Otherwise, if the other party were to fly into a rage, he would undoubtedly meet his demise today. Approaching Tang Yu, he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Mr. Tang, today it is I, Han Mingxian, who has failed to recognize your worth that I am a member of the Han family in Yinjing. If Mr. Tang, before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened as he coldly replied, You are from the Han family in Yinjing? Indeed. Does Mr. Tang happen to know my family elder? Han Mingxuan's heart leaped with joy, thinking that if this were the case, today's matter could be resolved smoothly. A commendable Han family, Tang Yu sneered. Do you still remember the Yi family in Yinjing? The Yi family? Han Mingxian pondered for a moment before quickly recalling the once dominant Yi family in Yinjing. In Yinjing, only they had the right to be called the Yi family. However, the Yi family had suffered a tragic extermination over 20 years ago. Could it be that the bloodline of the Yi family had not yet been extinguished and was seeking revenge? It seems you remember. Tang Yu coldly fixed his gaze on him. Today, I shall spare your life, but you must sever your own hands and return to inform your Han family. My elder brother, Ye Chen, shall return like a flash of lightning to exact vengeance upon those families that participated in the Yi family's tragedy. The first shall be your Han family. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale with fright. Was the Yi family truly returning for vengeance? Who exactly was Ye Chen, a being so formidable that a young master at the earth level could address him as elder brother? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gritted his teeth and looked at old Zhou with a pained expression. Old Zhou, I must trouble you to take action. Hearing that he could escape a calamity, old Zhou felt an immense relief in his heart. He decisively approached his young master and struck 2 punches, shattering his master's arm. The young master may die, but the old man lives on. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. Old Zhou hurriedly supported his young master, and with a humble smile, he turned to Tang Yu and said, Mr. Tang, does this mean I can leave now? You must also part with your 2 hands, Tang Yu replied indifferently. Old Zhou, who had just been rejoicing internally, was now utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and delivered a punch with his right hand to break his own left arm. Then, with a glimmer of hope, he looked at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression and said, Mr. Tang, I only have 1 arm left. I can't break it myself. I'll assist you, Huang Juanxia said, immediately showcasing his eagerness by delivering a merciless punch that severed old Zhou's arm. Old Zhou nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, cursing in his heart. Damn it, Good Samaritan! Get lost, and remember to have the Han family prepare their necks for death, Tang Yu coldly instructed. Old Zhou could only retreat in disgrace, carrying his young master away. With both arms severed, he resorted to using his teeth to grasp his master's collar, dragging him away like a cat with its kitten. His mood exceedingly foul. This trip was originally meant to accompany his young master to the auction in Suang. Yet after encountering such an incident, they could only head to Yinjing. It seemed that Yinjing would soon be devoid of peace. Witnessing her benefactor in such a plight, the bruised-faced Xiao Meiyan hastily covered her face and fled as well. Tang Yu paid no attention to the woman, but he cast a kind glance at Huang Juanxia. Ever since the last encounter when he saw Tang Yu and the Grim Reaper team engage in combat, this lad had transformed into an exceptional lackey, firmly believing himself to be an Earth-level master. Tang Yu felt quite satisfied with his delusions. This was precisely the effect he desired. Having him by his side also made it convenient for intimidation. Consequently, Ye Chen would find it increasingly difficult to maneuver in Yinjing. According to the original plot, he had initially played the fool and slowly developed after arriving in Yinjing. Now, with the news disseminated, if he returned to Yinjing to play the fool, he would surely revel in it. As for the Han family seeking trouble with him, he was indifferent. If they sought Tang Beixian, what relation did it have with him? Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Qi felt a chill run down her spine. It was only now that she regained her senses. Young Master Tang was not only a top-tier master, but also quite adept at resorting to underhanded tactics. At present, she had yet to fully investigate the truth from years past. But in her heart, she had already regarded herself as part of the Tang family. Therefore, she found pleasure in Ye Chen facing adversity. After all, he had crossed paths with young Master Tang. Who was causing a ruckus here? At that moment, several security personnel in uniforms rushed over. The commotion in the store had alerted the neighboring businesses, prompting someone to notify security. When the leading security captain rushed over, he immediately recognized Tang Yu. He quickly bowed in respect and exclaimed, "Young Master Tang, what brings you here? I received reports of disturbances from the merchants. It is I who is causing the disturbance." Tang Yu pointed at the store manager. "Chen Zhijuan, contact their boss. Either expel this person from the store and appoint this young lady as the manager, or ensure their music store ceases operations in Suang." "Understood, young Master Tang." The security captain promptly agreed. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu and his companion had departed, Chen Zhijuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly as he said, "Hello, Mr. Wang, this is Chen Zhijuan. You, Chen, are nothing but a disgrace. Get out of the store within 5 minutes, and your salary for this month is forfeited." A barrage of curses erupted from the other end of the line. Chen Zhijuan's face turned ashen. And just as he attempted to plead, the call was already disconnected. The female salesperson, Lu Xiuqin, received a WeChat message informing her that she was being appointed as the new store manager. After confirming that it was genuine, tears of joy streamed down her face. Unfortunately, the handsome man who had helped her was nowhere to be found, leaving her unable to express her gratitude. After departing the music store with Qi, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, dining, and a visit to the arcade. For Qi, this became an unforgettable and delightful memory that in previous years she had spent every birthday amidst missions. Yet this year was different. She had changed into a JK uniform, and Tang Yu had even requested the staff to style her hair in twin ponytails. Now, she looked more like an innocent school beauty, her demeanor strikingly different from before. The only thing that left her somewhat dissatisfied was that the skirt seemed a tad too short. Nevertheless, she was immensely happy. Observing Qi Yin's radiant joy, Tang Yu could tell that she was genuinely delighted. Not merely acting. "Silly girl, what kind of life have you led before, that mere food, drink, and new clothes bring you such joy?" he mused inwardly. "Is there anything else you wish to eat or do?" Tang Yu asked with a smile. "That's enough. Let us head home," Qi replied, her face glowing with satisfaction. Today had brought her ample joy, and she felt content. "Very well, I shall escort you home." Tang Yu nodded, and the two of them returned to the sports car, laden with bags. Qi resided in an upscale apartment building near the company. Upon arriving at the building, they carried their belongings inside. Reaching her doorstep, Qi used her fingerprint lock to open the door and usher Tang Yu in. The interior exuded a sense of emptiness and monotony. Aside from the furniture, there were no decorative items, making it feel entirely uncharacteristic of a young woman's room. "Your room is rather barren. I'll arrange for some decorations to be sent over," Tang Yu remarked with a smile after taking a quick glance. "Oh, there's no need for such trouble. Thank you, young Master Tang. I'm quite satisfied as is." Qi quickly shook her head, already accustomed to it. "Why be polite with your boss?" Tang Yu lightly flicked her forehead before bidding her farewell and leaving. Once Tang Yu departed, Qi gazed at the empty room and felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Suddenly remembering something, she pulled out her phone and located a photo, a snapshot of her and Tang Yu taken during their shopping trip earlier that day. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and set the picture as her phone's wallpaper. Chapter 73. Cultivating new lackeys after leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to his car and lit a cigarette. He wasn't too concerned about Qi revealing the day's events at the music store to Ye Chen. Whether he knew or not, it hardly mattered. He couldn't remain concealed any longer. He planned to gather information on Qi parents as soon as possible to extricate her from her dire circumstances. As for Ling Han, he hadn't yet devised a plan. The matters concerning her family lingered in his mind, and uncovering evidence would be too cumbersome after all these years. Let us take it slow, one step at a time. Tang Yu exhaled a smoke ring. Pondering. System. What about the rewards for the music store incident? Ding. The reward, soul-controlling eye, has been dispatched. Please check. Host. The system's voice resonated leisurely. Oh. Tang Yu had anticipated receiving some trivial reward, but this announcement piqued his interest. He quickly inquired about its function. It can be activated when the target's mental state is unstable, allowing for brainwashing and control. After reading the description, Tang Yu inhaled sharply. This system of his oscillated between the mundane and the extraordinary. It was a marvel. He sensed that the previously tense father-son relationship with the system had somewhat eased. Brainwashing? He chuckled to himself. This was precisely a lackey-making machine. Finally, he could create some lackeys for the opposing family. Such a good thing. It must be shared with everyone. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed Baiwani's number. The call connected, and Baiwani's voice came through. What's up? Remember the 4 individuals I sent over last time? How are they faring? They're stuck in the detention center. Didn't you mention they had criminal records? I couldn't find anything on them, Baiwani replied, her tone slightly frustrated at a few days prior. Tang Yu had suddenly sent over 4 individuals, and she had gone to investigate, only to find nothing. However, her instincts told her that these 4 were likely associated with Longya. Unfortunately, these fellows were quite skilled at concealing their identities. Leaving her exasperated. Isn't that just intuition? Can we go see them? Tang Yu asked with a chuckle. Sure, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Baiwani readily accepted, feeling indebted to Tang Yu. After arranging the meet-up, Tang Yu drove toward the detention center. Upon arriving, he found Baiwani waiting at the entrance. She had donned a black, form-fitting riding outfit that showcased her alluring figure, exuding an air of a search officer. A powerful Harley motorcycle was parked beside her, her mode of transport. Baiwani's life was different from that of other girls. While many aspired to be princesses or even worked in KTV as hostesses, she yearned to be a fearless female knight, bravely fighting against evil. Hey, gorgeous, Tang Yu whistled playfully upon seeing her. Do you believe I'll detain you? Baiwani shot him a glare. Unimpressed. You're calling me gorgeous. And you detain me. Is there no law left? Tang Yu chuckled and followed her into the detention center. The necessary procedures had already been completed, and Baiwani was keen on eavesdropping behind Tang Yu as they entered. Ever since she overheard some thoughts from Tang Yu last time, her curiosity about the matter had only deepened. How many secrets does this guy really know? Why are you following me? Seeing Baiwani trailing closely behind, Tang Yu turned to inquire. Go away, don't follow me, that I still need to brainwash those 4 individuals. If I don't arrange them, how can I set a trap for Ye Chen later? Fin? Baiwani nodded with an odd expression, that if you don't want me to follow, then I'll go watch the surveillance. She scampered off to the monitoring room, eager to see how this man was conducting his brainwashing. Upon entering the meeting room alone, Tang Yu found the 4 members of the Reaper squad already waiting. After being detained, the 4 were not particularly disheartened. Instead, they felt incredibly fortunate. Surviving an encounter with such a formidable master was nothing short of luck. Wasn't it? However, when they saw Tang Yu walk in, their expressions immediately turned grave, and a flicker of terror crossed their eyes. Hadn't this formidable figure already spared them? Why was he here again? They collectively swallowed hard, a strong impulse to flee surging within them. This was a master at the earthly realm, whose might surpassed even that of Long Wang and Lu Xiao. Tang Yu remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon them. Under such scrutiny, the 4 felt an overwhelming pressure, as if standing before a ravenous beast rather than a mere man. What did this formidable figure intend to do? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and their fear deepened. They sensed a murderous aura. It felt as though they could scarcely breathe at that tense moment. A flash of purple light glimmered in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon seeing this purple glow, the 4 immediately felt dizzy, their consciousness beginning to blur. Are you satisfied with your work? Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly resonated. The 4, their faces blank, shook their heads. Are you satisfied with your income? They shook their heads again. Do you desire a stable and prosperous life? They began to nod. Do you wish to lounge during the day and enjoy lavish dinners at night, earning a monthly salary of $1 million with 4 dishes and a soup? They nodded vigorously. Then what are you hesitating for? Join the Tang group. Rescue the oppressed villains of the world. Eradicate all inequality. And from this day forth, we shall become the Davarisi. With Tang Yu's low roar, the clarity in their eyes gradually returned. The old society, the Dragon Soul organization, turns people into phantoms. The Tang group transforms phantoms into pawns. Now do you understand what you should do? Observing their transformation, Tang Yu knew that the soul-subduing eye had taken effect. Lounge around. Go to the club. Go to the club. Go to the club for 4 dishes and a soup. Tang Yu pondered whether his brainwashing was somewhat unsuccessful. Wrong. You must correct yourselves. Become good people first before heading to the club. Understand? He admonished them in a low voice. What the hell? What kind of name is Reaper Squad? They should just be called Club Squad. All right. We shall heed young Master Tang. The 4 responded in unison. Good. You are teachable. Tang Yu was quite pleased with their attitude. Pulling over a chair, he sat down and said, Now, tell me everything you know. The 4 immediately began relaying the information they had to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Wani, watching the surveillance, was utterly exasperated. What the hell is this? After listening for a while, all she heard were a few people shouting about going to the club. Rolling her eyes, she left the monitoring room. Too lazy to continue listening. After about 5 minutes, Tang Yu had a clear understanding of their general plan, that he was surprised to learn that Ye Chen intended to head to Yanjing, and the individual responsible for taking over Suang was Luo Junuo. According to the original plot, this character was introduced midway through the novel, that he was Ye Chen's junior, possessing formidable strength and talent, and had long coveted Ye Chen's position as Dragon King, in the later stages. He secretly plotted against Ye Chen multiple times, causing Ye Chen considerable losses, only to ultimately be outmaneuvered by Ye Chen. Due to the plot's divergence, this character was making his appearance now. Chapter 74. Where are you placing your hands? Is he here to seize the position of Dragon King? Tang Yu mused, finding the plot's development advantageous for him, that it's a dog-eat-dog scenario. However, knowing that this man aimed to take over Suang, Tang Yu's mood darkened, that if he sought to take over Suang, he would undoubtedly make Tang Yu his primary target. Moreover, this individual operated similarly to Ye Chen, both having been taught by the same master. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu addressed the 4. From now on, you 4 will focus on infiltrating his inner circle and report any developments to me at all times. Understood? Young Master Tang, they replied in unison. Additionally, you can occasionally hinder him. Once he encounters obstacles, suggest that he team up with me against Ye Chen. Understood? Understood. All right, contact me later. Tang Yu left the meeting room, satisfied. Assigning 4 pawns to the enemy was a surefire strategy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's certainly better than facing 2 Dragon Kings alone. After Tang Yu exited the meeting room, the 4 members of the Reaper Squad exchanged glances. The leader, Deng He, spoke up. From today onwards, we must rededicate ourselves and work diligently for young Master Tang. But what kind of extraordinary person is young Master Tang? Does Luo Junuo even deserve to ally with him? We 4 brothers must unite. Whether it's Luo Junuo or Ye Chen, we shall clear the path for young Master Tang. Otherwise, how could we show our faces alongside young Master Tang at the club? Do you brothers agree? Agreed. Just as Tang Yu stepped out of the detention center, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Come on, let me treat you to a late-night snack. Bai Wani approached from behind, holding out a motorcycle helmet. I have my own vehicle. We're just going to grab some barbecue by the roadside. What is the point of taking that fancy car? After eating, I'll drop you back off. I still have work to finish. Bai Wani rolled her eyes. She was accustomed to a low-key lifestyle, and this guy driving a multi-million sports car would attract too much attention while eating roadside barbecue. Wun Tihi, Phoenix. Tang Yu donned the helmet and hopped on the motorcycle behind her. Hold on tight. As soon as Tang Yu settled onto the bike, Bai Wani squeezed the throttle, only to feel his hands encircle her waist from behind. Furthermore, his grip was positioned rather high that if they were standing at the bow of a ship, it would be akin to the Titanic. Where are you placing your hands? She quickly released the throttle, gritting her teeth as she questioned him. Didn't you say that a woman's waist shouldn't be touched casually? Tang Yu feigned innocence. I'm afraid you'll accuse me of taking advantage. So, I placed my hands a bit higher. It's not like I fully placed them there. Just in the middle, Why is this woman so agitated? Are you intentionally seeking trouble? Baiwani tightened her fists, turning to glare at Tang Yu, that if her waist can't be touched, are you really going to touch somewhere else? All right, I'll hold your waist, but don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Tang Yu mumbled as he adjusted his hands further down. Still somewhat nice. Her waist is quite slim. Aside from her temper, she is actually rather good in other aspects. Baiwani suddenly regretted allowing him onto her bike. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she was heading to was just 3 streets away. And within minutes, they arrived. Pulling up to the barbecue stall, she parked the bike and automatically executed a sweeping kick to dismount. That as Tang Yu was about to get off, she inadvertently knocked him to the ground with her kick. After landing on his backside, Tang Yu glowered. You did that on purpose, didn't you? No, I'm used to riding alone. This is my first time with a passenger. Baiwani chuckled, reaching out to help Tang Yu up. Rubbing his backside and grimacing, Tang Yu could only accept his fate. Once inside the restaurant, Baiwani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for selecting dishes. Choose whatever you want. I often come here. Their grilled sweet potato chips and dumplings are excellent. You should give them a try. I'll order something expensive to make you go broke. Sure, you look like you're lacking in vitality. Grab a few skewers of grilled kidneys. After ordering a plethora of skewers and several bottles of beer, the steaming barbecue was quickly served. Baiwani raised her beer bottle to clink with Tang Yu's before diving into her meal. At that moment, across the street, a black car was parked at the curb. The man in the driver's seat was intently watching Baiwani and Tang Yu through the window. After observing for a while, he snapped a photo of the two and sent it out. Meanwhile, in an underground casino, Luo Junuo was seated in a private room, gambling against 2 dealers. They were playing poker, and both dealers were top-notch cheats. However, at that moment, they were sweating profusely from continuous losses. Young Master Lu truly possesses remarkable skills. A middle-aged man, seated nearby, complimented Luo Junuo. This middle-aged man had only one arm. The empty sleeve was quite conspicuous. He was Zhu Xiaohui, the owner of the casino and a significant figure in Su Hong's underground world. Given his status, he shouldn't have been so courteous to a young man. Yet, this young man was utterly terrifying. When he approached claiming that he wanted Zhu to be his dog, Zhu had refused, only to watch helplessly as over 40 of his subordinates were effortlessly taken down by this man with a single hand. This man was truly invincible. He had even promised Zhu that if he became his dog, he would become his representative in Su Hong's underground world. Just a trivial skill, cheating merely requires speed and a few tricks. It's not impressive. Luo Junuo, looking bored, tossed his 3 cards onto the table. The 3 cards remarkably pierced into the table. Upon witnessing this, everyone present regarded Luo Junuo with heightened reverence. At that moment, Luo Junuo's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at his phone and saw a photo sent by his subordinate. Upon glimpsing the man in the photograph, Luo Junuo furrowed his brow slightly. But wasn't he the wealthy second-generation heir from the Tang family? It was said that Ye Chen had never managed to steal a woman from this good-for-nothing. How then did he end up with Baiwani? After arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the first woman he set his sights on was indeed Baiwani. Her unique status made her a significant target. Conquering her early would serve as a substantial advantage for him. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Junuo let out a cold chuckle. Perfect. I'll lure her in and take the whole pot. He then sent a text message. Baiwani was engrossed in her meal when her phone suddenly chimed on the table. She glanced at it and discovered a message. Underground Casino, B2 floor, Huangshui Hotel. After reading the message aloud, her expression shifted. Recently, she had been investigating 2 cases of usury and had traced leads to an underground casino, but had failed to uncover its precise location. Upon seeing this address, her appetite vanished, and she called out to the owner, "Boss, how much is it?" "Exactly 120. All right." Baiwani promptly took out her phone to make the payment. "Aren't you going to eat?" inquired Tang Yu, who was currently dealing with a skewer of grilled lamb. Looking up at Baiwani's hurried demeanor. "I'm off to investigate a casino. You enjoy your meal," Baiwani replied before turning to leave. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling this portion of the narrative. In the original story, Baiwani had received a text while dining in the evening, alerting her to an underground casino. She had been investigating it as well, and upon acquiring the address, intended to infiltrate it for an undercover visit. This covert operation had led to significant trouble, resulting in her identity being exposed and subsequently captured by the casino's personnel. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dragon King, Ye Chen, she would likely have found herself embroiled in a dramatic scenario. Following that incident, her fondness for Ye Chen had notably increased, leading her to be more than half captivated by him. Yet the crucial point was that Ye Chen was no longer present, that if she acted recklessly, wouldn't she be walking into a trap? Or would the plot somehow deviate and yield different outcomes? System. What is the status of the plot? Tang Yu silently pondered. The system remained unresponsive, leaving Tang Yu somewhat disgruntled. When the narrative faltered, one often had to rely on their own intuition. Reluctantly, he stood up and pursued her, stating, "I'll accompany you. You're coming with me?" Bai Wani regarded Tang Yu with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, I'm assisting you with the investigation. I know these places better than you do," Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. "Of course, if I don't accompany you, you'll be captured without a fight. The casino is a treacherous pit." The message was likely from Ye Chen. Once you're entangled in the casino's web, he'll swoop in to save you and boost his favorability. But Ye Chen is no longer around. Who has orchestrated this trap? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani was taken aback. This fellow. How did he know? Recalling the clues she had previously heard from Tang Yu, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to proceed. She could be cautious and return to set a trap for the culprits after her investigation. Thus, she nodded. "All right, let's go together." Tang Yu quickly hopped onto the motorcycle with her, his mind racing with questions that he realized that even without the Dragon King Ye Chen, certain plotlines would still unfold as expected. But who had sent this message? Originally, it should have been Ye Chen orchestrating the scheme. With him absent, had someone else taken over? Tang Yu's thoughts instantly turned to Luo Junuo, who was poised to take over in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Let us go and see. I just need to ensure Bai Wani remains safe. Once we arrive at the casino, the orchestrator will reveal themselves, whether it's Ye Chen or Luo Junuo. As Bai Wani silently absorbed Tang Yu's thoughts while riding, she felt a twinge of gratitude. This guy seemed genuinely concerned for her. The name Luo Junuo lodged itself firmly in her mind. Planning to ensnare her, she would ensure he wouldn't succeed. Otherwise, he could expect dire consequences. The ride to Huangshe Hotel took about 20 minutes. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she dismounted. Tang Yu, knocked to the ground, looked up at her in disbelief. What was that about? This time it was truly unintentional. Last time was intentional then. Bai Wani chuckled awkwardly, skillfully helping Tang Yu to his feet. The two entered the hotel and took the elevator down to the B2 floor. Chapter 75. The indomitable man to conceal her identity, Bai Wani pulled out a black mask and donned it. Tang Yu surveyed her from all angles, thinking she bore a resemblance to a certain sister. What are you staring at? Noticing Tang Yu together Bai Wani inquired. Nothing, Tang Yu replied with a grin. Once they reached B2, before the elevator doors even opened, Bai Wani had already linked her arm with Tang Yu's. They stepped out, feigning a couple's demeanor, and beheld a billiards hall alongside several burly men. One of the large men approached Tang Yu with a smile, asking, "Here to play billiards?" "Recommended by a friend," Tang Yu responded. "All right, you know the rules, right?" The man extended his hand. Tang Yu produced his phone, switched it off, and handed it over. The man then turned to Bai Wani, who followed suit and surrendered her phone as well. After they exchanged their phones, they proceeded through the security checkpoint and were led through a hidden door into the casino. Upon entering, a pungent cloud of smoke assaulted Bai Wani's senses, prompting a couple of coughs to escape her lips. The casino boasted over 20 tables, each occupied by gamblers engaged in various games, including the popular dice game. Additionally, numerous slot machines and fish catchers were bustling with players. The cacophony of shouts and cheers rendered the ambience even more vibrant than a bar, with scantily clad waitresses weaving through the crowd, catering to the high-rolling gamblers. "Let us go exchange for chips first," Tang Yu suggested, leading Bai Wani to exchange for 200,000 in chips, half of which he gave to her. Bai Wani, however, was not in the mood to play, observing the multitude of gamblers around her. She couldn't help but frown slightly. How many lives would be ruined by the end of the day? As they wandered through the casino, several cameras silently locked onto Bai Wani in the monitoring room on the first floor. Luo Junuo stood with a proud expression, fixated on the screens. The image of Baiwani alongside Tang Yu traversing the casino brought a flicker of joy to his eyes, since this fool had taken the bait. Today would certainly yield a bountiful harvest that he planned to have someone eliminate him, then swoop in to save the day, garnering favor in the process. Lu Xiao, what is the plan? Zhu Xiaohui inquired with a smile. Already privy to the evening's scheme. Proceed, but do not harm her. Eliminate this good-for-nothing next to her, Luo Junuo commanded, but he remained unaware of Tang Yu's capabilities, as Ye Chen had not divulged the details of Tang Yu's injuries to anyone. The Grim Reaper squad had been apprehended before they could report back. Luo Junuo intended to have the casino's personnel take out Tang Yu, subsequently playing the hero to win Baiwani's favor. Moreover, after rescuing her, he wouldn't even disclose his name. He would simply vanish from her world, leaving her both grateful and curious about him. After some time, he would seize the opportunity to engage with her, ensuring she would fall head over heels for him. Prepare to act, Zhu Xiaohui signaled, prompting his subordinates to spring into action. After meandering through the casino for a while, Baiwani felt she had gathered enough information. She linked her arm with Tang Yu's and said, "Shall we leave now?" "Yes," Tang Yu nodded, pondering whether the plot had veered off course once more, when suddenly a group of over 30 people charged toward them with menacing intent. "That's them." The foremost figure pointed at Tang Yu and shouted. The casino's patrons halted their activities, turning to face the duo. What was happening? "Run!" Upon seeing the approaching crowd, Tang Yu seized Baiwani's hand and dashed backward. Being in an underground casino, the only escape route lay through the elevator. Rushing toward it would surely lead to capture, while remaining in the open would merely play to the assailant's advantage. Thus, Tang Yu decisively led Baiwani into the restroom. "Quick, contact someone that'll hold them off," Tang Yu instructed. Aware that Baiwani's watch had an emergency contact feature that in the original storyline, Baiwani had never even had the chance to use her watch before being captured. Baiwani nodded, hastily pressing a few buttons on her watch to activate the emergency contact function. This had been specially designed by her father, who feared for her safety during missions. Once activated, help would arrive within 15 minutes at most. Meanwhile, Tang Yu grabbed a hammer from the sink as a weapon. As a character with high defense but low attack, he had no choice but to rely on makeshift weaponry. Just as he secured his weapon, the bulk of the assailants stormed in. The foremost attacker, a long-haired youth wielding a machete, had already received instructions. This man could be killed, but the woman must remain unharmed. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the entrance, he charged forward, slashing down at him. The blade struck Tang Yu's shoulder as if hitting solid stone. "You son of a..." Tang Yu retaliated with a hammer strike to the youth's head, splattering blood everywhere. After being struck down, the youth howled in pain, dropping his weapon to the ground like a defeated foe. "Are you all right?" Baiwani, having completed her emergency contact, shouted at Tang Yu. "I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head. Baiwani quickly picked up the machete, joining Tang Yu in the fight. Upon seeing her emerge, the approaching assailants hesitated, having just been reminded that they were not to harm her. "Two of you, restrain the woman. The rest, take down this guy." One of the clever ones immediately issued commands. Thus, two men wielding steel pipes rushed towards Baiwani, intent on subduing her first. The remaining individuals surged towards Tang Yu to launch their assault. However, they soon realized that this man was as unyielding as a statue. Whether struck by a machete or a steel pipe, he exhibited no discernible reaction. Chapter 76. Luo Junuo takes the field. After enduring a beating, Tang Yu wasted no time and retaliated with a hammer-like strike aimed squarely at the head. They lacked Tang Yu's formidable defense. A single blow to the head would likely incapacitate them. Furthermore, the restroom corridor was rather narrow, preventing them from leveraging the advantage of sheer numbers. That it was akin to a scene from Plants vs. Zombies, where zombies lined up like gored children rescuing their grandfather. The two attempting to distract Baiwani fared no better. They hesitated to lay a hand on her. When Baiwani decided to act, she was merciless. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for such scum and was no novice in combat. Within mere minutes, both men lay on the ground, having sustained several cuts. The situation grew increasingly awkward. One could not be harmed, while the other dared not strike. That in just a few minutes, 12 or 13 of the 30-plus assailants had already fallen. What the hell is going on? How the hell should I know? What else with this guy? Why can't we hurt him? A chorus of exclamations erupted as the group grappled with the unexpected turn of events. This was not the script. They should have easily incapacitated this pretty boy before binding the woman. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another left the henchmen utterly bewildered. How were they to contend with such an anomaly? From this moment forth, this casino shall be known as Tang Yu's casino. Tang Yu had discovered the thrill of dominating his foes. Damn it, I have invulnerability. Seeing that the group was reluctant to engage by Wani, he brandished 2 knives and charged at them. Today, he would teach them how to be true villains, after several more fell. The henchman completely broke down. Let us get out of here. Forget this. I'm done. This guy is insane. I'm definitely out. As the remaining henchmen began to flee in disarray, the casino patrons looked on in shock. Just moments ago, a group of henchmen had approached this man with fierce intent, and now he emerged, bloodied, pursuing them with lethal intent. Just as Tang Yu was about to pursue one of them, Baiwani rushed forward to stop him. Don't be reckless. You're bleeding. Baiwani's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she observed the numerous blows Tang Yu had taken. Now evident in the blood staining his body, that moment, regret flooded her mind. She shouldn't have risked bringing him along, had it not been for her own need for protection. He wouldn't have been injured. I'm fine. Noticing Baiwani's eyes were filled with fear, Tang Yu managed a wry smile. You're fine. You've been hit so many times. Let me see where you're hurt. Baiwani tugged at Tang Yu's shirt, intent on examining his wounds. After searching his torso and finding no injuries, she proceeded to pull at his pants. Damn it. I really am fine. Don't do this. Everyone is watching. Tang Yu quickly grabbed her hand to halt her frantic actions. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving the casino plot. Reward words become actions. Usable 5 times. Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. Damn system. Not this again. He had recently sensed that the system was becoming increasingly erratic. The plot had already collapsed, and now the rewards seemed to be mocking him, as if it anticipated his downfall. The previous rewards had been 2 disposable ancient martial arts techniques. Had he not utilized them wisely, he would likely have been slain by that wretched Ye Chen long ago. The current reward. Words become actions. Wasn't he even an ancient martial art? According to the system's description, the power of one's punches would be determined by the incantations uttered during the strike. What kind of nonsense was this? A certain intuition told him that this cursed system might not be his ally after all. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Luo Junuo's face was as dark as a storm cloud. What the hell was happening? Over 30 individuals couldn't handle a wealthy second-generation scion. Even if he were a Huang-level ancient martial artist, facing so many armed men would surely yield some difficulties. Are your subordinates all useless? Frustrated, he glared at Zhu Xiaohui. His meticulous plans were intended for a heroic rescue, effortlessly eliminating the young man and achieving 2 objectives at once. Yet, it had devolved into this chaotic mess. I don't know either. Zhu Xiaohui was equally baffled. What on earth was happening? Was this man somehow on the same level as Lu Xiao? I'll handle it myself. Luo Junuo, his expression darkened, stepped outside. Once he exited, he twisted his body, producing a sound akin to popping beans. Almost instantly, he seemed to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked middle-aged man. Having altered his physique through a technique, he pulled a human skin mask from his pocket and donned it. In an instant, he had assumed an entirely different identity. He would eliminate the scion surnamed Tang in this guise, then let the others deal with Baiwani. Once she was captured, he would revert to his original identity to heroically save her. As he descended the elevator to the casino floor, he happened to witness one of the henchmen attempting a sneak attack on Tang Yu, striking him from behind with a blade. The attack failed to even tear his clothing. As a peak Xin-level expert, Luo Junuo quickly discerned that Tang Yu was enveloped in an invisible aura that shielded him. Is that immovable king technique? Luo Junuo squinted. Having acquired substantial knowledge after receiving the ancient martial arts inheritance from the dragon pattern Jade, he knew that immovable king technique was a long-lost ancient martial art renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities that it was rumored that once perfected, no Xin level or below could breach its defenses. Yet, he was a peak Xin level expert. Even with the immovable king technique protecting him, killing him would not pose a significant challenge. Drawing a deep breath, his internal energy surged as he lunged toward Tang Yu like a leopard. In an instant, a blur darted before Tang Yu. By the time he regained his senses, Luo Junuo had already delivered a swift kick to his chest. The impact sent Tang Yu stumbling back several steps, a wave of pain radiating from his chest. This pain was shocking. Could his immovable king technique actually be overcome? He sensed that the energy flowing within him had diminished significantly. Once that energy dissipated entirely, it would signify the loss of the protection afforded by immovable king technique. But he glanced at the man who had attacked him, a hunchbacked, middle-aged figure. What of your immovable king technique, if a worthless fool like you has mastered it to perfection? Luo Junuo sneered at Tang Yu. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound deep and grating. At that moment, One-Ren reacted. Armed with a machete, she aimed for Luo Junuo's back, attempting a surprise attack. However, Luo Junuo didn't even glance back. As if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, and effortlessly pinched the descending blade between two fingers. With a slight exertion, he snapped the machete in half. Witnessing this, Tang Yu immediately recognized the man's identity. Damn it, it really is Luo Junuo. This man enjoys putting on a show. He used similar tactics upon his entrance. His skills in body shrinking and disguise are indeed impressive. As expected, with Ye Chen absent, he has arrived. At that moment, One-Ren had no time to ponder Tang Yu's thoughts. Observing Luo Junuo break the machete with a mere pinch, she instinctively delivered a kick aimed at his groin. Just as her foot was about to connect, Luo Junuo vanished from sight. Before she could react, he had struck her on the neck, rendering her unconscious. After neutralizing One-Ren, Luo Junuo's gaze fell upon Tang Yu. Today, this individual was destined to die. Chapter 77. This punch, 30 years of martial arts mastery. As Luo Junuo advanced towards him step by step, Tang Yu's expression darkened. Relying on the immovable king technique to absorb blows was no longer viable. The words become actions granted by the system could only be used 5 times, and he had no idea how potent it was. That it would have been more beneficial to have the yin-yang limitless technique at his disposal. He truly felt a sense of urgency for the first time. He had survived for so long. He couldn't afford to fail now. The first time? Suddenly, strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Scenes of himself being killed by various individuals. It was as if he had once survived for an extended period in certain novels. Yet, he could not recall when this had occurred. In an instant, those memories faded from his mind. Feeling anxious as death approaches. Observing Tang Yu's bewildered expression, Luo Junuo scoffed that a worthless rich second generation like him had managed to elude Ye Chen's grasp. He lunged at Tang Yu again, unleashing a flurry of brutal attacks. The henchmen who had just been relentlessly pursued by Tang Yu began to cheer. After having their tempers flared, they were eager to see a skilled fighter take down this young man, swiftly arming themselves and preparing to strike while the iron was hot. After enduring another attack, the confusion on Tang Yu's face vanished. Realizing that the energy from his immovable king technique was continuously depleting, he understood he could not remain passive any longer, and he still had 5 opportunities. After bracing himself against Luo Junuo's punch, Tang Yu activated words become actions. Ora! He shouted as he threw a punch. The power of his punch relied solely on his shout. Upon striking Luo Junuo, he staggered back a couple of steps, a frown creasing his brow. He recognized that this young man was indeed intriguing, though he possessed no internal energy and was not an ancient martial artist. His immovable king technique had been cultivated to perfection. The sudden counterattack delivered just now seemed to possess the strength of a pinnacle-level practitioner in the Huang realm. Yet, that was all there was to it. He charged forward once more, launching an assault on Tang Yu with even greater ferocity than before. He was aware that this fellow's immovable king technique could sustain itself for at most another minute. After that minute elapsed, his demise would be inevitable. When his punch failed to inflict any damage, Tang Yu silently offered heartfelt greetings to the ancestral spirits of the system, as he observed the impending collapse of the immovable king technique. Tang Yu unleashed 3 consecutive punches, attempting to shout various phrases, but to no avail. Luo Junuo bellowed, delivering a powerful kick to Tang Yu's chest. Upon impact, the energy within Tang Yu finally dissipated entirely. At the brink of life and death, a flash of insight struck Tang Yu. He finally grasped the true essence of words commanding the fist. The damage was determined by the words spoken. What kind of phrase could yield a critical hit? Was it even necessary to say? Setting aside the facts, is there truly no fault on a man's part? With this punch unleashed, Luo Junuo merely sneered, allowing Tang Yu to strike him. You little worthless fool, what can a single punch do to me? Yet he was sent flying a full 10 meters, shattering 2 gambling tables in the process. Blood gushed from his mouth. His face a mask of terror, and his chest throbbed with agony. What kind of martial art was this? Why was its power so terrifying? It even disrupted the flow of his internal energy. This punch possessed at least 30 years of cultivation. If not for the protective armor he wore, that blow would have cost him his life. The enforcers in the casino stood dumbfounded. Could it be that this man was a monster? Just moments ago, they had entertained thoughts of retaliating against Tang Yu. Yet now they trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Such a man was beyond their capacity to defeat. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside that a fully armed SWAT team stormed in. Everyone, get on the ground and raise your hands. Upon their entrance, the patrons of the casino hastily complied, realizing that there was but a single exit. An escape was impossible. Leading the charge was Director Wang from the West City branch. Upon noticing the unconscious Baiwani on the floor, his expression turned grave. Wani, are you all right? He rushed over to assist her. Fortunately, Baiwani had not lost consciousness too severely. Luo Junuo had been rather gentle in his attack, that as she regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and immediately exclaimed, "Where's Tang Yu?" Wang and his colleagues exchanged glances. Perplexed. What was with this girl? Why was she calling out the name of that young master from the Tang family upon waking? Previously at the police station, 2 stunning women had already battled over him. Had this fellow captured Baiwani's heart as well? Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was diverted, Luo Junuo made a hasty retreat towards the restroom. He was genuinely injured. Once inside, he quickly removed his human skin mask and flushed it down the toilet. As soon as he released the transformation of his body, he returned to his original form. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he hastily took out a healing pill and swallowed it. After taking the medicine, he felt considerably better, this moment. He regarded Tang Yu with a mixture of caution and apprehension. That punch just now. Even he was uncertain if he could deliver such destructive force. What realm was this individual in? Soon, SWAT officers entered the restroom to apprehend the gamblers and staff who had sought refuge. Luo Junuo was also handcuffed and taken away in a police vehicle. After sending Luo Junuo flying with a single punch, Tang Yu too was taken aback that in that critical moment, inspiration struck him. He had not anticipated such destructive power from that blow. It was indeed a strike that transcended the heavens. The supreme fist, rubbing his somewhat sore chest. Tang Yu hurried off to find Baiwani. It'd be by the time he reached her, she had already regained consciousness. Are you all right? I've fine. They both spoke simultaneously, their responses mirroring each other. Upon seeing the bloodied Tang Yu, Director Wang was startled. He quickly asked, "Young Master Tang, what happened to you? Are you truly uninjured?" "No." Just as Tang Yu was about to deny any injuries, a wave of dizziness overcame him. After the immovable king technique was broken, that last punch had drained him of too much energy. Coupled with the injuries he had sustained from Luo Junuo, he swayed and then collapsed. Baiwani, quick on her feet, managed to catch him just in time. However, due to the distance between them, as he fell, his head collided against her chest. Thus, Tang Yu's face was buried amidst the softness of her bosom. Experiencing a rather intimate encounter, his countenance softened, and he gradually closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Oh, how delightful! In that final moment before losing consciousness, a voice echoed in his heart. Baiwani twitched her lips and, with the Princess Carrie, lifted Tang Yu, stating, "Director Wang, I will take him to the hospital. Please handle things here, and if you come across someone named Luo Junuo, be sure to thoroughly investigate his identity." Understood. Chapter 78. Bear with it. After being taken to the police station, Luo Junuo initially thought he would face little consequence, but he had deliberately restored his body to its original state, thus concealing his identity as the man who had fought Tang Yu. being taken in. He expected to merely be charged with gambling, a trivial matter. However, for reasons unknown, he was subjected to an entire night of interrogations and paperwork. They didn't even offer him a glass of water. After enduring such torment for a night, and unable to uncover any substantial evidence against him, they ultimately charged him with participating in illegal gambling and sent him to a detention center. Upon his arrival, he happened to spot 4 familiar faces. Those of the Grim Reaper squad that eye in the vast sea of people. Encountering them here left Luo Junuo feeling quite reflective. This place was almost turning into a Dragon Soul organization club. Young Master Luo, what brings you here? Upon seeing Luo Junuo enter, Deng Haiyan, possessing 12 fingers, quickly inquired. I came to check on you all, and if possible, to take you out. Luo Junuo feigned nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back. But young Master Luo, why does your face look a bit pale? The 4 of them pressed further. Just a bit of motion sickness, Luo Junuo replied, his lips twitching. Then why is there blood on you? I injured someone, Luo Junuo retorted. Not wishing to afford them any further opportunity to pry that he commanded. You all should rest for now, but we'll leave together tomorrow, that I still need your assistance in Su Hang. For some reason, after not seeing them for a while, he felt that the 4 of them seemed a bit off, almost foolish. The 4 exchanged glances and then declared in unison, Young Master Luo's trust is a matter of life and death to us. Pleased with their loyalty, Luo Junuo nodded. Truly, they were his meticulously trained loyalists. This loyalty, the heavens could bear witness. After contemplating, he called the 4 over and quietly shared his forthcoming plans. They listened intently, albeit with somewhat peculiar expressions. Once he finished, Luo Junuo lay back down to recuperate. That punch had indeed left him seriously injured. Without at least 10 days to half a month, recovery would be impossible. At this moment, Tang Yu was also being sent to the hospital. Under the astonished gazes of the entire medical staff, Baiwani carried him in a princess embrace to the examination room. Fortunately, after a brief examination, the doctor handed the report to Baiwani, stating, Miss Bai, your partner is fine. He is merely exhausted and will recover with ample rest. He is not my partner. Baiwani blushed, somewhat embarrassed. The doctor merely chuckled and remained silent. Was he not her partner? She had just carried him like a princess. Looking at Tang Yu, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, Baiwani felt a twinge of unease. After enduring so many blows, how could he possibly remain unscathed? After some thought, she decided to remove Tang Yu's shirt for a more thorough examination, lest she overlook any injuries that could lead to infection. Soon, she had pulled off his upper garment, using a wet towel to gently wipe away the blood. Upon discovering his well-defined 8-pack abs, she couldn't help but flush slightly. As a female officer, she despised effeminate men. She firmly believed that her future partner must possess a strong masculine presence and be capable in combat. As for abs, they were an absolute necessity. Let's see if the abs are injured. She cleared her throat and placed her hand gently upon his abdomen, feeling around. His physique was quite impressive, indeed, after a few moments of exploration. She hesitated to continue, feeling a surge of guilt, her heart racing. Then she turned him over to inspect his back, and indeed, there were no injuries to be found. I haven't checked below yet, she recalled. During their time at the casino, Tang Yu had adamantly refused to let her check. Now, she worried that he might have sustained an injury he was too embarrassed to reveal, although the doctor had already examined him. For the sake of caution, she decided to confirm once more. Thus, she resolved to pull down Tang Yu's pants. As she began her actions, Tang Yu suddenly awakened. What the hell? Startled by the tugging at his pants, he couldn't help but exclaim. However, upon seeing it was Baiwani, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not a man. Damn it. This world is too chaotic. I heard someone got drunk and passed out on the roadside. As a result, a man not only stole his phone, but also did unspeakable things to him. Sigh. This world is truly messed up. A handsome guy like me is in constant danger. What are you doing? He quickly inquired, trying to pull his pants back up. Yet due to his exhaustion, he found himself utterly powerless. After Tang Yu's exclamation, Baiwani was equally startled. She then huffed, I'm checking your body to see if you're injured. Felt that something was amiss with these women. What do you mean by examination? It is evident that you are merely lusting after my body. If it weren't for my brother waking up, who knows You might have taken advantage of the situation and done something truly terrible. It seems there is nothing to worry about. If you feel unwell, do let me know." Upon seeing that Tang Yu had awakened, Baiwani felt a bit embarrassed to continue with her previous actions. That IT felt somewhat strange and inappropriate towards her two close friends. But was this person overthinking? As if she would actually take advantage of him. "Then help me put it on. I currently lack the strength," Tang Yu said helplessly, feeling rather odd in his current state. Baiwani rolled her eyes and helped Tang Yu get dressed, adding, "Don't overthink it. I genuinely just want to check on your health. How come you sustained so many attacks and yet remain unscathed?" "Stubborn," Tang Yu chuckled. And after resting for a while, the energy from his immovable king technique began to gradually restore itself. However, today's event at the casino had indeed startled him. Luo Junuo was significantly more formidable than Ye Chen. Collaborating with this person to deal with Ye Chen would likely prove to be quite the challenge. One was a maggot, the other a cockroach. Neither was a good bird. What was more troublesome was that this scoundrel had already posed a tangible threat to him. At that moment, a sudden urge to urinate surged within him. After accompanying Baiwani for barbecue and consuming several bottles, he hadn't had the chance to relieve himself since arriving at the casino. He wanted to get out of bed to address this physiological issue, but in his weakened state, it seemed a bit challenging. "What's wrong?" Upon noticing Tang Yu's suddenly awkward demeanor, Baiwani inquired. "I need to use the restroom." Tang Yu cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then you should go." Baiwani then remembered that this fellow was completely drained of energy. Her face flushed. Did that mean she had to support him to the restroom? Having cared for children before, she indeed knew how to assist with such matters. Seeing his desperate expression, she bit her lip and said, "All right, I'll help you." For her, having sneakily touched a few abdominal muscles had already been quite a stretch. Now, this was somewhat beyond her psychological boundaries. Yet, considering that this person had risked himself to save her, she had to lower her mental barriers a bit. After placing Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Baiwani assisted him to the restroom in the infirmary. The restroom was rather small, making it a bit cramped for the two of them. "Thank you. I'll treat you next time," Tang Yu coughed again. "Rest assured, I am a reasonable person who never takes advantage of others." Borrowing 3 points to return 7. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Refusing to assist is beneath me. Baiwani felt a sudden urge to hit him. Thankfully, she was quite decisive and disliked dragging things out. After making up her mind, she proceeded to assist Tang Yu in the manner she had used with her nephew. However, halfway through the process, she hesitated. "Don't hesitate. Hurry up. I really need to urinate. Mine is rather substantial. Bear with me." Chapter 79. Should have come earlier in the hospital corridor. Mu Yue hurried toward Tang Yu's ward. Due to her striking beauty, many people instinctively turned to glance at her as she passed one middle-aged man in his 40s, having injured his neck while playing basketball and wearing a cervical collar. Widened his eyes at Mu Yue's figure, his head turning involuntarily. Just as the nurse beside him was advising him to avoid excessive neck movement, a loud scream echoed down the corridor. Mu Yue moved swiftly. She had just received news that Tang Yu had encountered trouble at an underground casino and was sent to the hospital. Upon reaching Tang Yu's room, she found Baiwani blushing as she helped him out of the restroom. The two women locked eyes, and the atmosphere became instantly awkward. Why were they coming out of the restroom together? "Mu Yue, you're here, just in time to help him a bit. He's completely drained," Baiwani quickly exclaimed. "All right," Mu Yue responded, rushing over to assist Tang Yu back to bed. Suddenly, she realized a troubling thought. This guy was so weak that he could barely walk. What exactly had transpired between the two in the restroom? Seeing Baiwani rush to wash her hands, Mu Yue's expression turned somewhat peculiar. If only she had arrived earlier, she turned to Tang Yu and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied with a grin. How did she arrive so quickly? Is she really concerned about me? This woman seems increasingly different from before. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Mu Yue paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile crossing her face. Indeed, she had changed. The old her would never have cared so much. "You two chat. I'll catch some sleep. I'm exhausted after a night of chaos." After washing her hands, Baiwani yawned and lay down on another bed, preparing to take a nap. She intended to rest a bit before returning to handle matters from the casino later. Within 2 minutes of lying down, she was sound asleep, her gentle snores audible to Tang Yu and Mu Yue. Once Baiwani was asleep, Tang Yu and Mu Yue exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for common conversation. "Could you pour me a glass of water? I'm feeling thirsty." Tang Yu finally broke the silence after a couple of minutes. "Sure. Do you want it warm?" "Cold will suffice." Mu Yue nodded, took a disposable cup, and filled it with water from the dispenser. Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, but found it somewhat strenuous due to his still recovering state. Therefore, Mu Yue set the water aside, grabbed a pillow, and propped him up against the headboard. "This one tea do. Let me feed you," Mu Yue said, holding the cup with sparkling eyes as she gazed at Tang Yu. "I appreciate it." Tang Yu slightly opened his mouth. Mu Yue brought the cup to his lips, slowly feeding him until he finished the glass of water, then asked, "Would you like more?" "No, I'll just lie down and rest for a bit." Tang Yu shook his head. "It's best to drink less until I fully recover. Otherwise, I'll need to relieve myself again, and I can't expect you to help me with that, right?" "Ah, but on the bright side, at least I don't need assistance for anything else." Mu Yue's lips twitched upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. What on earth was this guy thinking all day? But from what he implied, Baiwani had indeed assisted him in the restroom. She bit her lip, glancing at her carefree friend with a hint of resentment. Why did she have to do that? A simple phone call would have sufficed for help. "What is going on with you today?" she gently inquired, looking at Tang Yu. "Oh, it was just a late-night snack with her, and then I encountered some trouble while secretly investigating the casino. Nothing much," Tang Yu replied with a smile. After that, he found himself at a loss for words. Being with Mu Yue, he truly struggled to find common ground. After all, the memories from those previous years mostly revolved around being a sycophant, constantly met with cold shoulders. Even normal conversations lasting more than 3 minutes were a rarity. After a brief silence, Mu Yue spoke again. "If you're tired, you should rest for a bit." "All right." Lying down, Tang Yu quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. That Mu Yue sat beside him, feeling a sense of contentment. Just being near him, listening to his inner musings was quite pleasant. After half an hour of quietude, Baiwani finally woke up. After squinting for a bit, feeling much better, she looked at Mu Yue and asked, "Is he asleep?" Mu Yue nodded and made a shushing gesture. Baiwani sighed, got up, and quietly put on her shoes, saying, "I'll head back to the police station first." Seeing Baiwani about to leave, Mu Yue hesitated for a moment, but followed her. Upon noticing her friend trailing behind, Baiwani smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to stay with Tang Yu?" "Let him sleep." Mu Yue shook her head. Just seeing him and chatting a bit, listening to his thoughts was already quite satisfying. "You really are overthinking it. Before, he wouldn't even give you the time of day, and now you're chasing after him like a funeral pyre," Baiwani shrugged. Somewhat perplexed by the youth's behavior, Mu Yue could only smile wryly. She didn't even understand herself. Not long after the two women left, Tang Yu woke up after resting for a while. He finally felt himself slowly recovering. "System, where's my reward?" he grumbled inwardly. Reward system upgraded, activating plot hint feature to ensure that plot disruptions do not affect the host's foresight of the storyline. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Surprised by this reward, Tang Yu had initially expected a martial arts technique as a reward after facing such adversity that he hadn't anticipated that this time the reward was the system providing plot hints. This way, even if the plot fell apart, it wouldn't hinder his understanding of the subsequent storyline. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu asked, "Will the upcoming auction plot proceed as normal?" Since it was Luo Junuo taking over Ye Chen's position, the forthcoming auction plot would be crucial in the original storyline. Ye Chen had acquired an ancient artifact at a low price during the auction, which contained elixirs and a martial arts technique that significantly enhanced his abilities. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yanjing had been killed by Ye Chen while competing for that artifact. The system was becoming increasingly insidious, persistently withholding useful martial arts from him in that case, he would seize the opportunity that rightly belonged to the Dragon King. Ding! The plot will proceed as normal. The hints have been provided. The system promptly conveyed the auction plot in Tang Yu's mind as anticipated. The protagonist of the narrative has shifted. The individual who has seized this opportunity has transformed from Ye Chen to Luo Junuo. After familiarizing herself with this segment of the plot, Tang Yu has already devised a plan in her mind. The system is unreliable. Thus, she must rely on herself. Chapter 80. One should not be so greedy once her body has sufficiently recovered. Tang Yu departs from the hospital and drives home to rest. The auction is scheduled to take place in a week, so there is no rush. Upon returning home, she finds Ling Han seated in her room. Surprised to see Ling Han still in her room at this hour, Tang Yu inquires, "Why are you still awake? Are you planning to sleep here tonight? I had matters to attend to during the day, and now I've come to tidy up the room," Ling Han explains, sticking out her tongue. It wasn't that she neglected to tidy up during the day. She simply felt a twinge of worry seeing Tang Yu so late in returning. So she decided to wait. Ling Han is already aware of Luo Junuo's arrival in Suong. This individual is deeply entrenched within the Dragon Soul organization and poses a greater threat than Ye Chen. Despite knowing that Tang Xiao possesses unfathomable strength, she cannot help but feel a degree of concern. The Dragon Soul organization is shrouded in secrecy. On the surface, their 8 great generals are the pinnacle of combat power. Yet, no one knows how many formidable beings that inscrutable old man has cultivated. Fortunately, she belongs to Ye Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization. Therefore, she need not intervene in Luo Junuo's endeavors in Suong. However, this also means she is unable to acquire any intelligence regarding Luo Junuo, rendering her incapable of assisting Tang Xiao. Working so diligently, perhaps I should reward you with something. How about a cost photo shoot tomorrow? Tang Yu rubs her hands together, grinning mischievously. Ling Han's face instantly flushes, and she vigorously shakes her head. The last time she lost a bet playing games with Tang Yu, he promised to take a photo shoot of her. Consequently, she donned a costume of Ali, and the implications of that outfit were simply outrageous. Sigh, young girls should capture their beauty while they can. Tang Yu laments, noticing Ling Han's aversion. I wanted to have you model a few more sets. Forget it, I don't want to come across as a pervert bullying an innocent girl. I should quickly find the evidence regarding your parents, and then look for an opportunity to inform you. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han suddenly feels a surge of emotion. Tang Xiao is still thinking of her matters. Then, Tang Xiao, you should rest early that I will take my leave now. Ling Han bids farewell to Tang Yu and happily returns to her bedroom to rest. At Tung Wang Group, Wang Yixue is leaning on her desk, gleefully gazing at a picture frame. Inside the frame is a youthful couple, embodying innocence, an image of her and Tang Yu during their university romance. As she gazes at it, she suddenly looks up at her secretary and asks, "Zhou, why do you think Tang Yu and I are such a perfect match?" "It is destined by the heavens," the secretary replies with utmost seriousness. "Excellent. 100 points for your answer. Your salary will increase by 10,000. Wang Yixue appraises, giving a thumbs up. Just stating a simple truth. I feel unworthy of such a reward. Then it shall be 20,000. Zhou suppresses a laugh and quickly returns to the matter at hand. By the way, Miss, President Li from Mingzhu Cue Group wishes to invite you to discuss a potential collaboration. That hefty woman? Wang Yixue recalls the individual, Li Xuefei, a well-known, affluent woman rumored to have 3,000 male companions. She owns an e-commerce platform and seeks to merge it with one under Tung Wang Group to vie for a top 3 position in the industry. After a moment of contemplation, she nods. All right. Did she mention a time? President Li said any time would be fine. Then let's arrange it for the afternoon. Wang Yixue snaps her fingers and quickly takes out her phone to call Tang Yu. Once the call connects, she cheerfully exclaims, "Darling, come to my company. We will head to Mingzhu to discuss business together this afternoon." What are we discussing? The e-commerce platform. Wang Yixue elaborates on the situation. The e-commerce platform under Tung Wang Group focuses on high-end luxury and foreign products. Furthermore, the second largest shareholder of this platform is the Tang Group. Therefore, any merger would indeed require consultation with Tang Yu. After confirming the details over the phone, they plan to meet at the airport. Once Tang Yu hangs up, he drives towards the airport. System. How has this segment of the plot changed? Tang Yu contemplates as he drives. He recalls that the original narrative included a scene where Wang Yixue goes to negotiate a deal, only to be drugged by her business partner. Just as she is about to face a dire situation, Dragon King Ye Chen emerges to vanquish the antagonist. Following that, naturally, it would lead to an antidote situation, a common trope in such narratives. Ding, the plot has been altered. The system promptly informs Tang Yu of the changes. After reviewing this segment, Tang Yu squints his eyes. Indeed, Ye Chen's role has once again been supplanted by Luo Junuo. After some thought, he sends a text to the Reaper squad to AT this moment. The importance of the informants is becoming evident. By the time Tang Yu arrives at the airport, Wang Yixue has already made her appearance. This stunning beauty standing at the airport entrance compels many to steal glances, even at the risk of incurring their girlfriend's wrath. Particularly a certain CEO is taken aback, astonished that a business trip to Swang would yield the encounter of such a breathtaking woman. With a beaming smile, he approaches Wang Yixue, extending his hand. "Miss, may I introduce myself? I am Liu, the owner of Juhuo Group." "Get lost. You look like a toad, and you're older than my father. Who gave you the audacity to ask me for an introduction? Dreaming of a young flower. Do you think you can afford to have a key made for $10? A company worth hundreds of billions. What is there to boast about?" Wang Yixue launches into a scathing tirade, leaving the middle-aged man trembling. After delivering her verbal assault, Wang Yixue gleefully runs towards Tang Yu, waving and calling out, "Darling, I'm over here." As Tang Yu jogs over, he nearly stumbles in surprise. Her calling him darling draws the ire of many men in the airport. The chastised middle-aged man, upon recognizing Tang Yu, realizes he is the esteemed Tang from the Tang Group, who is in Swang to sign contracts and secure orders. Thus, he quickly turns away, hiding his face with his briefcase and leaving in shame. "Who is your darling? Stop calling me that." Once he reaches Wang Yixue, Tang Yu can only respond helplessly. "You are, aren't you? You bullied me last night." Wang Yixue teases, wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's. "I was at home last night." "Indeed. But I dreamt of you, so you must take responsibility." Tang Yu widens his eyes, incredulous at her audacity. Oh no, this could lead to a plethora of responsibilities. "Last time, I definitely shouldn't have been so greedy. I dreamt about 4 people at once." Wang Yixue shoots him an exasperated glare. "Greedy? No one shall compete with her." Chapter 81. To shake your hand is to disrespect you at Mingzhu, CU Hotel. In a particular suite, Luo Junuo swirls a glass of red wine delicately. His complexion bears a hint of pallor, but his health has markedly improved. The injuries sustained from that punch a few days prior were indeed severe, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Junuo, I heard you possess excellent medical skills. My shoulder is bothering me. Could you give it a gentle massage?" A woman seated opposite him coos. She is not the epitome of beauty, but at least she has taken on a semblance of form. Unfortunately, her body is burdened with layers of excess flesh, resembling a Michelin man. She is none other than Li Shuefei, the owner of CU Group, and her name easily evokes the image of a stunning beauty. Yet the discrepancy with her appearance is stark. Of course, a flicker of disdain crosses Luo Junuo's eyes, though he conceals it well that he approaches Li Shuefei and lightly massages her shoulders, feeling as though he is kneading a slab of breathing fat. The oily sensation at his fingertips nearly induces nausea. Were it not for his need to exploit this woman, he would have no desire to be near her. Unlike Ye Chen, who maintains an air of superiority, Luo Junuo is willing to lower himself for the sake of utility. He dares to flirt with 70-year-old women bearing facial tumors. "Oh, that feels nice. Please apply a bit more pressure," Li Shuefei exclaims, her face alight with satisfaction. Suppressing the urge to retch, Luo Junuo asks, "Is everything for today arranged?" "Yes, rest assured, Junuo. Anything you desire, I shall provide," she responds, caressing his hand affectionately. Luo Junuo nods, feeling somewhat pleased. Previously, he attempted to win favor from Baiwani, only to have it backfire spectacularly. This time, he has adjusted his target to Wang Yixue. She is closely connected to the Tang family. If he could make her his woman, it would be immensely beneficial to his ambitions. At this moment, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue have already disembarked from the plane. After their arrival, Wang Yixue remains joyfully clinging to Tang Yu's arm, relishing the closeness. "Why do you resemble a koala?" Dan Yu Gui. Observing Wang Yixue's exuberance. "Koalas hang from trees. I'm not hanging from you yet," she replies, leaning closer to his ear and whispering, "but I could use you as a pole for a bunny girl to perform a dance. Then I would definitely be hanging on to you." Tang Yu's mind conjures an image of this scenario. "Whoa, that sounds somewhat thrilling." No, still inappropriate. If we continue this conversation, I might just have to stand up and salute. Hearing Tang Yu's inner musings, Wang Yixue chuckles inwardly, amused by his coyness as he attempts to play it cool. However, she indeed brought a set of bunny girl attire this time. That it is a rare occasion for the two of them to embark on a business trip together, which essentially transforms into a covert holiday. After leaving the airport, they hurried to the hotel in a car. If this project merges, how do you think the shares should be distributed? Currently, their side is indicating that they want 30% after the merger, which I find rather unreasonable. Once seated in the car, Wang Yixue handed the documents in her hand to Tang Yu. After glancing over them, Tang Yu smiled and said, "Let's discuss it when we meet later." There's really nothing to discuss. This business is destined not to collaborate. In the end, it's all a trap set by that scoundrel Luo Junuo. He intends to lure you in, then drug you and play the gallant hero to take advantage. Sigh. Compared to him, Ye Chen at least resembles half a pure love warrior. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue was momentarily taken aback. The Luo Junuo? Who is that? He seems to be in league with Ye Chen. Is he plotting against me? Narrowing her eyes, she quickly sent a message using her phone. Ever since the incident with Ye Chen, the Wang family had begun to recruit skilled martial artists, bringing several back to fortify their defenses. Currently, she had two discreetly protecting her. After messaging her bodyguards, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes that if he dares to play dirty with me, let him not fall into my hands. However, thinking about how concerned Tang Yu was for her safety by coming along, she felt a surge of joy. Wrapping her arms around Tang Yu's, she cheerfully leaned against him and said, "Once we finish this matter, let us enjoy a few days here." Enjoy for a few days? I have to return in a couple of days for something. Let us save it for next time. Tang Yu Li. He was still keeping an eye on the auction matters, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. This insidious system of scheming will inevitably lead to a downfall, banking hopes on this scoundrel. All right then, just give me a kiss as compensation. Wang Yixue playfully pointed to her cheek with a grin. Tang Yu glanced at her face, clearing his throat hesitantly. This little rogue, here she goes again. Hurry up, or you'll be breaking the law, you know. Wang Yixue urged, tapping Tang Yu's leg. Breaking the law for what? For disregarding a woman's wishes? Isn't that a crime? Upon finishing her statement, both burst into laughter in the car. Amid their laughter, Wang Yixue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and planted a forceful kiss on his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. With a mischievous smile, she said, "You're not allowed to wipe it off." How can I go out and face others without wiping it off? Tang Yu responded with a wry smile, trying to wipe it away. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, inwardly feeling a twinge of jealousy. When I was young, I was handsome too. Why didn't such beauties ever throw themselves at me? Upon arriving at the hotel, as they exited the car, Li Shuefei was already waiting at the entrance. From afar, Tang Yu noticed a considerable figure, exclaiming internally, "This is Miss Qianjin. Her beauty is truly astonishing." I recall she had 3,000 suitors. Ah, this soft life is indeed not easy. With this weight, she enjoys playing with steel wool. Paying her 100,000 a month as a pretty boy is well-deserved. Wang Yixue, overhearing Tang Yu's silent complaints, struggled to suppress her laughter. "President Wang, you've had a long journey, and this is..." Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake hands with Wang Yixue. Her shifty little eyes darted around Tang Yu, as if they possessed X-ray vision, making Tang Yu's skin crawl that he even swallowed hard. This handsome man was significantly more attractive than Luo Junuo. "This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, who is also the head of the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our e-commerce platform." Noticing the glimmer in Li Shuefei's eyes, Wang Yixue felt a surge of anger. This woman, her family's company, is bound to meet misfortune. Oh, so it's the young master of the Suang Tang family that I've heard he is quite handsome, and it's true. Li Shuefei quickly reached out her hand to shake Tang Yu's. Tang Yu hesitated and awkwardly chuckled, saying, "I'm sorry, Ms. Li, I just used the restroom and didn't wash my hands. Shaking hands would be disrespectful to you." A flicker of resentment crossed Li Shuefei's eyes. Using this as an excuse? Is he looking down on me? She detested it when men held her in contempt. Hence, her male pets would receive lessons from her rich lady's happy ball, if they ever gave her a wrong look. Even men who weren't her pets would find ways to make them submit to her. Tang Yu had now become her target. She was determined to capture this man today. Chapter 82. I'm coming in. Well then, we can shake hands after you've washed your hands. That is not a problem. Li Shuefei maintained a radiant smile, gesturing for them to enter. Let us go inside and have a meal while we chat. She was eager to assist Luo Junuo in advancing his plan. According to Luo Junuo's scheme, he would arrange for someone to tamper with the drinks. Just a single sip, no matter how small, would lead to complete loss of control. His prey was Wang Yishue. Thus, I shall follow the plan to turn Tang Yu into my quarry. Upon entering the hotel, Luo Junuo, who was drinking in a suite, received news and was somewhat surprised that he hadn't anticipated that the young man with the surname Tang would arrive. Thinking of Tang Yu, a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. This person's strength was elusive. He appeared ordinary, yet his punch was comparable to one at the Earth character level. He was an exceedingly cautious individual. Having suffered a setback once, he aimed to avoid any risks of confronting Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. Once he breaks through to the Earth character level, that would be his demise. Contemplating this, he snapped his fingers. The 4 members of the death squad, waiting in the room, immediately rushed over. Young Master Lu, they chorused in unison. Prepare yourselves for what's to come. Arrange for the drugging to be executed. Once Wang Yishue is taken away, put on a good show, but absolutely no one is allowed to lay a finger on her, understood? Luo Junuo instructed. Like Ye Chen, he could not tolerate anyone touching his woman. So even if it was just acting, they couldn't overstep. At most, they could intimidate her. Understood, young Master Lu. The 4 responded in unison. Furthermore, the young man named Tang has also arrived, that if he falls into our trap, let us arrange for a few unattractive women for him to enjoy, and then take some photos to post online. After he has enjoyed himself to the point of exhaustion, you're to eliminate him. Luo Junuo continued issuing orders. Since this young man had delivered himself to their doorstep, he wouldn't hold back. Not only would he ensure his death, but he would also ruin his reputation. As for himself, it was better not to act personally. This man exuded an air of peculiarity. This danger would be shouldered by his 4 loyal subordinates. Dying for him would be their supreme honor. Understood, young Master Lu. The 4 repeated in unison. Go! Luo Junuo waved his hand, and the 4 departed the suite. After exiting, the leader, Deng He, immediately sent a text to Tang Yu. Upon reaching a quiet corner, Deng He spoke in a low voice. That scheming Luo Junuo intends to plot against young Master Tang again. We must not grant him this opportunity. Let us, he quietly arranged a few details, and the other 3 revealed satisfied expressions. Truly, the big brother is sharp-minded. This way, they would undoubtedly make significant contributions to young Master Tang. After achieving success, they would revel in the club. As soon as Tang Yu entered the private room, he received Deng He's text. After glancing at the message, Tang Yu's expression turned peculiar. Well, that bastard Luo Junuo wants to drug me. Not only drug me, but he also wants to set me up with a few unattractive women. Then take photos? What a despicable character. Fortunately, I've kept a backup plan. Sitting beside him, Wang Yishue had already heard bits and pieces along the way. She had already instructed someone to investigate this Luo Junuo in Suang. Once the investigation was complete, it would be time to close the net. What would you 2 like to eat? Li Shuefei asked. Handing the menu to Tang Yu and Wang Yishue, she gazed at Tang Yu. She couldn't help but swallow hard. No dish could compare to a man. Wang Yishue casually ordered a few dishes from the menu. With everyone harboring ulterior motives, there was no appetite for a meal. After ordering, a series of delectable dishes soon arrived from the kitchen. Li Shuefei didn't mention any collaboration, instead engaging in conversation with Tang Yu. Once all the dishes were served, she smiled and said, It's a rare occasion for both of you to visit Mingzhu. We should celebrate properly today with a few drinks before discussing business. With that, she clapped her hands, and a server promptly brought over a bottle of red wine. Li Shuefei, eager to serve Tang Yu and Wang Yishue, was impatient to witness this handsome man being compelled to submit to her. Sorry. Li, but I don't drink. At that moment, Wang Yishue unexpectedly spoke up. Li Shuefei was momentarily stunned. She doesn't drink. What kind of operation is this? Then she smiled. In business, how can one not drink? President Wang, you're joking. Let us just have a small drink today, shall we? I'm allergic to alcohol. Wang Yixue had no intention of consuming that wine. She was already aware that it was tainted. Li Shuefei's expression grew somewhat awkward, feigning displeasure as she said, President Wang, I know you can drink. There is no need to make such excuses that I ask this how you treat your partner? What do you mean I'm not giving you face? We all partners. Respect is mutual. A little investigation would reveal that I'm allergic to alcohol, yet you still urge me to drink. What exactly do you mean? Truly, it seems you are the one lacking in respect. Isn't that so? If you have any grievances against me, Mr. Li, I suggest you voice them directly, Wang Yixue declared coldly, slamming her palm heavily upon the table. Her sudden outburst exuded an oppressive force that caused Li Shuefei to feel a twinge of anxiety. She forced a nervous chuckle, realizing this tactic was futile, and hesitantly replied, My apologies, Ms. Wang. It was my mistake, that I sincerely apologize. She then turned to Tang Yu and inquired, Shall we have a drink, Mr. Tang? With no opportunity to retaliate against Wang Yixue. The loss was not significant for her. Securing a handsome companion sufficed. I'm afraid I'm allergic as well, Tang Yu remarked with a smile. I'm allergic to idiots. Please refrain from speaking to me. Li Shuefei's expression darkened slightly, unprepared for such a considerable deviation from her initial plan. Had she known, she would have ensured the food was laced with something. Let's proceed with dinner for now. Afterward, we can take a brief respite and discuss matters further, she decided, realizing she must pivot to a secondary approach to no alcohol. Surely coffee and tea would suffice. If all else fails, there is always mineral water. I will find a way to deal with you. Once dinner concludes, I shall consult with Luo Junuo. Presently, Luo Junuo remained in his suite, awaiting promising news. Upon returning to Huaxia, he had yet to truly indulge himself, that he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming pleasure. Yet soon, a wave of unease began to encroach upon his rationality, leaving his body feeling decidedly off. How could this be? Just as he grasped the last thread of his sanity, he glanced at the red wine beside him. Could it be that someone had spiked his drink? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Junuo, I'm coming in. Entering was Li Shuefei, oblivious to the beast lying in wait for her. Chapter 83. Disguised as Tang Yu to take a beating soon, the sound of what could only be described as a pig being slaughtered emanated from the suite. This six-star hotel boasted impressive soundproofing. Yet it could not contain the cacophony that disrupted the entire building. The first to react were the neighboring guests, who had lived their lives without ever encountering such noise that in mere minutes. A crowd began to gather in the corridor. Upon receiving the distressing news, the hotel manager rushed over. Faced with the uproar, he steeled himself to knock on the door and call out, Guests, could you please keep it down? Inside. The din continued, interspersed with the occasional expletive. Upon hearing the curse, the manager dared not utter another word. Guests of such suites were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad stood outside in the hallway, with their leader, Deng He, grinning, attempting to ensnare young Master Tang. Today would be the day he and this hefty swine would ignite a fiery spectacle. Boss, what is our next move? One of them whispered, noting their plan had succeeded. Fear not, when Luo Junuo inquires later, we shall attribute this to that woman. Deng He replied confidently. This woman had been casting flirtatious glances at Luo Junuo daily. Her intentions were apparent to all. Shifting the blame onto her would be utterly foolproof. Boss is brilliant, the others exclaimed, giving thumbs up. Brothers, stand firm. Deng He echoed, also raising his thumb. Young Master Tang is both formidable and resilient, they all chorused. Just then, Tang Yu, descending from downstairs, unexpectedly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, stepping out of the elevator just as he heard the pig-like wails. During dinner, the Grim Reaper squad had consulted Tang Yu for his opinion. After some contemplation, Tang Yu concluded that the best course of action was to return the favor. Thus, he instructed the 4 to administer a dose of drugs to Luo Junuo. It must be said, utilizing such a trick was indeed a time-saver. Hearing the pig-like cries, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of repaying malice with kindness. That as for eliminating this individual, Tang Yu found it somewhat excessive. This man was, in a sense, a favored child of fortune, possessing a legacy tied to an ancient jade pendant. A favored child of fortune hardly meets an easy demise. Coupled with his peak combat prowess, he would be hard to retain. What is happening? Wang Yue, who had ascended alongside Tang Yu, feigned ignorance, already aware of the truth. Oh, nothing much. Those who have loved passionately should not hold grudges, Tang Yu replied, reveling in the irony. This drug seems to last for 3 hours. Even if one were to rub 2 sticks together, 3 hours would yield fire. Still wanting to harm your father? Once your father is drained, are you planning to have someone sneak in and kill me? Ridiculous. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yue smirched slightly, starting with deception before delivering a blow. Indeed, a clever strategy. She swiftly sent a text to her 2 ancient martial bodyguards, instructing them to prepare for a thorough beating of the fallen adversary. If it came to it, they should not hold back. After sending the message, she turned to Tang Yu, saying, Mr. Li seems to have vanished. Shall we return to rest? All right. With their objective achieved, Tang Yu left in high spirits, due to the immense commotion after 3 hours. The hotel staff could no longer endure. Nearly half the guests were aware of the ruckus and had lodged complaints. Reluctantly, the hotel had to send a few security personnel to knock on the door and put a stop to it. If this continued, the hotel would have to shut its doors. When the security personnel arrived, several internet celebrities had already heard of the commotion and rushed over. In this day and age, being a streamer demanded excitement. The hotel incident had already been filmed and uploaded online, garnering widespread attention. Please make way. The security personnel pushed through the throng of streamers and approached the door, knocking heavily while calling out, Guests, could you please come out? As they knocked, the noise within gradually subsided. The now conscious Luo Junuo turned pale at the sight before him. Unable to contain himself, he vomited at the sight of the ample flesh sprawled out. Once, while on a mission, he had hidden in a cesspool for 3 minutes to remain undetected. He had even choked on the filth upon emerging. Yet, in comparison to the current situation, that was merely a minor inconvenience. It was merely excrement. What could be more disgusting than this swine? To make matters worse, after 3 hours, he was oblivious to how many times he had exerted himself, having not fully recovered. This additional strain had severely depleted his energy. Guest, could you please open the door? Everyone, after waiting 2 hours, we are about to see this brother of the slaughtered pig. Could the brother send some gifts to Xiaomei? She has been streaming for almost 3 hours. Hearing the uproar outside, Luo Junuo felt despair wash over him. Were there truly streamers broadcasting live outside his door? He had heard of the booming streaming industry in the country. Yet he never anticipated such depravity that if they streamed this online, how could he ever show his face in public again? He might even earn a nickname, Mr. Longtime Lu. Thankfully, his quick wit reminded him that this group could not enter at once. Dashing to the window, he prepared to take an unconventional exit. Opening the window, he suddenly realized he was on the 40-something floor. Even at his peak, jumping from here would surely result in death. As the knocking grew more insistent, he knew he could no longer remain inside. After a moment's thought, he resolutely retrieved a human skin mask that he had crafted it to mimic Tang Yu's likeness, though it was not yet perfect. Given that everyone's facial structure varied, the mask could only resemble him to a degree. Once donned, it offered about 60 to 70% similarity. This will suffice, he muttered through gritted teeth, since escape was impossible. He would let this boy take the fall. Before departing, he tossed a black pill into the mouth of the unconscious Li Shuefei, forcing her to ingest it. This pill was a slow-acting poison, ensuring she would not die immediately. Approximately a week later, she would suffer a sudden heart failure. He would not permit this filthy creature to continue existing in this world. Once everything was set, he stormed out, his face contorted with resentment. Upon seeing the crowd regarding him as a clown, his fury surged. Get out of my way. He swatted the phones of several streamers aside, bolting toward the emergency exit. All he desired was to flee this hotel that made him feel nauseated, to find a place to cleanse himself thoroughly. As he sprinted to the 20th floor, he discovered the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad blocking the emergency exit. Upon seeing them, he halted, ready to issue orders. However, Deng He was already charging forward, landing a punch squarely on Luo Junuo's face. Caught completely off guard, Luo Junuo stumbled back, landing on the ground. "What are you doing?" Luo Junuo exploded with rage. His subordinates had the audacity to strike him. "Tang Yu, today shall be your last," Deng He bellowed, and the four surged forward to attack that in his current weakened state, Luo Junuo found himself at a significant disadvantage. Despite his efforts to retaliate, he was struck several times. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the human skin mask still adorning his face. Hastily creating distance, he tore the mask off and shouted at Deng He and the others, "Fools! It's me!" Chapter 84. Yet again, I find myself taking a beating. The four members of Deng He halted their assault, their faces displaying shock as they exclaimed, "We are at fault. We thought it was Tang Yu who had arrived." Luo Junuo nearly exploded with exasperation. He had indeed arranged for four individuals to lie in wait here to ambush Tang Yu. However, who could have anticipated such a significant turn of events? Tang Yu and Wang Yishue were not poisoned. Instead, he found himself ensnared. After being caught in a bid to frame Tang Yu, he donned a mask disguised as Tang Yu. It would have been better had he not worn it. Once he did, he was ambushed by his own men that he felt like a mere jester. "Damn it!" Luo Junuo pointed at the members of the Grim Reaper squad with his finger, ultimately restraining his fury, saying, "This is not your fault. The plan encountered a minor hiccup, and you are quite loyal. After all, they were merely executing their orders with fidelity. Punishing them for this issue would be rather unjust." "It's our duty," the four of them replied in unison, half kneeling on the ground. "I'm feeling somewhat unwell and need to step out for a while. You all remain at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and the others. If successful, inform me." At this point, Luo Junuo was still unwilling to give up. After instructing the four to stay at the hotel in search of an opportunity, he dashed out, eager to find a place to wash off the greasy stench that was overwhelming him. Just as he exited through the back door of the hotel, two figures suddenly lunged from the roadside. By the time he registered their presence, they had already landed a punch and a kick on him respectively. They were two ancient martial arts bodyguards accompanying Wang Yishue. Both possessed considerable strength, being at the pinnacle of the Huang level. They had been lying in wait for some time, and seizing the moment when Luo Junuo was thrown into disarray, they launched a surprise attack, continuing their relentless assault. Under their continuous onslaught, Luo Junuo was consumed by fury, feeling as if he were about to explode, that a prominent expert at the pinnacle of the Xian level. He was regarded as a prodigy within the Dragon Soul organization. Compared to him, Ye Chen would pale in comparison. When had he ever endured such a humiliating disgrace, being bullied by two worthless opponents beneath the Xian level? Under normal circumstances, he could have dispatched the two with a single hand. However, his current state was utterly deplorable. His previous injuries had yet to heal. He had depleted much of his energy today. And after 3 hours without rest, he had just endured a severe beating from the Grim Reaper squad that at this moment, his limbs felt as weak as noodles. Faced with the assault from the two peak Huang-level fighters, he helplessly watched as they gained the upper hand. What was more alarming was their ruthless intent, clearly aiming to kill. After sustaining multiple injuries, Luo Junuo coughed up a mouthful of blood, sensing that his condition was growing increasingly perilous. Unable to maintain his pride any longer, he decided to call for help. Gathering his breath, he shouted, "Help!" After all, this was a high-end hotel, and there were quite a few security personnel. After his cry for help, patrolling security quickly rushed over. "What is going on? Who allowed you to fight here? Take it to the dance studio if you want to spar," one of the security guards shouted, seeing the security arrive. The two ancient martial arts bodyguards from the Huang family exchanged glances, realizing they could not continue their assault in front of so many witnesses. They had no choice but to abandon their attack and retreat swiftly. Once they had departed, Luo Junuo collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with humiliation. How could Luo Junuo be reduced to crying for help from two Huang-level martial artists? How long had it been since he arrived in Huaxia? He had already endured 3 beatings. "Are you all right? Do you need us to call the police?" One of the security guards approached with concern. "Get lost, I don't need your meddling, that if you dare speak of today's events. Don't blame me for being unkind." Luo Junuo glared at the guards, threatening them vehemently that if this incident were to leak, how could he maintain his standing within the Dragon Soul organization? The security guards' expressions darkened, and they cursed under their breath as they turned to leave. Had they known it would come to this, they would have never intervened. After the guards left, Luo Junuo hurriedly drove to the hospital. His injuries would not heal without adequate time. Upon returning to his hotel room, Tang Yu sat on the couch, silently contemplating, system, what rewards do I get? Ding, reward, physical enhancement, significantly boosting the host's weakened strength. As the system's cold voice resonated, Tang Yu immediately sensed a transformation within his body that a thick, black, viscous fluid, reeking of a foul odor, oozed from his pores. Damn, which author came up with this meridian cleansing concept? The stench made even Tang Yu feel a bit nauseous. As though he had been tossed into a cesspool and forced to swim freely, he hurried to the bathroom for a shower. The suite's bathroom boasted an indoor hot spring. After rinsing off the grime, Tang Yu luxuriated in the warm waters. According to the system, once this cleansing process was complete, he would possess a top-tier martial arts physique, his strength elevated to the Huang level, instantly transforming from an ordinary person into an ancient martial artist. Although this strength was still somewhat lacking, unfit to crush Ye Chen with a mere slap, it significantly raised Tang Yu's threshold for bullying the weak, that in the future, should he encounter any foolish individuals lacking insight. Wouldn't he be able to dispatch them with a single punch? This system has finally decided to reward me with something worthwhile, though it feels a bit off. Tang Yu stroked his chin, pondering that it seemed he hadn't been particularly harsh on Luo Junuo today. Where did such a generous reward come from? At that moment, his phone, resting nearby, chimed and he glanced at it. It was a message from the Grim Reaper squad. They reported the situation to Tang Yu, informing him that they had given Luo Junuo a good thrashing. Tang Yu was taken aback. How on earth did this happen? They impersonated him to take a beating? Truly, the lackeys were all quite dedicated to their tasks. The TO expressed his gratitude for their efforts in boosting his performance. He decided to enhance their system rewards. Tang Yu gifted each of them a high-end club membership card. Loading each card with 1 million, that would suffice for a year of enjoyment. Furthermore, it was a nationwide chain, making it usable anywhere. Upon receiving the membership cards, the 4 of them were elated. The club was a realm for the elite. They then collectively departed the hotel to revel in their newfound fortunes. For Luo Junuo's plans, they were merely tasks assigned to Tang Yu. After wrapping up communications with the Grim Reaper squad, Tang Yu indulged in the hot spring for a while longer before preparing to retire to bed. Just then, a knock echoed from outside his door. Tang Yu, open up, I need to speak with you. It was Wang Yishue's voice. Looking for me? Tang Yu felt a twinge of unease. What could she possibly want at such a late hour? He hastily rushed to open the door. Standing outside was Wang Yishue, her expression somewhat pained. Upon entering the room, she clutched her stomach and flopped onto Tang Yu's bed. Tang Yu, my stomach hurts. Are you here to use the restroom? Chapter 85. The Wen family, what the hell? Wang Yishue huffed, giving Tang Yu an adorable eye roll. Tang Yu chuckled softly. He had just glanced at her abdomen and noticed nothing amiss. She appeared to be in perfect health. All right, I'll come clean. I'm here to ask for a massage. Wang Yishue patted her shoulder, saying, help me relieve the shoulder tension. It's quite sore. What happened to your shoulder? Did you not sleep well? Not exactly. It's just that with such a good figure, my shoulders bear a heavy burden, Wang Yishue lamented. Tang Yu instinctively glanced over. Wow, indeed quite ample, though still a tad smaller compared to Xiao Yu's. Having such shoulders does make soreness understandable. Very well, then I shall assist you. Tang Yu approached, placing his hands on Wang Yishue's shoulders, gently kneading with just the right amount of pressure. The sensation prompted Wang Yishue to let out soft moans of comfort. After a few minutes of this, Tang Yu, feeling overwhelmed, paused. Damn it, she's enjoying this too much. If I continue, my blood might just start to pool in a rather inconvenient area. That's enough for now. Tang Yu released Wang Yishue's shoulders with a satisfied stretch. Wang Yishue remarked, you've been so good to me today. Are you hoping for some sort of reward? What kind of reward? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together, anticipation evident on his face. Come on, you beast. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Hearing his inner thoughts, Wang Yishue couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. She scrutinized Tang Yu for a moment before grinning. Just wait until I check my phone. With that, She hopped out of Tang Yu's room. Tang Yu, perplexed, extracted his phone and settled on the bed to wait that a few minutes later, Wang Yishue sent a message. Are you going to have trouble sleeping tonight? I can help you with that, just as long as you ask nicely. Tang Yu inhaled sharply. Was she belittling a man's dignity? To request such a thing, she dared to make him plead. I beg you, he furiously typed in 3 words. Soon, the chat box indicated that she was typing. After a few seconds, a photo arrived that IT was of her seated on the hotel bed, clad in a bunny girl outfit. Use it wisely. Take care of yourself. After sending the photo, Wang Yishue thoughtfully added a reminder. Once she had sent it, she tucked her phone away, feeling both amused and a bit bashful. Originally, she had intended to show him the bunny girl outfit, but after putting it on, she suddenly felt shy. Being a girl, she sometimes found it hard to take the initiative. Thus, she opted to send it through her phone. After sending the photo, she occasionally glanced at the door. After waiting for about 10 minutes without Tang Yu knocking, a hint of disappointment crossed her exquisitely beautiful face, and she huffed in dissatisfaction. The following morning, as the two headed downstairs for breakfast, Tang Yu was clearly struggling with dark circles under her eyes, indicating a restless night, occasionally stifling a yawn. Hey, someone clearly didn't sleep well last night, Wang Yishue remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Serves you right. Who told you not to heed my hints? Don't you even think about asking me for a shoulder rub next time? With a cold snort, Tang Yu lifted a glass of milk to her lips. I will. Ha ha ha, Wang Yishue teased, sticking out her tongue. After finishing their meal, she smiled and inquired, I have business to attend to at the branch office. Will you be staying here with me for a few days? I think I'll head back today. I have matters to attend to in the next couple of days, Tang Yu replied, shaking her head. All right then, I'll visit you in Suang when I return, Wang Yishue said, playfully pinching Tang Yu's cheek and stretching it. After bidding farewell to Wang Yishue, Tang Yu boarded a vehicle bound for Mingzhu Airport. Preparing to catch her flight back to Jade Lion in just a couple of days, the auction event would unfold. According to the original storyline, an antique Jade Lion would make an appearance at the auction, which the Dragon King, Ye Chen, would take a liking to, leading to a fierce competition with the Han family from Yanjing. After a heated battle, Ye Chen would successfully acquire the Jade Lion and unlock its mechanism. Discovering a 9-turn pill and an ancient martial arts manual, 8 Extremes Burst Fist. However, with the narrative now altered, Ye Chen would no longer partake in this arc, and instead, Luo Junuo would seize this opportunity. The 9-turn pill could significantly enhance a martial artist's cultivation. Tang Yu had but one objective upon her return to Suang. Fairness, and once again, fairness, who decreed that only protagonists deserve the finest treasures. ILL sees it regardless. After completing her check-in, Tang Yu settled down in the waiting area to rest until her flight that a young woman pushing a wheelchair approached. Seated in the wheelchair was a middle-aged man with a square face. Exuding an imposing presence even while confined to the chair, he resembled a once mighty lion, now aged. The girl pushing the wheelchair drew the attention of many men. She was strikingly beautiful, with a stylish bob that accentuated her spirited demeanor. Her sun-kissed skin radiated vitality, and to everyone's surprise, her arms boasted perfectly toned muscles that a closer look revealed that every exposed part of her body showcased the ideal balance of femininity and muscularity. A harmonious blend of grace and strength that possessed a unique charm. Dad, the Flight 1T arrived for another half hour. Should I grab you a bottle of water? The girl inquired, glancing down at her father. No need. I am not thirsty. Drinking too much will just lead to more bathroom trips. Let us just rest here for a bit. The middle-aged man waved his hand, a hint of a smile gracing his face. All right then. The girl nodded, refraining from further conversation. They happened to sit beside Tang Yu, and upon noticing her, the father and daughter exchanged polite nods, which Tang Yu reciprocated with a smile. She recognized them. They belonged to the renowned One-Ren family of Suang, the foremost martial arts clan. The man in the wheelchair was One-Ren Yuanshan, the current head of the family, who at the age of 30 had been hailed as undefeated in Suanji WY40. He had entered the earthly realm, his prowess and talent unmatched. Unfortunately, 3 years prior, after traveling across Huaxia, he returned in this state, paralyzed from the waist down and severely weakened. He never spoke of the incident. leaving many in the dark about what had transpired. Families like theirs, steeped in martial tradition, carried a certain pride that often looked down upon others. Thus, even upon recognizing Tang Yu, the scion of Suang's leading family, they merely exchanged casual greetings that I in the realm of martial arts. Only the strong commanded respect. Tang Yu's gaze soon fell upon the young woman again. She was One-Ren the One-Ren family's cherished daughter, whose potential surpassed even her father's at just 20. She had already reached the mysterious realm that in terms of talent. She was a prodigy even more extraordinary than her father. Such an exceptional figure was, of course, not immune to the Dragon King's allure. Sigh. Honestly, young women practicing martial arts should be mindful of their direction. Focusing more on internal energy cultivation would be much better. There is no need for excessive muscle mass. Look at Shi Yinling. She is neither bulky nor overly muscular, yet she is delightful and soft. Tang Yu silently criticized in his mind. Suddenly, One-Ren Ye's expression darkened upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts. She noticed that Tang Yu's lips remained still, prompting her to look elsewhere. The last man who dared to critique her was hospitalized for 3 months. After scanning the surroundings in vain, she felt a twinge of frustration. Had she misheard? What is wrong? One-Ren Yuanshan inquired, noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor. Nothing, One-Ren Ye replied, too embarrassed to confide in her father about the peculiar remarks she had overheard. One-Ren Yuanshan gently stroked his daughter's hair, offering comfort. Dad understands your concerns. Rest assured, that young man named Luo Junuo possesses remarkable medical skills. After his treatment, I can already move one of my toes, he continued. It won't be long before I can stand again. And we can spar like we used to. He had long given up hope for his legs, resigned to a life of being incapacitated. However, recently, a young man named Luo Junuo had appeared before him. And after employing an unknown acupuncture technique, he was able to feel pain in his legs once more, even managing to move a toe. This rekindled his hope of standing again and filled him with gratitude towards the talented young man named Luo Junuo. Dad, I believe in Luo Gu's medical skills. He truly is exceptional. When Ren Ye expressed her admiration for Luo Junuo evident he was only a few years older than her, yet his abilities far surpassed hers. She only admired the strong, and thus, her appreciation for him was genuine. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who was sipping water, nearly choked upon overhearing the father-daughter exchange, but he was reminded of the original storyline that in the prior narrative. It was Ye Chen who should have treated One-Ren Yuanshan to conquer Suang. He needed to subdue the 4 great families and establish a commercial empire, as well as gain control over the martial arts forces, ensuring Suang would submit to him and serve as a foundation for his revenge. As the foremost martial family in Suang, the One-Ren clan represented a crucial foothold in his quest for dominance over the martial arts world. Luo Junuo's medical skills are indeed impressive. He can treat paralysis. However, curing it comes at a cost. His method, which deliberately drains one's vitality, will likely leave him with only a year to live after treatment. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, One-Ren Ye finally fixed her gaze on him. The person who had been sitting beside her had just left, leaving only the two of them in a 10-meter radius. She could now hear this man's inner voice. What is this fool staring at me for? Is he leering at me? How absurd. Can't these women have a little self-respect? I am on my first day of abstinence. Tang Yu chuckled internally at One-Ren Ye's reaction. One-Ren Ye nearly lost her composure and struck out. Yet, more than Tang Yu's teasing thoughts, she was troubled by what he had just said. How could he know about Luo Junuo? What did he mean by draining vitality in treatment? Having revered her father since childhood, her admiration for him had fostered a strong attraction to powerful men. If anyone dared to threaten her father's life, she would not spare them, no matter the cost. Taking a deep breath, she gazed directly at Tang Yu and asked, "Young Master Tang, my father," she was about to inquire further, but found herself unable to articulate her thoughts, as if an invisible hand were covering her mouth. Seeing her sudden stammering, Tang Yu looked puzzled. "Miss One-Ren, what is the matter? What is this woman babbling about? How amusing. There is no need to be so anxious. I'm actually quite personable and charming." "Ye, are you all right?" One-Ren Yuanshan asked, frowning at his daughter's sudden odd behavior, and he certainly didn't think she was nervous about Tang Yu, a mere wastrel from a wealthy family, unworthy of her attention. After a few seconds of hesitation, One-Ren finally realized that she couldn't express what she had overheard. However, as an exceptionally gifted martial artist, her intellect was equally sharp. She decided to rephrase her question. Young Master Tang, your family must know quite a few renowned physicians. Could you recommend a few? I'd like to have them examine my father's legs. Yage, there is no need to trouble young Master Tang. Luo Junuo is sufficient for my needs, One-Ren interjected. Slightly furrowing his brow, he disliked being a burden to others, especially to someone like Tang Yu. Tang Yu noticed a flicker of disdain in his eyes, prompting him to roll his own internally. This was a standard trope in stories. Antagonists were invariably unlikable, and the supporting characters surrounding the protagonist naturally harbored contempt for them. Bro, what else with the arrogance? I don't owe you anything. You're counting on Luo Junuo? After 3 more treatments, your legs will be fine. Then you'll just be counting the days until you're bedridden and crying in despair. Although Tang Yu felt displeased, he couldn't refute. He still said, I have a good relationship with old Master Jiang, so Uncle One-Ren could consult him. Old Master Jiang? We've already paid him a visit. But it seemed ineffective. One-Ren replied with a wry smile, yet her heart was increasingly astonished, for Luo Junuo had indeed mentioned this. After just 3 more treatments, my father's leg will surely recover, Tang Yu suggested delicately. Perhaps we should have the esteemed Elder Jiang take another look. His medical skills far surpass those of the countless unknown quacks. Sigh. Brother, you've made your point. Why aren't you all being more mindful? Hurry and let Elder Jiang lend you his expertise. This issue is well within his capabilities to diagnose. Otherwise, when it comes time for the banquet, don't say I didn't warn you about contributing your share. One-Ren's expression darkened slightly. Having Elder Jiang examine him seemed like a sensible idea. Yet One-Ren was already growing irritable. He held Luo Junuo in high regard, considering him to be an exceptionally talented young man. Thus, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and scoffed, Tang. There are countless reclusive masters in this world. Merely venturing out to observe will only add to the laughter. Tang Yu forced a laugh, devoid of sincerity. Damn it, I genuinely don't wish to involve myself in your affairs. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to see you, the One-Ren family, becoming Luo Junuo's pawn and subsequently causing trouble for my Tang family, I would truly have no interest in wasting my breath on you. Being manipulated to death, having your daughter handed over, and your family given away, your plight is even more tragic than mine as the villain. Upon hearing Tang Yu's lament, One-Ren felt a twinge of embarrassment. She understood that Tang Yu meant no malice and genuinely had good intentions. Thus, she turned to her father and said, All right, Dad, let's not dwell on it. Tang has expressed his goodwill. One-Ren fell silent. His expression dark as he pondered whether his daughter had truly lost her senses by taking a liking to such a worthless pretty boy that if that were the case, he would never consent. His daughter was a paragon of excellence, deserving of far better than him. Chapter 87. The pain-free reverie with words falling flat and conversation dwindling. Tang Yu chose to ignore One-Ren. He could not stand idly by while the One-Ren family leaned towards Luo Junuo. Yet if they were so stubborn, he would do what he could and no more that if it came to it. He would simply sit at the girls' table during the banquet. One-Ren's emotions were quite complex at this moment. However, she had already resolved to take her father to seek Elder Jiang's assistance once they returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou. If Luo Junuo truly harbored ill intentions, she would not hesitate to take action. The atmosphere remained uncomfortably silent until they boarded the plane, where they did not sit together. After securing her father in his seat and fastening his seatbelt, One-Ren remarked, Dad, I'm going to the restroom. If you need anything, just call the flight attendant. Go ahead. One-Ren waved his hand dismissively. In a rather foul mood, he was a man of rigid character, yet he valued gratitude above all. Luo Junuo had aided him in healing his leg. Thus he was indebted to him. The thought of Tang Yu's earlier remarks left him vexed. If it were not for his current condition, he would ensure Luo Junuo face some repercussions. One-Ren did not truly head to the restroom. After walking for a bit, she found Tang Yu's seat. Miss One-Ren, is there something you need? Tang Yu asked casually, reclining in his seat and engrossed in a novel. Tang, I apologize on behalf of my father for his earlier remarks. It was not appropriate to address them in his presence. One-Ren bowed slightly in apology, her demeanor surprising Tang Yu. This girl, typically a wild and untamed spirit, was being so courteous. Much of his irritation dissipated, and he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. A minor misunderstanding easily resolved. Her attitude is quite commendable. Initially, I was considering exposing Luo Junuo to you. Given your demeanor, I might as well assist your father with his ailment. There are indeed a few remedies in the heavenly canon to treat paralysis. I assure you, once treated, your father will be pain-free and at ease, while also safeguarding our Tang family. One-Ren was both perplexed and excited. This man had a way to heal her father's leg. But what did he mean by pain-free and at ease? She felt an urge to challenge him. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Tang. Here is my business card. You can add me on WeChat for any future correspondence. One-Ren produced a business card, handing it to Tang Yu, which bore her name, phone number, and company name. Many of these ancient martial arts families operated security companies, which served as their primary source of income. Certainly, Tang Yu found her polite demeanor somewhat puzzling. Once the plane landed in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he hurried back to his antique shop, as the auction was just a couple of days away and preparations needed to commence. Meanwhile, One-Ren and her father, upon disembarking, were greeted by a driver awaiting them. To Elder Zhang's clinic, One-Ren instructed the driver. Why are we going to Elder Zhang's? One-Ren inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Did that boy from the Tang family say something to you? Why would you heed his nonsense? He had no desire to owe anyone favors, and there was no need to trouble Elder Zhang. His ailment could be treated by the young Luo Junuo. We need to have him examined. It is nothing serious, Dad, One-Ren insisted, shaking her head with unwavering resolve. Whether there were issues or not, a simple check would reveal all. Seeing his daughter's determined countenance, One-Ren realized he could not dissuade her and reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arriving at the clinic, One-Ren opened the car door and exerted himself to leap into the wheelchair. As One-Ren wheeled her father into the clinic, they encountered a long line of patients waiting outside. The clinic offered free consultations daily, providing treatment for the impoverished who could not afford medical care. This inevitably ruffled many feathers, and over the years, there had been occasional troublemakers. However, under the protection of the Tang family, those who dared cause trouble had mysteriously vanished, leaving others too wary to confront them. Elder Jiang Xiaoye was busy taking a patient's pulse when she spotted the One-Ren father and daughter. She recognized them well, as they had previously donated 10 million after their last visit, which was used for charitable treatments. Thus, she greeted them with a warm smile. Miss One-Ren, bringing your uncle for a consultation? Indeed. I am hoping to consult Elder Jiang. Is he available? One-Ren replied courteously. He is in the back reading. You may go ahead. Jiang Xiaoye smiled sweetly, gesturing towards the rear of the clinic. Thank you. One-Ren nodded and proceeded to push her father towards the back. As they approached, they found Elder Jiang, garbed in a long blue robe, engrossed in an ancient medical text. Upon seeing them, he greeted them warmly. Welcome. What seems to be the issue today? Elder Jiang, I recently met a skilled practitioner who treated my father's leg with some success, and I would like your assistance in evaluating the treatment's effectiveness. One-Ren expressed respectfully. You trouble Elder Jiang, but I feel quite well. She insisted I come. One-Ren interjected, somewhat disgruntled. Healed your leg? Has he? Elder Jiang inquired, his interest piqued and excitement evident. With his medical prowess, he could not resolve such issues. Could there truly be someone with such remarkable skills? He immediately began to check One-Ren's pulse, closing his eyes to concentrate intently. After a moment, his expression darkened, and he exclaimed angrily, This is outrageous. Who on earth would do such a thing? What's wrong? The father and daughter were both taken aback by Elder Jiang's sudden outburst. He was renowned for his patience and calm demeanor. This individual possesses remarkable medical skills, perhaps even surpassing my own, yet their intentions are utterly malicious. I cannot fathom the method they employed in your treatment. With his expertise, had he been willing to patiently administer acupuncture every 2 weeks for a year, he could have fully healed your leg. However, this person, in their haste for quick results, resorted to reckless measures, needling the Sanjiao and Yuanjing points, which will severely deplete your vital energy. Even if healed, you would not survive the year. Elder Zhang's face flushed red with indignation. Incompetence in medicine may lead to harm, but malicious intent was far worse. One-Ren Yade's expression shifted dramatically. Was Tang Yu truly correct? One-Ren Yuanshan was equally stunned. He had never anticipated that the young man he admired harbored such ill will. Alongside his anger, he felt a deep sense of guilt. Thankfully, he had encountered that boy from the Tang family today for a warning. Had it not been for that, he might have faced dire consequences. Yet he had treated Luo Junuo with such disdain. He slapped himself in regret. This was not how it should have been. Chapter 88. Adding fuel to the fire, Elder Jiang, can my father's health still be salvaged? One-Ren Yage asked, her face etched with concerned this moment. Revenge was secondary. Her father's health took precedence. Yes. I could perform acupuncture and prescribe a remedy. With a week of care, he should be fine. Fortunately, you came early. Had that man treated him even once more, I would have been powerless to help. Elder Jiang instructed the father and daughter to his room to begin treatment for One-Ren Yuanshan. Thank you, Elder Jiang. We will be eternally grateful for today's kindness. One-Ren Yage bowed deeply in gratitude that her father underwent acupuncture. One-Ren Yage stood outside the door, her fists clenched in anger. How dare Luo Junuo humiliate the One-Ren family in such a manner? She vowed that she would not rest until she avenged this insult. However, the realization of her own lack of strength left her feeling frustrated. Over the past few years, the One-Ren family had significantly declined, primarily due to her father's misfortune. The other formidable individuals at home have now reached a strength comparable to hers, all remaining at the initial stage of the Xian realm. Should they join forces, their chances of defeating Luo Junuo are, frankly, quite slim. The disparity between the peak of the Xian realm and its initial stage is glaringly evident. She begins to contemplate her plan for vengeance. Regardless of the circumstances, she cannot afford to let this person slip away so easily. At this moment, Luo Junuo is resting at the One-Ren residence. After suffering a significant loss a few days prior, he spent 2 days recuperating in the hospital and has finally regained his strength. Once restored, he returned to Suhang to rest at the One-Ren family, preparing to seize their resources. That fool Ye Chen is too dim-witted. Always fixated on making a quick fortune from the 4 great families, he, however, is far more focused on power. The One-Ren family serves as his stronghold for conquering the ancient martial forces of Suhang. Presently, he sits by the artificial lake of the One-Ren estate, fishing, feeling rather content. The precious item he has set his sights on at the upcoming auction has already been photographed and sent to him. He is certain that within this Jade Lion lies the elusive 9-turn pill, a long-lost elixir. The Dragon Soul organization has relevant documentation to confirm this. For him, the significance of the 9-turn pill cannot be overstated. With its aid, he can effortlessly break through to the D realm. At that point, the young man surnamed Tang will undoubtedly meet his demise. Why should he concern himself with that inexplicable power of his? Once he eliminates him, he shall also indulge in his fiancée. This way, he can humiliate Ye Chen as well. Hence, this item is of utmost importance to him, and he must acquire it, no matter the cost. At the antique shop, when Tang Yu arrives, the new manager is already waiting for him. Ever since Zhao Gaoshan was dispatched to Antarctica, an elderly gentleman, well-versed in knowledge, has taken over his position. Young Master Tang. He greets respectfully upon seeing Tang Yu. His demeanor toward Tang Yu is exceedingly courteous. The previous manager, Zhao, reportedly earned a staggering 10 billion in rewards after assisting young Master Tang with a task, and has since been promoted to a position overseas. To be able to serve young Master Tang now is indeed a stroke of fortune earned over several lifetimes. Old Master Peng, how is the Jade Lion I asked you to work on? Tang Yu inquires with a smile. Oh, that. It's nearly complete, young Master Tang. Please have a look. Old Master Peng promptly leads the way that a few days ago, upon receiving Tang Yu's notification and a photograph, he immediately summoned several experts to carve the Jade Lion Tang Yu desired. After days of diligent work, the finished product is ready, albeit with a few minor imperfections. Upon entering and seeing the coconut-sized Jade Lion, Tang Yu is quite satisfied, although the cost is somewhat exorbitant. That is of little concern. Even the intricate mechanism of the 9 palaces locked beneath it has been perfectly restored as per Tang Yu's specifications. The original Jade Lion had a mechanism beneath, which only Ye Chen, the Dragon King, could operate. Damn, that lucky son of a gun. It seems that all good things in the world are prepared solely for him. Fortunately, having read the original storyline, Tang Yu remembers how to operate it. This will suffice, he declares, content with the finished product, instructing them to package it and send it to the auction house. That he chuckles. I won't compete directly with you. Instead, I shall employ a method of deception. Old Master Tang. Here is a packet of medicinal powder. Please assist me in forming it into pills later. These pills can contain something rather unpleasant, and once prepared, send them over to Wanbao Tower, asking them to prioritize the auction of this item. After giving his instructions, Tang Yu pats the old man's shoulder and walks away. Chuckling that in the original storyline, the Dragon King Ye Chen also saw the 9-turn pill for the first time. Now that it is Luo Junuo's turn, it should be no different. This packet of medicinal powder has been specifically concocted, and its scent alone cannot reveal its true nature. Unless consumed, one would never suspect it to be poison, much like feces. You can see and smell it, but without tasting, how could one dare to assume it is what it appears? Unpleasant things? Old Master Tang scratches his bald head, employing the wisdom amassed over decades to ponder this question. After a moment's thought, he casts his gaze toward the restroom. Once he completes the task assigned by young Master Tang, old Master Tang emerges, his face flushed, having engaged in such mischievous acts in his youth. He never thought he would relive that innocent childhood joy at his age, that he places the processed pills inside the Jade Lion and personally delivers it to the Wanbao Tower auction. 2 days swiftly pass. The auction takes place at Sisui Villa on the outskirts. Nestled in a picturesque location by the mountains and water, affluent individuals frequently visit this venue for leisure. Tang Yu is quite familiar with the area. After stepping out of his vehicle, he encounters numerous acquaintances. Young Master Tang. Oh, young Master Tang has arrived. What treasures are you looking to acquire today? It's the first time we've seen you at an antique auction. Many greet Tang Yu enthusiastically. After responding to a few, he finds it tedious and hastens into the villa. Upon entering, he spots One-Ren accompanied by a handsome young man. The young man wears a charming, mischievous smile, strikingly similar to the Dragon King Ye Chen, albeit with the smile on his right side while Ye Chen's is on the left, that if their mouths were to merge, it would create a rather comical sight. Strictly speaking, this marks Luo Junuo's first encounter with Tang Yu's visage. Thus, upon seeing Tang Yu, he continues to smile nonchalantly, showing no concern of being recognized. Lurking in the shadows, delivering a fatal blow to his foe, is his forte. This is also Tang Yu's first glimpse of Luo Junuo's face. Recognizing him, his gaze involuntarily lingers. This scoundrel smiles, just like Ye Chen. If you were to combine their mouths and give them cross-eyed expressions, it would be utterly ridiculous. One-Ren, hearing Tang Yu's internal monologue, twitches her mouth. She now perceives Luo Junuo's charming smile as somewhat foolish, akin to a facial nerve malfunction. After her father received treatment from the esteemed Jiang Laosher, she has been contemplating her approach to vengeance these past few days. Deciding to take her time, she must first lower this person's guard before delivering a decisive blow. Today, upon hearing Luo Junuo mention attending the auction to seek rare medicinal materials for her father's ailment, she decided to accompany him. The three deliberately avoid drawing each other's attention, refraining from greeting one another. Seated in the front row, Tang Yu glances at his phone. Today, the Grim Reaper squad has not accompanied him. Luo Junuo sent them off on another task. After the previous encounter where they were soundly beaten, Luo Junuo has begun to harbor some dissatisfaction towards them as for suspicion. He has yet to entertain it, as the four have loyally executed his orders. And the beating was merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 89. Do you dare compete with me? A considerable number of guests have gathered for today's auction. The items up for bid not only include antiques, but also various rare treasures. Medicinal materials aged several hundred years are a staple in such narratives. The auction's typical tropes of treasure hunting and antagonists driving up prices are present, allowing the fortunate protagonist to showcase his prowess while acquiring artifacts. Anticipating his role as the antagonist who raises the price today, Tang Yu feels a sense of excitement that as he pops a pistachio into his mouth. He sneaks a glance at One-Ren Ye Chen. She is seated beside Luo Junuo, engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to his previous remarks. Sigh, what a frustratingly dull-witted ally. And here she is, merrily chatting with that scoundrel Luo Junuo. Even when I've made my intentions so clear, she remains clueless that if worst comes to worst, perhaps I should have Zhang Laoshe provide her father with a home visit. Tang Yu sighs internally. One-Ren Ye Chen, sitting less than 3 meters away, hears Tang Yu's silent thoughts and grows intrigued. Why can she hear young Master Tang's inner voice? Could it be that they share a mental connection? However, when she attempted to communicate silently moments ago, he did not respond. After approximately half an hour, the guests are mostly gathered. An elderly gentleman in a white Tang suit steps onto the stage to address the audience. This old man is the regional manager of Wanbao Tower in Suhang. Wanbao Tower is the largest auction house in China and in later stages becomes one of the Dragon King's staunch allies, providing ample intelligence. Once he concludes his speech, the auction officially commences. The first item presented for bidding is Dong Qichang's Snowy Mountains After the Rain. This is a work by the Ming Dynasty painter Dong Qichang. The elderly gentleman on stage begins to elaborate on the painting's origins, starting the bidding at 30 million. Soon, bids begin to pour in from the audience, and it ultimately sells for 80 million. As a high and wealthy young man, Tang Yu finds little interest in it. Having had his fill, he sees no reason to spend millions on such things. Art is meant to be appreciated, not consumed. Why waste so much money on it? Art that benefits humanity is the true art. For instance, the artistic films stored in my cloud drive. Ahem, and they come at no cost, serving as a covert blow to the Eastern economy. While Tang Yu mentally critiques the concept of art, One-Ren Ye Chen beside him wears a dark expression that is he really delivering a monologue in his mind. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Luo Junuo, with a charming smile, inquires, "What is wrong, Ye Chen? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon catching a glimpse of Luo Junuo's grin, One-Ren Ye Chen feels genuinely discomfort. She shakes her head, replying, "It's nothing. If you're unwell, do let me know. Seeing you in distress pains me here." Luo Junuo gestures toward his chest, his gaze filled with tenderness. One-Ren Ye Chen feels her stomach churn. "How dare you? If it weren't for the fact that I can't overpower you right now, I would definitely give you a taste of your own medicine." "Thank you." After a cold and indifferent response, One-Ren Ye Chen fell silent. Luo Junuo was equally unconcerned. A woman who admired the strong was destined to be conquered by him. Half an hour into the auction, the Jade Lion was finally presented on the auction stage. Upon seeing the exquisite artifact, many attendees cast curious glances, as if encountering such an antique for the very first time. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is this magnificent white Jade Lion, an artistic masterpiece that I am unable to ascertain the master behind its creation due to my limited knowledge, but I firmly believe in its considerable artistic value. Thus, the starting bid is set at 5 million. The interested guests might as well give it a try. Perhaps they could snag a bargain. The elderly auctioneer chuckled after his introduction. Over the years, their auctions had never witnessed a true bargain, thanks to the finest antique appraisers in all of Huaxia. Rarely could a counterfeit deceive them. The guests erupted in laughter. However, those able to attend this auction were all worth no less than 10 billion. Making a few million seem trivial, soon, bids began to emerge. I bid 5,500,000. Then I will bid 6 million. Upon hearing these bids, Luo Junuo, whose heart was racing, did not rush to respond. He either refrained from bidding or made a decisive offer. Today, he was determined to secure the Jade Lion. Once he obtained it, he would immediately consume the elixir. The 9 transformation pill was exceptionally effective, showing results within just 3 minutes. After reaching the pinnacle of the Xian realm, the recent beatings had paradoxically made him feel like he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Coupled with the 9 transformation pill, breaking through would be a mere formality. Once he achieved this breakthrough, his first order of business would be to disguise himself and eliminate that scoundrel surnamed Tang. As the bidding climbed to 9 million, no one dared to raise their offer further. They merely regarded the item as a fine piece to add to their collection, but anything overpriced was deemed unnecessary. Wealthy individuals were not fools to squander their money frivolously. 9 million. First call, 0.9 million. Second call. Just as the elderly auctioneer lifted his gavel to announce the third call, Luo Junuo interjected, 9,100,000. He recognized that this price had reached the psychological limit of the other bidders. Therefore, he was willing to add just one more thousand. Anything beyond that would be wasteful. He made his bid. All eyes in the room turned toward him. Sir, the minimum increment for bidding is 10,000. Please revise your bid. The auctioneer felt a tad awkward. Luo Junuo frowned in dissatisfaction and revised. Then I shall bid 9,110,000. The individual who initially bid 9 million rolled his eyes, but chose to withdraw without comment. 10 million. At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly shouted. His unexpected interjection drew Luo Junuo's gaze, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This man, was he born to be an adversary? The two setbacks he faced upon returning to Huaxiao were linked to him. Now, was he intent on competing with him over this item? 10 million, first call. The auctioneer was taken aback, realizing that Tang Yu had sent this item for auction. What did he intend to achieve by bidding on his own item? However, he was indifferent, as they earned commissions based solely on the final sale price. 11 million. Reluctantly, Luo Junuo raised his bid. He could not allow the Jade Lion to fall into Tang Yu's hands. His eyes brimmed with wariness. Could it be that this young man had uncovered the secret within the Jade Lion? 20 million, 21 million, 50 million. When Tang Yu shouted 50 million, the audience erupted in astonishment. Young Master Tang. That's an extravagant amount to spend on a seemingly useless Jade Lion. Observing Tang Yu's frenzied bidding, Luo Junuo was convinced that Tang Yu must have discovered the secret within the Jade Lion. His vision turned crimson with rage. How dare he covet the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him? I bid 1 billion. He stood up and declared loudly. Competing in wealth, he was unafraid. The Dragon Soul organization possessed resources beyond comprehension. Just a few companies visible on the surface boasted assets starting from 500 billion, aggregating to at least tens of trillions. The private assets were even more unfathomable. The two men began to escalate their bids, astonishing everyone present. Within a mere 5 minutes, they had frantically pushed the price close to 100 billion. For them, a billion seemed less a goal and more a casual remark. Some self-proclaimed wealthy individuals began to feel a twinge of inadequacy. They understood Tang Yu's reckless spending. The Tang family was indeed affluent. But who was this man bidding against Tang Yu? Was it worth such extremes merely to save face? As the price reached 100 billion, Luo Junuo's eyes blazed with fervor. This opportunity was of paramount importance to him. However, 100 billion was undeniably exorbitant. I withdraw my bid. Just as his emotions surged, Tang Yu abruptly relinquished his bid. Congratulations to this gentleman. The auctioneer quickly hammered down the gavel. Internally rejoicing, their auction house earned a 3% commission. That 100 billion meant 3 billion in net profit. He regarded Tang Yu with admiration. This young man was a commercial genius that he had taken a barely recognizable art piece, thrown it into the fray, and effortlessly garnered a handsome return. Truly deserving of being the eldest son of the Tang family, achieving what others could not with such ease. Useless, is that all you've got? Though he had successfully acquired the treasure, Luo Junuo seethed with fury, glaring at Tang Yu. This man had audaciously forced him to waste so much money. Even his life would not suffice as compensation. Excuse me, could the staff please address this uncouth individual who has personally attacked me? Tang Yu raised his hand, sounding much like a complaining schoolboy. The staff exchanged awkward glances and approached Luo Junuo. Sir, please maintain decorum. Personal attacks are not permitted at the auction. Luo Junuo's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, making a slashing gesture across his throat toward Tang Yu. The item had already been sold. This brat could only live for a little while longer. He was eager to seek revenge against Tang Yu. Rising from his seat, he requested the staff to escort him to make payment. According to auction rules, once the item was purchased and payment made, it could be taken away. That he was intent on consuming the 9 transformation pill immediately, breaking through on the spot to eliminate this young man. Upon hearing he was to make payment, the staff eagerly guided this affluent patron to the VIP lounge. 100 billion had shattered their auction's historical record. Although this guest was somewhat crude, earning 3 billion in commission in a short, while left them with little to complain about. Upon reaching the back office, he produced his card to complete the transaction. According to the conventions of sensational novels, even the largest transfers took only minutes to process. Thus, within moments, 100 billion had been transferred to the auction house's account. Esteemed guest, here is our platinum membership card. You are now a top-tier VIP of Wanbao Tower. After receiving the payment, the staff promptly presented Luo Junuo with an exquisite membership card. Luo Junuo accepted the card with a scowl, feeling no sense of advantage. Damn, what a loss. Quickly, bring me the item, he urged impatiently. Of course. Luo. The staff promptly summoned individuals to carefully deliver the Jade Lion to him. After placing the item in Luo Junuo's hands, the staff collectively sighed with relief. This was 100 billion worth of precious cargo. If it were mishandled, who would bear the responsibility? Well then, Mr. Luo, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Should you require our delivery services, feel free to call upon us. The staff spoke respectfully. Go on, and ensure no one enters without my permission to disturb me. Luo Junuo pointed toward the door, his tone impatient. The staff hastily exited the VIP lounge, closing the door behind them. Once alone, Luo Junuo inspected the Jade Lion and indeed discovered a mechanism with a 9-palace lock beneath it. He smirked, swiftly manipulating it to unlock the mechanism. Inside lay a pitch-black pill. Upon seeing it, Luo Junuo's excitement surged. The 9 transformation pill. This miraculous elixir had been lost to time. Even with his medical expertise, he could not reproduce its formula. Now that he had finally acquired one, he felt an overwhelming thrill. Consuming it would allow him to break through to the D realm. At that point, Tang Yu would undoubtedly meet his demise. He would seize the position of Dragon King, bringing the pill to his nose. He inhaled its medicinal aroma, noting a hint of unpleasantness. As a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he was unfazed. There were countless medicinal materials with an array of scents. To possess both fragrant and foul notes, such alchemical craftsmanship is simply astonishing, akin to combining ice and fire. Truly impressive, the creator of the 9 transformation pill. He genuinely admired the adept who had forged the 9 transformation pill. Clean and yet nourishing. Brothers, he murmured to himself with a smile before placing the 9 transformation pill in his mouth and savoring it that a slight bitterness lingered on his palate. He understood the principle that good medicine is often bitter. After chewing carefully for a few moments, the bitterness gradually transformed that a foul stench emanated from his mouth, growing increasingly potent, as if he had expelled a silent flatulence. Is this feces? Luo Junuo suddenly recognized the familiar odor. His expression subtly shifting. Once, during a mission, he had concealed himself in a cesspool for 3 minutes to evade detection, choking on the noxious air. There was no mistaking it. This was the very scent he remembered. Could it be that the ingredients of the 9 transformation pill include excrement? What kind of excrement is this? After swallowing the crushed remnants of the pill, Luo Junuo pondered that in traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a precious herb known as night-bright sand, which is essentially bat droppings. Moreover, there are excrements from various animals, and even human feces are considered medicinal, referred to as golden juice. Just as Luo Junuo was contemplating the formula for the 9 transformation pill, a sudden, intense pain surged through his abdomen. The anticipated scene of enhanced vital energy and breakthrough in cultivation did not materialize. As a skilled physician, he was acutely aware of what was amiss in his body. Poisoned? This is bad, the excrement. The medicine is toxic. Luo Junuo's face turned ashen, and he immediately opened his mouth, desperately retching. After expelling the remnants of the 9 transformation pill, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a latrine. A nauseating stench assaulting his senses. More alarmingly, the toxin had already spread within him, that he hastily consumed an antidote he had concocted, which provided some relief. Damn, I've been played. At that moment, realization struck him, and with reddened eyes, he dashed out of the VIP room. When he burst out, the auction for the Jade Lion had already concluded. Tang Yu was now toying with the exquisite lion, a smile illuminating his face. Just after Luo Junuo's departure, the true Jade Lion had gone up for auction. The appearance of two identical items bewildered the attendees. After Tang Yu made the first bid, no one else dared to follow suit. Knowing that the previous bid had already soared into the billions, that Tio raised the bid now would be utterly foolish, risking offense without the means to compete. Observing Tang Yu play with the Jade Lion ignited a surge of fury within Luo Junuo. This scoundrel had the audacity to toy with him. Not only had he stolen his pill, but now he was attempting to deceive him with a counterfeit. Even worse, he had poisoned it. How could such malevolence exist in the world? However, seeing Tang Yu merely handling the Jade Lion afforded him a slight sense of relief. It seemed this fellow lacked the ability to unlock in this world. No more than 5 individuals could unlock the 9 palace lock. Certainly, this brat was not among them. With his eyes ablaze, Luo Junuo returned to his seat, resolute in his determination. And no matter what, today he would reclaim the Jade Lion from Tang Yu. This man was destined to die. Aha! That pill within the Jade Lion. This fool must have consumed it by now. The child of fortune truly is a child of fortune. It hasn't killed you yet. Tang Yu silently reveled in schadenfreude. Upon acquiring the Jade Lion, he promptly unlocked the 9 palace lock, retrieving its contents. Inside lay a 9 transformation pill and an ancient martial arts manual. After obtaining the 9 transformation pill, Tang Yu decisively consumed it. This substance, once ingested, would enhance his cultivation. Recently, he had been elevated to the Yellow Realm by the system and now effortlessly broke through to the initial stage of the Xian realm. As for the ancient martial arts manual, he could not practice it immediately and would have to wait until he returned. While Tang Yu reveled in his fortune, One-Ren Ye's gaze sharpened. Had Luo Junuo truly been poisoned? Turning her head to glance, she confirmed that Luo Junuo indeed appeared unstable, that if this man was genuinely poisoned, would this not provide an opportunity for revenge? A surge of joy filled One-Ren Ye's heart. She had not anticipated such a swift chance for retribution. Thus, she feigned concern, addressing Luo Junuo. Mr. Luo, you seem a bit unwell? Feeling her concern, Luo Junuo experienced a modicum of comfort. I ate something off. It's a minor issue. You, as he spoke, One-Ren Ye was met with an overwhelming stench that propelled her to gag. The others nearby also detected the foul odor, wrinkling their noses in disgust. Good heavens, what a stench! What is that smell? Who defecated on themselves? Surely not. We aren't children. Hearing their remarks, Luo Junuo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. The offensive odor emanated from his own mouth. He could smell it himself. That scoundrel Tang Yu not only poisoned him, but had the audacity to mix in feces. Could any human be capable of such treachery? His resolve shifted. He now intended to beat this man to a pulp and throw him into a cesspool to drown. I need to use the restroom. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Junuo hurried off, only for One-Ren Ye to retch once more. Humiliated to the extreme, Luo Junuo nearly ground his teeth in frustration as he rushed to the restroom to rinse his mouth. The restroom had disposable mouthwash available. After rinsing for nearly 5 minutes, the foul taste dissipated only partially. Frustrated by the lingering taste, Luo Junuo shouted in anger, shattering the restroom mirror with a punch. Tang Yu, I will make you pay. At that moment, Tang Yu, reclining in his seat and feeling the changes in his body, suddenly sneezed. Spotting Luo Junuo in the restroom, Tang Yu's eyes glinted with mischief. The auction is nearly over. It's time to make my exit. Otherwise, this beast, at the pinnacle of the Xian realm, could become a real threat. Alas, this immovable King Kong technique lacks a bit. If only its defense could ignore the Xian realm. With a sigh, Tang Yu clutched the Jade Lion and prepared to flee. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, One-Ren Ye contemplated briefly before swiftly following in his wake. Given her understanding of Luo Junuo, he would undoubtedly pursue Tang Yu at that point. The chance for repayment and revenge would finally arrive. Just as the two departed, Luo Junuo returned. Discovering Tang Yu absent from his seat, a look of rage consumed him. His gaze swiftly scanned the room until he spotted Tang Yu sneaking away. Trying to escape, with eyes ablaze, he charged forward, and no matter what, he could not allow this brat to take the 9 transformation pill away. By the time he burst out of the auction venue, Tang Yu was already making his way toward the parking lot. You can't escape, Luo Junuo bellowed, pushing his speed to the limit as he closed in on Tang Yu. As they were merely 2 meters apart, he unleashed his vital energy, propelling himself like a spear into the air, his feet crashing into Tang Yu's back. The impact sent Tang Yu staggering, nearly toppling over, causing the Jade Lion to fly from his grasp. Luo Junuo's expression lit up with joy as he seized the Jade Lion, but he glared coldly at Tang Yu, declaring, "You dare to snatch from me. Tang, today marks your demise." Initially, he had intended to bide his time and deal with this brat through subterfuge, but Tang Yu's underhanded scheming had crossed a line. With that, he swiftly opened the mechanism of the 9-palace lock. Discovering indeed a pill within, he lifted the pill to his nose. This time, only the fragrance of medicine wafted forth, devoid of any foul odor. Indeed, this is the genuine 9 transformation pill. His heart soared with elation as he swiftly consumed it. Today, he would break through on the spot and then incapacitate this scoundrel, throwing him into the cesspool to drown. Otherwise, his wrath would never be sated upon swallowing the pill, instead of feeling a transformation within. He was met with the resurgence of the intense pain he had thought vanished. His pupils contracted in alarm. Could it be that this was also poison? This brat had no reason to unlock the 9-palace lock. This was a secret known only to the Dragon Soul organization. And just moments ago, the panicked Tang Yu revealed a radiant smile. Should this fellow not pursue him, all would remain well. But now, having presented himself so eagerly and hastily consuming the medicine, this drug might not kill Luo Junuo, but it would certainly impair his combat effectiveness. Hence, he could not be blamed for being ruthless with determination. He charged toward Luo Junuo in a situation where their combat powers were roughly equivalent. He possessed the immovable King Kong technique. The advantage lay with him, as the toxin coursed through his body. Luo Junuo was horrified that he hastily consumed the last 2 specially formulated antidotes and tossed them into his mouth just as he and Tang Yu's fists collided. The impact sent both combatants stumbling back. In his weakened state, Luo Junuo barely held the advantage. Being at the pinnacle of the Xian realm, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Yet with the previous poison not fully resolved and now a new toxin introduced, his situation was dire. Continuing this fight would surely lead to his downfall. Just as he contemplated retreating, he spotted One-Ren rushing toward him. His face brightened. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 92. A drop of water returned with a fountain of gratitude. Ye Chen, you arrived just in time. Let's team up to deal with this scoundrel. At this moment, he cast aside all dignity and urgently sought One-Ren's assistance. With her fondness for him, she would undoubtedly join forces to strike at Tang Yu. All right. With a fierce glint in her eyes, One-Ren surged to his side, unleashing a punch she had been holding back. The blow struck Luo Junuo unawares in the back. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the force of the hit. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yu sprinted forward and kicked Luo Junuo once more, sending him hurtling back, like a deflated ball after 2 consecutive strikes. He coughed up blood and crashed to the ground. Rising from the floor, he glared at One-Ren. A mix of astonishment and rage etched on his face. "Why?" he shouted in an enraged tone. "Why would this woman, who clearly harbors feelings for me, betray me? Because you are despicable. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions to harm my father." One-Ren roared, her eyes blazing with fury as she charged at Luo Junuo once more. What the hell she knows? Impressive. I do appreciate someone with a sharp mind. Upon hearing One-Ren's words, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy that he had genuinely worried that she would join forces with Luo Junuo to assault him. Seeing her initiate the attack, Tang Yu promptly followed suit. At this moment, Luo Junuo was engulfed in overwhelming hatred. Struggling against the onslaught of the 2 attackers, he found himself at a significant disadvantage in his current weakened state. After just a few minutes, he bore multiple injuries. Even more infuriating was the fact that the young man named Tang was particularly loathsome, deliberately targeting his groin. Feeling the severity of his internal injuries escalate, Luo Junuo was genuinely alarmed that he had not brought anyone with him today. The Grim Reaper squad had been dispatched to undertake a mission investigating certain matters. The 4 of them were reportedly infiltrating a high-end venue. And he had no idea how that was progressing, that in such a dire situation, With both internal and external wounds compounded by poisoning, he felt the specter of death beckoning him. Why had his return to China been so fraught with misfortune? Had he known, he would have arranged for some elite operatives from his organization to assist him. Just as his heart brimmed with rage, a large truck approached from the road behind him. Spotting the vehicle, his eyes suddenly gleamed with hope that an opportunity had presented itself. He feigned vulnerability. As Tang Yu and the others struck him simultaneously, he used the force of their blows to propel himself backward. Landing perfectly on the roadside at that moment, the truck passed right by him. Suppressing the pain, he leaped up and grabbed onto the speeding truck, seizing his chance for salvation. "Two fools, this is my escape route. Did you not expect that?" Once aboard the truck, he yelled mockingly at Tang Yu and the others. Even in such a seemingly fatal predicament, he was resolute in his escape. Who could stand in his way? When he recovered, the One-Ren family would surely bow before him, as for Tang Yu. After their brief skirmish, he had already surmised that this individual was merely at the initial stage of the Xian realm. Their next encounter would mark his demise. Observing the swiftly retreating truck, One-Ren hastily started her car to pursue. "It's too late. Let it go." Tang Yu shook his head, knowing that the other party would not foolishly remain on the truck for long, likely choosing a secluded area to hide. "Are we just going to let him go?" One-Ren expression reflected her reluctance. They had come so close to eliminating this scoundrel. "There will always be another opportunity. You are aware of your father's situation now, correct?" Tang Yu inquired. "Yes, I am aware. Once again, I thank you, young Master Tang. The One-Ren family will forever remember this kindness." One-Ren bowed deeply to Tang Yu. Were it not for him, her family would have suffered greatly at the hands of Luo Junuo. Had it not been for him, she would not have been able to seek vengeance so swiftly, despite allowing Luo Junuo to escape. "It is a minor matter that I will continue to gather information on Luo Junuo. We will have our chance to confront him together," Tang Yu replied with a smile. Such a favorable opportunity must be seized to win the One-Ren family's allegiance. "Of course, I shall return home for now and also have someone investigate Luo Junuo's whereabouts." One-Ren's mind was consumed with the desire for retribution. Allowing Luo Junuo to slip away left her feeling unsatisfied. "Be cautious. This person possesses cunning techniques, and he can disguise himself," Tang Yu cautioned. After taking just a couple of steps, One-Ren turned back to Tang Yu. "Young Master Tang, do you have time now? If it's convenient, could you accompany me to my home?" "To your home?" Tang Yu asked, somewhat perplexed. "Yes, my father has been informed of the situation and wishes to apologize to you in person." One-Ren replied with a wry smile that in her fury earlier, she had nearly forgotten to invite Tang Yu back with her. Previously, she had heard him mention that he could potentially heal her father's leg. Since that was the case, it would be prudent to let him take a look. Very well. Tang Yu nodded, and the two drove towards the One-Ren residence. After escaping on the truck for a considerable distance, Luo Junuo showed no inclination to disembark and conceal himself upon realizing that Tang Yu and his companion had not pursued. "Foolish," Luo Junuo scoffed, offering a mere two-word assessment that if it were him, he would have left no stone unturned to ensure a clean kill. Allowing him to escape would surely become the gravest regret of their lives. However, he was in a dire condition. Internal injuries had caused his vital energy to surge uncontrollably, exacerbating his plight. Had he not consumed an antidote and practiced a unique cultivation technique, he would already be buried beneath the mountains. As the vehicle approached a park, he could no longer endure. Taking advantage of the truck stopping at a red light, he jumped out and staggered into the park. This secluded park would provide him with a safer refuge. At this moment, heading to a hotel or hospital could very well lead to his capture. Reaching the farthest bench in the park, he was nearly at his limit. He then pulled out his phone and sent a message with his location to the Grim Reaper squad, requesting their assistance. Once he sent the message, he collapsed onto the bench, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad were leisurely relaxing at the venue. Upon receiving the message, Deng He glanced at his phone, his brow furrowing. "Brother, Lewis sent a message." The other 3 chimed in unison. "Ignore him. Pretend we didn't see it." Deng He tossed his phone aside and patted the thigh of a nearby technician, saying, "Shaoli, let us go out for seafood tonight." After Luo Junuo fainted on the park bench, he unwittingly caught the attention of 2 shifty-eyed young men. Bro, that guy looks like he is drunk. One short young man pointed at Luo Junuo and whispered, drunk and sleeping in broad daylight. Such individuals are the scum of society, incapable of contributing in any way. The other man, sporting a scruffy beard, admonished, but he then looked at his companion and reprimanded. Thus, we must not emulate him. We need to change our lazy ways and reinvigorate ourselves. From today onward, we shall refine our thieving methods, merging classical and modern techniques, striving for greatness and renewed glory. Of course, at this stage, our primary goal is to secure whatever we can, such as the bearded man cast his gaze toward Luo Junuo. Soon enough, the two had relieved Luo Junuo of his wallet and phone, even discovering two unopened boxes of a certain product that Luo Junuo had purchased in Mingzhu, but he had initially believed that one box would not suffice after Wang Yishue fell victim. But it had ultimately gone unused. Bro, today we truly encountered a benefactor. The short young man chuckled. We are grateful for nature's bounty. The bearded man grinned. This fellow was indeed decent. Few possess such cash in these times. With this windfall, they could indulge themselves, stimulating the domestic economy and contributing to society. Shall we depart? The short young man grinned. One must adhere to the principles of the underworld. We cannot take from others without giving back. The bearded man snorted disdainfully, opening a box of the product and saying, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a flood. Let us return the favor with a few million. Understood. You go first. Go, keep watch for me. Thus, as Luo Junuo lay in a stupor, he vaguely felt a sharp pain in his backside. Chapter 93. I belonged to young Master Tang. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious. When Luo Junuo finally awoke, he felt parched and dizzy, his entire being in disarray. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, only to find nothing. His pockets were empty. What? Where's my dragon fruit? Luo Junuo's face turned pale with anger. How could someone have stolen his belongings while he was unconscious? In a panic, he quickly checked his chest pocket. Fortunately, his dragon-pattern jade remained untouched. He was unsure why it had not been taken. The poison within him had also been suppressed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although his bodily injuries were still severe, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the bottleneck at the peak of the Xian realm had loosened slightly. A particular acupoint he had been unable to open had suddenly become less constricted. Is this a blessing in disguise? Tang Yu, you shall await your doom. He burst into laughter, for even without the 9 turns pill, the D realm was now within his grasp. In high spirits, he stood up, ready to leave the park. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. He thought little of it, attributing it to his previous injuries. A devilish smile crept across his lips as he prepared to return and recuperate in seclusion. The important confidential information from the Tang group has already been obtained. The two women reported respectively. Excellent. As expected of you both, with your assistance, it is akin to having the legendary strategist Jade Lion and the young talent in my midst, Ye Chen said, a smile of appreciation gracing his lips. The Death God Squad's few useless members had betrayed him to follow Luo Junuo, and Long Ye was yet again in prison, picking up soap. Fortunately, the two women remained as reliable as ever. He then turned to them with a smile. Recently, there were a few minor issues with the plan, but overall, it remains under control. After being besieged by numerous skilled fighters, I unexpectedly seized the opportunity to break through my limits and have now reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm. Thus, I have decided to revise the plan. We will not head to Yinjing just yet, but will continue to stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women subtly shifted. This man had actually managed to break through his limits amid adversity. Yet, out of habit, the two women responded in unison. Congratulations, Dragon King, on your breakthrough. What are the next steps? Next, it is time to strike back. Both Tang Yu and Luo Junuo must perish. Ye Chen's expression suddenly darkened with malice. These two deserved death. One had disrupted his plans, while the other sought to usurp the position of Dragon King. He looked at the two women and commanded, Qi Yin, continue gathering critical confidential information. Ensure that we can strike a decisive blow against the Tang group when the time comes. Ling Han, you are responsible for infiltrating the Tang family from within. I want chaos to erupt in the Tang family, leading to a great fire that will obliterate this clan from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood. The two women replied in unison, their eyes flashing with a chilling glint and murderous intent. Go now. Once I have taken control of the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou, I will notify you to take action. Ye Chen waved his hand, signaling the two women to depart. During his time lying in the hospital, he had secretly accomplished a great deal, including laying the groundwork for the upcoming ancient martial arts tournament. He intended to seize the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou in one fell swoop as his bargaining chip for a comeback. Currently, the four great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou had banded together around the Tang family to deal with him. Given the circumstances, he had to change his strategy after taking control of the ancient martial arts forces. His first order of business would be to crush the Tang family. He aimed to shatter this so-called alliance, causing them to fragment and even plunge into internal strife over competing interests. By stirring the waters, he could reclaim control over Suzhou and Hangzhou. As for Tang Yu and Luo Junuo, he had already devised plans for their demise. He had meticulously arranged how these two would meet their end. With this thought, he could not help but burst into laughter, mocking Tang Yu's lack of wisdom and Luo Junuo's lack of strategy. After leaving the He family's private hospital, Ling Han and Qi Yin walked in silence, neither showing any inclination to speak. Their relationship had been relatively cordial, but at this moment, their attitudes towards each other had shifted. Each felt a possessive claim over Tang Xiao, while simultaneously viewing the other as an ally of Ye Chen. This realization had transformed them into adversaries. The commands issued by Ye Chen earlier had left them both on edge. After walking for a while, Qi Yin finally resolved to take action. It was time to eliminate the threat to Tang Xiao. She turned to Ling Han and said, "Come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." "All right," Ling Han nodded, a smile on her face as she followed Qi Yin. Upon reaching a relatively secluded spot, Qi Yin suddenly turned and launched an attack. Her face was devoid of any concealment as she brandished a gleaming dagger aimed at Ling Han's throat. Simultaneously, Ling Han retaliated with a military dagger. The two weapons clashed before they quickly recoiled, creating distance between them. They regarded each other with wary eyes, both pondering whether to strike the other down. "What do you mean by this?" Ling Han glared at Qi Yin coldly. Why did she want to kill her? Had she discovered her betrayal of the organization? "Nothing personal. You are Ye Chen's lackey, and I am Tang Xiao's allied. It is only natural to eliminate you," Qi Yin replied with a cold smirk. For the sake of Tang Xiao, their superficial sisterhood was utterly inconsequential. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. She stared at Qi Yin, frowning. "You are Tang Xiao's ally?" "Of course. My father was once the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards. Tang Xiao has shown me immense favor." As soon as Qi Yin finished speaking, she lunged forward to attack. Ling Han nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After fending off a few strikes, she cursed, "Stop, I am also Tang Xiao's ally. Don't try that with me. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Why would I lie to you? Isn't Tang Xiao always comparing you and me, wondering why we have such disparities in treatment?" Qi Yin's face immediately turned pale with anger. She had indeed heard Tang Xiao muttering about this in the office. Then it dawned on her. Ling Han, like herself, could hear Tang Xiao's innermost thoughts. Chapter 94. The two women decide to confront each other. "We are on the same side. Stop fighting." Ling Han sighed helplessly. A trace of inexplicable joy surfacing that it turned out besides herself. There was another insider who could hear Tang Xiao's thoughts. Qi Yin awkwardly sheathed her dagger. She had initially thought she had switched sides, only to find herself still working with an old colleague at a new company. That feeling was rather peculiar. "Did you really send the confidential information of the Tang group to that scoundrel Ye Chen?" Ling Han raised an eyebrow at Qi Yin, her tone tinged with discontent. "Do you think I am you? I certainly provided him with false information." "So did I. That's good to hear." Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief, gritting her teeth. "We absolutely cannot allow that scoundrel Ye Chen to lay a hand on the Tang family or Tang Xiao." Qi Yin nodded vigorously. Her brow furrowed. "Should we notify Tang Xiao now? Inform him of the situation?" "You say that, but Tang Xiao may not yet realize I am on his side." Ling Han felt a bit awkward. She was still waiting for Tang Yu to come to her and make a show of loyalty. "I feel the same." Qi Yin also felt quite embarrassed. Ahem, everyone was just waiting for Tang Xiao to take the initiative to extend an invitation to team up. "Forget it. Let us not dwell on that." We should go find Tang Xiao together and confront him directly that I recorded everything Ye Chen said just now. It can serve as evidence. I recorded it too. The two women exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The One-Ren family, as the foremost ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, boasted a lineage spanning a century. Their martial arts school is renowned throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou, and they also run the largest security company in the region. When Tang Yu arrived with One-Ren Yage, the martial artists of the One-Ren family were practicing diligently. Upon spotting One-Ren Yage, these young martial artists eagerly greeted her, their eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Their young lady was exceptionally talented, not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessing the highest martial arts aptitude in the history of the One-Ren family. Everyone believed she would undoubtedly break through to the D realm before turning 40, surpassing her father's record. However, when they noticed Tang Yu accompanying One-Ren Yage, their gazes turned condescending. That wasn't this the most famous sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou? How dare he walk alongside their young lady? Surely he did not intend to harm her, did he? With this thought, the group exchanged knowing smiles. Their young lady only liked men who were more formidable than herself. A pretty boy like him stood no chance, no matter how long he tried to curry favor. Then, they witnessed One-Ren Yage flash a sweet smile at Tang Yu, standing beside him and seemingly engaging him in conversation. Instantly, the expressions of the group turned a shade of pig liver. Tang Yu, however, remained oblivious to their disdain. His thoughts were occupied with contemplating the rewards given by the system. After the conclusion of the recent auction event, the system had rewarded him with a rapid learning technique. This technique allowed one to swiftly master a particular skill or item. Hence, Tang Yu immediately utilized the rapid learning technique on the ancient martial arts manual, 8 Extremes Collapse Fist, which he had retrieved from the Jade Lion, enabling him to cultivate this martial art to perfection and further enhance his combat prowess. This rapid learning reward was indeed impressive. The only drawback was that the system had placed a limit on its usage, allowing for only 3 applications, meaning he could only max out 3 martial arts techniques. That if it were not for this restriction, Tang Yu would have first sought to learn from each ancient martial arts force in Suzhou and Hangzhou. One-Ren Yage suddenly spoke. Tang Xiao, my father is already waiting for you inside. Tang Yu nodded and followed One-Ren Yage in her father's residence. Upon entering, they found One-Ren Yuanshan engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Tang Yu's arrival, his face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment, and he clasped his hands in greeting. Tang Xiao, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused the other day. One-Ren Yuanshan wishes to extend my apologies. A few days prior, he had misunderstood Tang Yu at the airport and had even made some sarcastic remarks. Reflecting on it now, he felt a deep sense of regret. Had it not been for Tang Yu's kind reminder, he might not have survived. Uncle One-Ren, you are being too polite. There is no need to dwell on it, Tang Yu replied with a slight smile. Let bygones be bygones. It's not a significant matter. That's just your nature. A small act of kindness deserves great gratitude. Your character is indeed commendable. One-Ren Yage, listening to Tang Yu's thoughts, couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This man seemed to understand her father quite well. Ah, I truly was foolish. One-Ren Yuanshan sighed before continuing. Tang Xiao, I will never forget this life-saving grace. Should you ever require assistance from the One-Ren family in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Understood. I shall not be courteous. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. He genuinely needed the support of the One-Ren family. The One-Ren family was the leading ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and at their peak, they had had ancient martial artists in the D realm overseeing matters. It was during that time that One-Ren Yuanshan had been at his height. However, now, One-Ren Yuanshan was paralyzed, and his strength had waned significantly. The WNRN family remains a formidable force that cannot be underestimated. Currently, they boast 6 practitioners at the Xian level and approximately 20 at the Huang level. Without such a foundation, they would naturally feel embarrassed to claim the title of the foremost ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. By the way, young Master Tang, I accompanied my father to seek the assistance of old Dr. Jiang, who managed to resolve the issues left by Luo Junuo. However, when it comes to restoring my father's legs, even old Dr. Jiang's medical expertise is inadequate. Thus, I wish to request your help. If you possess any means to heal my father's legs, The Wnrn family will agree to any conditions you set. Vnumer Ye Chen interjected earnestly. She had overheard Tang Yu's thoughts and was aware of his considerable medical skills, capable of remedying her father's condition. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found it impossible to convey the specifics of what she had gleaned from his thoughts. Hence, she opted for a more tactful approach to Wn Yuanshan, also cast a hopeful glance toward Tang Yu, that if his legs could indeed be restored, he would regain his former strength within 3 months. Tang Yu had initially come for this very purpose. With Wn Ye's proactive suggestion, the matter became even more straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I can attempt to treat Uncle Wnrn's ailment. But I have one condition. Please, young Master Tang, go ahead," Wn Ye replied eagerly. "If our family finds itself in need, I hope the Wnrn family can extend their support to ensure our safety. However, let it be known in advance that any adversaries we deem troublesome are quite perilous," Tang Yu stated solemnly. Whether it be Ye Chen or Luo Junuo, both hailed from the mysterious Longhan organization, a clandestine group akin to a dragon hidden in the heavens, elusive and enigmatic. Their true strength remains a mystery to all. Tang Yu not only required the means for self-preservation, but also sought to guarantee his family's safety. "Very well. I swear that as long as young Master Tang can restore my father's legs, the Wnrn family will stand alongside the Tang family through thick and thin," Wn Ye vowed. "Young Master Tang, should I regain the ability to stand, my strength at the D level would suffice to protect the Tang family," Wn Yuanshan added with a smile, given young Master Tang's kindness. What danger could possibly deter him? With their assurances, Tang Yu nodded in agreement. "Then, please procure for me some silver needles and paper. I shall draft a prescription and arrange for the necessary medicinal herbs to be delivered." He had already assessed Wnrn Yuanshan's legs. Having been paralyzed for several years, the meridians in his legs had nearly all perished. Yet this did not render treatment impossible. The Qing Nong Tianjing contains several methods to heal his condition. The rewards granted by the system, as long as they do not directly enhance combat prowess, are remarkably reliable. The Wnrn Ye promptly arranged for the silver needles to be brought to him. Once Tang Yu completed the prescription, she personally went to procure the herbs. "Uncle Wnrn, please come inside. I will begin acupuncture treatment," Tang Yu said with a smile, holding the silver needles. Wn Yuanshan nodded and maneuvered his wheelchair indoors, cooperating with Tang Yu's treatment. Due to years of paralysis, the muscles in his legs had begun to atrophy slightly. After sterilizing the silver needles, Tang Yu inserted one into a specific acupoint on Wn Yuanshan's calf. Upon this insertion, Wn Yuanshan exclaimed in delight, "I can feel a tingling sensation." The nerves in his legs had long since lost sensation due to the paralysis. This tingling was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This indicates that Uncle Wnrn's condition is not particularly severe, though the subsequent sensations may be more intense, Tang Yu remarked with a smile. Observing Wn Yuanshan's reaction, he felt considerably reassured. The unnamed acupuncture technique from the Qing Nong Tianjing had indeed met his expectations. Once the acupuncture concluded, Wn Ye returned with the purchased herbs. Following Tang Yu's instructions, she boiled the herbs, allowing them to cool before placing Wn Yuanshan's legs into the mixture for soaking. Soon, Wn Yuanshan's face contorted in pain, as if countless fine needles were pricking him. After soaking for another hour, it will be sufficient. Uncle Wn must continue this treatment daily for 3 months to expel the toxins accumulated in his meridians, Tang Yu advised with a smile. "So, after 3 months, will I be able to stand?" Wn Yuanshan, undeterred by the pain, longed to regain his mobility. "I will return for another acupuncture session, and that should suffice," Tang Yu affirmed. The primary issue with Wn Yuanshan's legs stemmed from the blockage of toxins following the demise of his meridians. As long as the toxins are expelled and acupuncture is employed to guide his internal vital energy back into the meridians, his legs would gradually recover, much like a river choked with silt. Once the silt is cleared and water is reintroduced, all would return to normalcy. "I appreciate your assistance, young Master Tang." With a confirmed remedy, Wn Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, when a middle-aged man hurriedly entered from outside. He was One-Ren Yuanshan's brother, One-Ren Zheng. "What brings you here, second uncle?" "One-Ren Ye Chen de pan noticen One-Ren Zheng es herid deminer." "The Lu family has come looking for trouble," One-Ren Zheng replied bluntly. Tang Yu was taken aback at the mention of the Lu family. That family, known as the perennial runner-up in the ancient martial arts community of Suzhou and Hangzhou, had long harbored animosity towards the Wen family, perpetually seeking an opportunity to reclaim their standing. The method of establishing superiority between the two families was straightforward. The ancient martial arts tournament, held every 5 years. The Wen family had maintained their position as the foremost family precisely because they consistently triumphed without question. "Have they come regarding the ancient martial arts tournament?" One-Ren Yuanshan inquired darkly. "Indeed," One-Ren Zheng nodded. His expression grim. 5 years ago, One-Ren Yuanshan was at the peak of his prowess, having entered the D level. That year, the ancient martial arts tournament was the easiest victory for the Wen family. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingxin, challenged One-Ren Yuanshan and was defeated without landing a single blow. This incident deepened the Lu family's resentment towards the Wen family. Upon learning of One-Ren Yuanshan's misfortune in recent years, they celebrated with great fanfare. Now that One-Ren Yuanshan had encountered difficulties, the most capable member of the Wen family had become the young One-Ren Ye Chen. Yet her strength still paled in comparison to that of the cunning Lu family patriarch. "Father, focus on your treatment. I will investigate the situation," One-Ren Ye Chen declared. "Very well. Go ahead, do not overly concern yourself with the ancient martial arts tournament. Once my health is restored, the One-Ren family will remain as it has always been." One-Ren Yuanshan sighed with a hint of resignation. The One-Ren Ye Chen nodded and departed, with Tang Yu and One-Ren Zheng following closely behind her. "System. What does the plot say regarding the ancient martial arts tournament?" he mused internally. According to the original narrative, the Lu family's provocation of the Wen family stemmed from their invitation to a formidable expert. With such a powerful figure backing them, they felt emboldened to confront the Wen family. When the ancient martial arts tournament commenced, the expert they had summoned would sweep through the Wen family. Just as the Wen family faced humiliation, the Dragon King Ye Chen would emerge to defeat this expert, restoring the Wen family's honor and winning One-Ren Ye Chen's admiration through his overwhelming strength. Simultaneously, he would earn the respect of all factions within the ancient martial arts community of Suzhou and Hangzhou, regarded as a prodigious talent. Ding! Spoiler alert failed. Please exercise caution, host. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration. This unreliable system had betrayed him. Had it not been upgraded? Why had it still failed to provide accurate spoilers? What a troublesome system, according to the expected developments. Luo Junuo, standing in for Ye Chen, should have intervened to assist the Wen family with their troubles. Now that Luo Junuo is no longer present, how will the plot progress? If I recall correctly, the expert summoned by the Lu family is at the mid-Xian level. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, One-Ren Ye Chen furrowed her brow slightly. The mid-Xian level? If that were indeed the case, her own strength would be insufficient to contend with it. Could it be that this ancient martial arts tournament would see the Wen family suffer defeat at the hands of the Lu family? Upon their arrival, they found the Lu family members lounging on the sofa, sipping tea. Among them, a somewhat portly man was none other than Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, approaching 50 years of age. His martial arts cultivation still lingered at the early Xian level. While he may not compare to the top-tier talents, he was nonetheless regarded as quite competent within the martial arts circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon noticing One-Ren Ye Chen's arrival, he sneered, "Where is One-Ren Yuanshan? Why has he not come? Could it be that he is afraid? What reason would he have to meet a defeated opponent?" One-Ren Ye Chen retorted scornfully kropka. Hearing the term defeated opponent, the Lu family members rose in unison, glaring at One-Ren Ye Chen with indignation. Lu Qingxin's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on One-Ren Ye Chen and declared, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate those who are middle-aged and impoverished. I am here today to present a challenge to the One-Ren family." Lu Qingxin with a dismissive tone, remarked, "I have heard that a master from your esteemed family has arrived. Is it someone with the surname Liu? That is why I have come to issue a challenge. The One-Ren family can certainly allow him to take the stage, no matter what kind of master he may be. The Liu family will accept all challengers. If he dares not, then consider my words unspoken. The Liu family indeed has no interest in bullying a coward." What on earth is happening? Why is this turning into trouble for Luo Junuo again? Is the plot twisting in an odd direction? Tang Yu, a mere bystander, found himself utterly perplexed. How could this group from the Liu family possibly know of Luo Junuo's existence? Dog system. What is going on with this narrative? Seeing the story unravel thus, Tang Yu mentally called out to the system. "Beep, spoiler failed. Please ensure the host's safety." The system provided its usual response. Just as Tang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, he suddenly realized a critical issue. Lu Qingxin had been afflicted with a curse. Near his heart, there lay a peculiar-shaped cursed insect. This is indeed a curse? Luo Junuo has only recently sustained serious injuries. This cannot be his doing, nor would he have any reason to target himself. If it is not him, then it must be Ye Chen. This fellow likely intends to deal with Luo Junuo while simultaneously dismantling the One-Ren family. So the plot of Dog Eat Dog is about to unfold, is it? In an instant, Tang Yu understood the situation. Given Ye Chen's petty nature, how could he tolerate Luo Junuo competing for supremacy? He must be seeking to counterattack, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Luo Junuo, this stumbling block. Thus, he chose to manipulate the Liu family as a pawn against Luo Junuo. Naturally, Tang Yu welcomed this development with open arms. However, Luo Junuo had already fallen out with the One-Ren family. Whether he had fully healed was uncertain, so how could he possibly assist the One-Ren family in participating in the ancient martial arts conference? "You are overthinking it. The person you seek has no ties to my One-Ren family." One-Ren Yage replied coldly, her mind growing increasingly muddled. Just who is Ye Chen? How does his enmity with Luo Junuo involve the One-Ren family? Being inexplicably drawn into such a vortex left One-Ren Yage feeling rather uneasy. Daring to deny any connection to your One-Ren family is one thing. In any case, the ancient martial arts conference will determine the hierarchy. Lu Qingxin scoffed, turning to lead his entourage away. His visit today was primarily to convey a message. This was the arrangement of young Master Yi. He had stated that as long as his wishes were followed, this year's ancient martial arts conference would not only allow the Liu family to overpower their rivals, but also exact vengeance on the One-Ren family. Furthermore, he aimed to seize the opportunity to completely reshuffle and consolidate the ancient martial forces of Su and Hang into his own power to be why then, the Liu family would become his spokesperson. From that point on, their strength would soar. The One-Ren family, naturally, would no longer be necessary. After Lu Qingxin's departure, Tang Yu spoke. "Miss One-Ren, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." After exchanging pleasantries with One-Ren Yage, Tang Yu drove home, that on the way, he continued to ponder Ye Chen's scheme. Just what assurance did he have to eliminate Luo Junuo at this opportunity? Merely relying on the Liu family seemed far from sufficient. Did it not? Upon returning home, Tang Yu entered his room, only to find Ling Han and Qin seated together. Seeing the two women huddled together, Tang Yu was instantly filled with confusion. How had they ended up together? As double agents, should they not be concealing their identities? Young Master Tang. Upon his arrival, the two women, slightly embarrassed, stood up to greet him. "How is it that you are both together?" Tang Yu suddenly felt a twinge of wariness. Could it be that Ye Chen, that mad dog, commanded them to do something? Forget it. I might as well confront them directly, since I have gathered enough evidence. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin spoke first. "Young Master Tang, I have come to lay my cards on the table regarding my father's matter." After revealing her identity and the results of her investigation, Tang Yu was initially taken aback. Then a look of paternal pride spread across his face. "Alas, I misjudged her. I should not have thought she was not clever regarding A. She is merely clever in a less obvious manner." He then turned his gaze to Ling Han. "Young Master Tang, I too have uncovered the truth behind the Dragon Soul organization's role in my family's demise. Therefore, in pursuit of vengeance, I implore you to accept my loyalty." Ling Han explained it, biting her lip. Afterward, She produced her phone and played a recording of their conversation after Ye Chen had approached them. Upon hearing it, Tang Yu's brows knitted together tightly. What a bold claim! After eliminating Luo Junuo, he intends to turn his sights on the Tang family. He aims to seize control of the ancient martial forces in Su and Hang. The ancient martial forces in Su and Hang are no trifling matter. There are around 30 masters at the Xian level and well over 100 at the Huang level. This collective strength should not be underestimated. But what gives him the confidence to achieve this? His personal martial prowess? Even if he were to break through to the D level, he would hardly withstand such a multitude in a brawl. After a moment of reflection, Tang Yu suddenly realized one crucial point. Lu Qingxin had been cursed. Given his unscrupulous nature, it is entirely plausible that other ancient martial forces have suffered a similar fate. Otherwise, how could he possess such audacity? Only with so many pawns at his disposal could he feel assured of eliminating Luo Junuo. Having come to this conclusion, Tang Yu was left with one sentiment. This scoundrel is prepared to go all in. Will he still be able to mobilize other forces from the Dragon Soul organization? Tang Yu straightforwardly asked the two women. I have received no such information. Qi Yin shook her head. After being tasked with infiltrating the Tang group, her daily responsibility was to play and steal information. I have not received any news either, but the organization likely will not send more personnel to Su and Hang to assist him. Ling Han assented confidently. After a series of failures, the elder had sent Luo Junuo to handle matters in Su and Hang, effectively sidelining Ye Chen to at such a juncture. Even if Ye Chen wished to voice his concerns, he would be unable to do so. Though the Dragon King appears to wield absolute authority within the organization, everyone knows that the true power lies with that elder. Tang Yu nodded. Thus, the situation aligned closely with his expectations that in that case, he must take the initiative to alter the course of events at the Ancient Martial Arts Conference, that he could not allow Ye Chen to seize control of the ancient martial forces in Su and Hang. Otherwise, the Tang family would be in jeopardy. Having resolved to act, Tang Yu looked at the two women and declared, Then I must trouble you both. If he makes any moves, inform me immediately. Understood, young Master Tang. The two women replied in unison. Moreover, once the Ancient Martial Arts Conference commences, I will need you both to take action. We cannot allow Ye Chen to escape this time. Tang Yu instructed. Upon hearing Tang Yu's intent to eliminate Ye Chen, the two women eagerly nodded. The Ye Chen's demise would serve as the best form of retribution against the Dragon Soul organization. After finishing his instructions with the two women, Tang Yu proceeded to call Wang Yixue and One-Ren Yage one by one. This time, he aimed to consolidate all forces, seizing the opportunity presented by the Ancient Martial Arts Conference to eradicate Ye Chen once and for all. Otherwise, if he were to gain control of the ancient martial forces in Su and Hang, it would be the Tang family's misfortune. Since survival is no longer an option, he might as well take down that son of a BTCH. The harbinger of fate. In the days that followed, Ye Chen indeed acted in accordance with Tang Yu's speculations. Utilizing the curse, he exerted both soft and hard pressure to control over a dozen ancient martial forces. Coupled with his peak Xian-level martial prowess, it was difficult for these individuals to resist submission. Naturally, he did not merely exploit them. In controlling these forces, he also offered them certain benefits, such as guidance in their martial arts cultivation and assistance with ailments. With all arrangements in place, Ye Chen eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Ancient Martial Arts Conference that on that day, he would lead a throng of supporters to vanquish Luo Junuo on the spot. Who dares to contend with him for the position of Dragon King? If he does not perish, who will? As for the consequences of his actions, Ye Chen remained unconcerned. The elder had taught him from a young age that in the pursuit of greatness, one must be prepared to risk everything. With bated breath, the day of the Ancient Martial Arts Conference finally arrived, as per tradition. This year, the Luo family served as the host, and thus the venue was naturally the Luo Family Martial Arts Hall. As the second-ranking family in the ancient martial realm of Su and Hang, the Luo family boasted considerable strength, with 3 masters at the Xian level and a staggering 14 at the Huang level. Though they may not rival the One-Ren family in power, they were significantly stronger compared to other families. Today, the entrance of the Luo Family Martial Arts Hall was adorned with festive decorations, with banners celebrating the commencement of the Ancient Martial Arts Conference. Various forces from the ancient martial world in Su and Hang began to arrive in succession. Notably, today's turnout was larger than usual. Typically, a family or sect would send 3 or 4 representatives. But today, many more ancient martial practitioners had shown up. Among them, several leaders of families and sects wore expressions of displeasure. These individuals were the unfortunate ones ensnared by Ye Chen's manipulation. With their fates in another's hands, who could find joy in such a predicament? Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, greeted the various forces at the entrance with a smile. However, when the One-Ren family members arrived, his expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise that in previous years, the One-Ren family would send a slightly larger contingent, around 10 individuals. Yet today, it appeared as if they had emptied their ranks, aside from the inconveniently absent One-Ren Yuanshan. Everyone capable of breathing from the One-Ren family had arrived. One-Ren Ye, is your family planning to engage in a war of attrition this year? This hardly aligns with the rules, Lu Qingxin remarked with an odd expression. Is it not permissible for me to bring them for observation and learning? One-Ren Ye raised an eyebrow. Of course, it is permissible. Even if you are merely here to partake in a feast, the Lu family welcomes you. Lu Qingxin replied with a genial smile, gesturing for them to enter. The more guests, the better, as the humiliation today would fall squarely upon the One-Ren family. When Ren Ye let out a cold snort and led her companions inside, the Lu family martial arts hall features a dedicated competition arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of spectators. Thus, the gathering of over 100 attendees today did not appear overcrowded. Observing the noticeably larger turnout for this year's Ancient Martial Arts Conference compared to previous years, the atmosphere felt somewhat off, leaving everyone inexplicably oppressed, yet unable to articulate why. From time to time, when Ren Ye glanced at her phone, according to her earlier conversation with Tang Yu, once the opportune moment arose, Tang Yu would enter to launch an attack on a fellow named Ye Chen. At that point, the masters from the One-Ren family would collectively strike down this individual. But where was he? Meanwhile, Ye Chen stood outside the Lu family martial arts hall, accompanied by the 2 women, Ling Han and another. I will trouble you both to guard this spot, that if Lu Junju escapes, it will be your responsibility to hold him back, he instructed the 2 women. Their strength was nearly at the mid-level of the Xian character realm, and their speed was quite impressive. Together, they only needed to delay Lu Junju for a moment, allowing him to pursue and eliminate the man. Understood, Dragon King, they replied in unison, their faces revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Seeing their formidable spirit, Ye Chen felt immensely satisfied. This was precisely the vigor he desired for his endeavors. After arranging the 2 women, he strode into the Lu family martial arts hall. Upon entering, Lu Qingxin was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting Ye Chen, he hurried over and respectfully greeted, "Young Master Yi, are the people here? The One-Ren family has arrived. But I haven't seen the person you mentioned, young Master Yi. Haven't seen him." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen sneered. "He is undoubtedly hiding in disguise, as my useless junior brother despises being in the spotlight." He then swaggered inside, declaring, "No matter, as long as I make my presence known, he will inevitably reveal himself." He sought to eliminate Lu Junju, but Lu Junju certainly wished to strike against him as well. Given his arrogant disposition, he would never anticipate that Ye Chen had already reached the pinnacle of the Xian character realm, that in a situation of comparable strength, he wouldn't dare claim he could defeat Lu Junju. However, today, more than half of those present were his allies. Faced with dozens of ancient martial artists and himself, unless Lu Junju had entered the D character realm, he would have no chance of escape. As long as he dared to show himself today, even a deity could not save him. Once all the guests had gathered, Lu family members quickly served tea and snacks to everyone. Lu Qingxin, as the host, took to the arena to deliver a customary speech, after which representatives from various factions present at the Ancient Martial Arts Conference began to step forward. Naturally, the representative selected by the Lu family was Ye Chen. According to tradition, the numerous representatives would determine their opponents through a draw that Ye Chen drew Gu Sanqian, the leader of the Xian Shui sect, a well-known figure in the ancient martial arts circles of Su and Hang. Gu Sanqian was also a master at the Xian character realm. Unfortunately, as the unfortunate opponent chosen by Ye Chen, he bore the burden of being cursed. Upon realizing he had drawn Ye Chen as his adversary, he could muster no fighting spirit. "Please enlighten me," He clasped his fists in greeting and initiated the attack that Ye Chen, with a demeanor as calm as a still lake, opted for defense while occasionally offering pointers, effortlessly showcasing his prowess. Observing such a young man handle Gu Sanqian with such composure, the ancient martial artists who were unaware of Ye Chen's identity gasped in astonishment. This level of skill must surely surpass that of the One-Ren family's celebrated prodigy. Those in the know, however, were not surprised at all. After all, he was at the peak of the Xian character realm, a force to be reckoned with in Su and Hang's ancient martial arts scene. After nearly 3 minutes of combat in the arena, Ye Chen struck Gu Sanqian with a decisive palm, sending him tumbling off the stage. Ye Chen smiled and bowed to the audience, his gaze landing on the One-Ren family members. Today, the representative from the One-Ren family was One-Ren Ye, but where had Luo Junuo hidden himself? Did he suspect that Ye Chen had a backup plan, thus hesitating to act recklessly? He snorted softly, directing his gaze at One-Ren Ye that wasn't Luo Junuo intent on targeting her. If he struck at One-Ren Ye, he would undoubtedly be compelled to reveal himself. Meanwhile, the other spectators quietly sipped their tea, awaiting news from Ye Chen. They had received his orders. When a certain Luo Junuo appeared, Ye Chen would be the first to attack, after which they would collectively strike. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Luo Junuo never showed up. Strangely enough, the tea in their hands tasted exceptionally good, leaving them with a sensation of overall comfort after finishing it. Having effortlessly secured 3 consecutive victories, Ye Chen had become the most dazzling presence at this year's Ancient Martial Arts Conference. The once celebrated prodigy of the younger generation, One-Ren Ye, now seemed somewhat overshadowed in his presence that in his 4th match, he faced an elderly man in his 60s who possessed initial level strength in the Xian character realm, a respectable contender. Yet compared to a talent of Ye Chen's caliber, he paled in comparison. In order to enhance his display, Ye Chen even fought with one hand, successfully suppressing his opponent. After a few minutes of engagement, the elderly man, realizing he was outmatched, voluntarily forfeited the match. Ye Chen's next opponent was none other than One-Ren Ye, who had also triumphed in 4 rounds. In contrast to his confidence, One-Ren Ye's condition seemed less favorable. The disparity in their strengths was evident. After a 10-minute break, they ascended the arena. Ye Chen's gaze unabashedly roamed over One-Ren Ye, and he smiled, asking, "Where is that waste, Luo Junuo? Where is he hiding? You'll find out if you search for him yourself," One-Ren Ye replied, raising an eyebrow. The mere mention of Luo Junuo's name ignited her fury. "Once I knock you down, he will surely appear." Ye Chen scoffed, aware of his fellow disciple's character, who was fond of the hero saving the beauty trope to woo women. He then waved at One-Ren Ye, saying, "Come on, I'll allow you to use one hand." One-Ren Ye snorted coldly, adjusting her stance to optimal readiness, and charged forward to initiate the attack. She threw a punch directly at Ye Chen's throat. Ye Chen placed his left hand behind his back, countering with a punch while his gaze swept around, eager to see if Luo Junuo would dare to show himself after witnessing One-Ren Ye being struck away by his fist. Just as their fists were about to collide, Ye Chen suddenly let out a pained cry and staggered back a few steps. His cry left the entire audience in shock. What on earth was happening? Was Ye Chen not a match for One-Ren Ye? That seemed implausible. Stepping back, Ye Chen's expression twisted in agony as he stared at his fist. 4 needles had embedded themselves deeply into his hand. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this pain was indeed excruciating. After extracting the needles, he noticed their tips were darkened. With his medical expertise, he discerned that he had undoubtedly been poisoned. "You vile witch! Daring to play dirty with me?" he roared in fury, attempting to expel the toxins through his internal energy. However, One-Ren Ye would not grant him that opportunity. She charged toward Ye Chen, launching another attack. Simultaneously, the members of the One-Ren family surged forward. Today, the One-Ren family had brought a total of over 30 individuals, among which 9 were experts from the Tang, Qin, and Wang families, all masters at the Xian character realm. Adding in the One-Ren family members, their combative strength was formidable. Faced with such a multitude, Ye Chen's complexion turned ashen. He realized that this was undoubtedly Luo Junuo's scheme. The fiend was like a venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. "Get away!" he bellowed, forcibly expelling a portion of the poison before kicking One-Ren Ye back. Yet, 3 other masters at the Xian character realm were already closing in around him. Ye Chen ceased to conceal his strength. Initially, he had intended to feign being at the mid-level of the Xian character realm to lure Luo Junuo into a trap, but the present circumstances left no room for such pretense. Die, he roared, his eyes bloodshot as he struck one master at the Xian character realm with a punch, sending another flying with a kick, and then pivoting to elbow another back, after neutralizing their assault. He was met with an even fiercer onslaught. 2 fists could hardly withstand the force of 4 hands. Under the effects of the poison from One-Ren Ye's surprise attack, Ye Chen persisted for 2 minutes before feeling a tingling sensation in his injured hand. Meanwhile, those ancient martial artists under Ye Chen's control began to grow restless. What on earth was happening today? Wasn't Ye Chen supposed to deal with someone named Luo Junuo? Why was he being overwhelmed before Luo Junuo even appeared? What are you waiting for? Everyone, attack together. As Ye Chen felt his condition deteriorating, he kicked one opponent away and shouted to the crowd below. Upon hearing Ye Chen's command, the ancient martial artists, their expressions darkened, rose to prepare to assist him. If they did not help Ye Chen, they would meet their demise. Just as they were about to make their move, a petite girl suddenly raised a megaphone and shouted, "Dear uncles and aunts, please rest assured, Ye Chen's curse on you has already been resolved by me. The herbal tea you just drank is a medicinal brew, allowing the cursed insects within you to slumber for a time. So don't listen to him. As long as you eliminate this scoundrel, the insects within you will naturally perish. If you don't believe me, feel free to check for yourselves." The girl shouting was none other than Jiang Xiaoye. The crowd naturally recognized the renowned Jiang Zhao Shenjiai. Upon hearing her words, the more than 10 individuals afflicted by the curse promptly closed their eyes to sense their condition. Typically, the cursed insects would occasionally stir within them, causing a slight sting, a reminder of their deadly threat. But now, it seemed as if they had truly lost all sensation. No wonder they felt so much more at ease after drinking the tea. Then they turned their gazes towards Ye Chen. Filled with hatred, being inexplicably manipulated by others, forced to dance to their tune, and reduced to a mere pawn in their game of life and death, this debt was not one to be easily forgiven. Upon seeing the expressions on their faces, Ye Chen felt a surge of panic. These individuals, who were initially intended as his trump card against Luo Junuo, had now transformed into swords poised to strike him down. He hastily attempted to summon the goo worms. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxin, standing below the stage, clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, convulsing that he had not taken a single sip of tea from start to finish, making him the sole unfortunate victim when Ye Chen activated the goo worms. Observing Lu Qingxin's convulsions, those afflicted with the goo could ascertain with certainty that the goo worms within them were indeed influenced by the herbal tea. Thus, seizing this opportunity to slay Ye Chen would grant them their freedom once more. "Let us attack together," shouted a middle-aged man clad in traditional Tang attire. Leading the charge, the others followed suit, determined not to let him escape today. As this group surged forward, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. His greatest trump card had inexplicably become the enemy's weapon. Who had orchestrated this from the shadows? Luo Junuo? When had he established a connection with Jiang Xiaoye? Facing the onslaught of numerous experts at the Xian level, even if they were all mere novices, it was sufficient to exhaust him to death. Ye Chen found himself with no avenue of retreat. After swiftly repelling 2 adversaries, he retrieved a black pill from his pocket and swallowed it. This pill could forcibly elevate his combat prowess to the D level for a brief period. Only in this manner could he carve a path through the encirclement. Originally, this was one of his trump cards reserved for dealing with Luo Junuo. Now, with Luo Junuo yet to appear, he had nearly exhausted all his reserves. This filled him with indignation, intensifying the murderous intent behind his strikes. Each attack he launched was aimed directly at vital points. Those who dared to strike at him would surely pay a bloody toll. In mere moments, 2 Xian-level experts fell to his relentless assault. His ferocity instilled fear in the hearts of the others. This man truly resembled a ferocious beast. The more ferocious he appeared, the less willing they were to let him escape, that if he were allowed to flee, he would undoubtedly return for revenge in the future, leading to endless troubles. The battle escalated, and within 3 short minutes, 8 more fell to Ye Chen's hands. Yet he had also sustained numerous injuries. Realizing that remaining here would jeopardize his life, Ye Chen repelled 2 more opponents and prepared to flee, with his forcibly enhanced D-level strength. As long as he broke free, they would be unable to pursue him. Moreover, outside, Ling Han and the others awaited to provide support, just as he was about to break through the encirclement and achieve a successful escape. A hunchbacked, middle-aged man suddenly leaped up and delivered a kick to his chest. The man's speed was astonishing, akin to a venomous snake lying in wait. Even though Ye Chen had prepared for the attack, he was still sent reeling back into the crowd that a metallic taste filled his throat as blood surged forth. Forcing the blood back down, he rose to his feet and glared furiously at the hunchbacked man. Luo Junuo. Upon being recognized, Luo Junuo showed no surprise. Compared to these worthless individuals from the ancient martial arts community in Suhang, his peak Xian-level prowess was indeed impossible to conceal that it was too conspicuous, leaving no room for subtlety. After removing the human skin mask from his face, the joints of his body emitted popping sounds, and in a matter of moments, his form returned to normal with a devilish grin. He regarded Ye Chen and said, "As your senior brother, how could a dragon king be expected to flee? You cunning beast, was this all your scheme?" Ye Chen asked, his face twisted with resentment. Luo Junuo merely smiled faintly without replying, though he too was filled with confusion. What was going on today? He found it difficult to comprehend. After sustaining injuries previously, he had unexpectedly opened a portion of a meridian. Coupled with the unique nature of his ancient martial arts cultivation, he had not only recovered physically in a matter of days, but had also seen an increase in strength. Upon hearing that Ye Chen intended to attend the ancient martial arts tournament, he initially planned to observe what this waste was up to. Little did he expect that this fool would offend so many people, prompting him to decide to take action against the drowning dog. Then perish. Ye Chen realized that Luo Junuo was deliberately stalling for time, aiming to wait until the effects of his pill wore off before dealing with him. Once the effects faded, he would be unable to unleash his Xian-level strength in a short span. Thus, he would not be foolish enough to await his demise, that he would eliminate Luo Junuo and escape this cursed place. With a mighty roar, Ye Chen charged forth, and soon the 2 brothers engaged in combat. At this moment, one relied on the forcibly acquired D-level strength from the pill, albeit wounded in several places, while the other was but a hair's breadth away from the D-level. Resulting in a stalemate in their fighting capabilities, the 2 engaged in fierce combat. Ye Chen took the offensive, while Luo Junuo adopted a more defensive approach, intending merely to drag Ye Chen down. Some attempted to assist Luo Junuo in retaliating against Ye Chen for the goo worms he had unleashed upon them. However, the disparity in power was too great, and those who joined the fray were swiftly eliminated. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers retreated from the stage, allowing the 2 to fight it out this moment. When Ren Ye's complexion had turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she too had sustained considerable injuries. But fortunately, Zhang Xiaoye was nearby to tend to her wounds. One-Ren, you must remain seated and rest. Do not move recklessly, or you will exacerbate your internal injuries, Zhang Xia urged urgently, seeing the murderous intent in One-Ren Ye's eyes. Very well. One-Ren Ye cast a reluctant glance at Luo Junuo. Killing Ye Chen was Tang Yu's directive, while Luo Junuo was her arch-nemesis. Since he had revealed himself today, she could not let him escape. The other ancient martial artists observed the battle with complex expressions. The 2 on the stage had become frenzied in their fighting, and all they could see were fleeting shadows clashing. Ye Chen maintained the initiative, driven by the constraints of the pill's effects. Needing to eliminate Luo Junuo quickly and depart, Luo Junuo initially leaned towards defense, hoping to exhaust Ye Chen. But Ye Chen's desperate exchange of injuries forced him to adopt an offensive strategy. After Ye Chen landed a punch that broke 2 of Luo Junuo's ribs, Luo Junuo retaliated with a strike to Ye Chen's chest. Both were forced to retreat 3 meters, and Luo Junuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering, "How many more minutes can you endure? Your mother knows the answer to that better than anyone." Ye Chen retorted angrily, charging forward once more, and the 2 became entangled in combat again. This time, their strikes were even more ferocious. After a minute of grappling, they had exchanged well over 100 blows. After being struck in the chest by Ye Chen, Luo Junuo was sent flying several meters. Spitting blood, internally cursing, he thought this lunatic was truly insane, seemingly intent on perishing alongside him. Just as he hit the ground, a figure suddenly leaped onto the stage, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Luo Junuo with lightning speed. It was Tang Yu. Her timing was impeccable. Luo Junuo had no chance to defend himself and was once again sent flying. Rolling several times on the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking at Tang Yu with a mix of fear and astonishment. How had she ended up here? Tang Yu, having successfully executed her ambush, flexed her wrist and smiled at the two. At long last, the two of you brothers are reunited. Surprised? Unexpected? In the days leading up to this, she had meticulously orchestrated events, intending to keep Ye Chen here. Little did she anticipate that Luo Junuo, hiding to recuperate, would take the bait and engage in a dog-eat-dog fight with Ye Chen. This was truly a two-for-one deal, allowing her to capture both brothers at once. That Ye Chen and Luo Junuo finally grasped the situation. They had both been focused on their own schemes, unaware that Tang Yu had been eyeing them from the shadows. Their current states were dire. One faced the imminent end of the pill's effects, while the other had 6 broken ribs. So, today was your trap? Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu, resentment burning in his eyes, but he could hardly believe that this waste dared to turn the tables on him and Luo Junuo. Tang Yu merely chuckled, offering no response to this foolish question. Luo Junuo was equally filled with resentment. Initially intending to ambush Ye Chen, he had fallen victim to Tang Yu's scheme instead, feeling the palpable threat of death. He could only temporarily cease hostilities with Ye Chen and proposed, "Shall we join forces against this little pest?" Given their current conditions, they could only take her hostage if they wished to escape. Agreed. Ye Chen replied, turning to leap off the stage, stepping on the heads of several individuals as he made his swift exit. His pill's effects were dwindling, leaving him with less than 2 minutes that if he lingered any longer, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise, and Luo Junuo clearly intended to use him as bait. Seeing Ye Chen make his escape, Luo Junuo scrambled to follow suit. "Don't let him get away," Tang Yu commanded, darting off the stage in pursuit of Ye Chen. Neither of them was permitted to flee today. In truth, there was no need for Tang Yu to shout. How could One-Ren allow the gravely injured Luo Junuo to escape? With a wave of her hand, the ancient martial practitioners from the One-Ren family charged in to mercilessly beat down the drowning dog. Chapter 100. The 300th Reincarnation. Drawing upon the last remnants of the pill's effects, Ye Chen endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he fled desperately. He coughed up blood intermittently, his internal injuries severe. The relentless assault from the crowd had already left him quite wounded. Luo Junuo's attacks were particularly ruthless, aiming directly for his vital points. Furthermore, having been poisoned without immediate antidote, his current state was precarious. Yet, the one silver lining was that Luo Junuo had been left behind. His demise was all but certain. As long as Luo Junuo perished, his only remaining enemy would be Tang Yu. "Tang Yu, I swear that next time, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death," he roared. His visage twisted with rage as long as he managed to escape this time. Next time, he would target Tang Yu's parents. After running a considerable distance, Ye Chen sensed that the effects of the drug within him were rapidly waning. However, Ling Han and Qi Yin had already appeared before him. Upon seeing the two women, the tension that had gripped his heart finally began to ease. He hastily shouted, "Quick, take me away! That scoundrel from the Tang family has laid a trap for me." The two women rushed towards him, their faces etched with concern. Yet at the moment they reached him, a dagger and a military knife suddenly lunged toward him. In this critical moment, with death looming, Ye Chen relied on his extreme reflexes to shift his body slightly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Even so, the military knife and dagger still pierced through his flesh, blood gushing from the wounds. After taking 2 steps back, his face ashen, he glared at the two women with fury, exclaiming, "You wretched bitches! How dare you betray me? The organization will not spare you. And what if it does?" Ling Han coldly fixed her gaze on Ye Chen, stating, "My willingness to act proves that I fear nothing. The organization has concealed our secrets. We are fully aware of everything now. Prepare to meet your demise," Qi Yin declared through gritted teeth. Tang Yu had revealed the entire truth to her. Her father had perished at the hands of the Dragon Soul organization. The reason was simple. Her mother was an assassin for the Dragon Soul organization. After falling in love at first sight with her father, she chose to betray the organization, and the two eloped. Her father had left the Tang family to avoid implicating them, but how could the Dragon Soul organization tolerate betrayal? They dispatched experts to assassinate the couple, leading to her father's mutual destruction with one of those assassins. Her mother, pregnant with her, returned to the Tang family to hide. However, when the Dragon Soul organization came knocking again, she had no choice but to flee, yet she still could not escape her fate. Both she and Ling Han bore a deep-seated grudge against the Dragon Soul organization. Upon hearing the women's words, Ye Chen's face turned pale. He finally grasped why these two women would betray him. That moment, Tang Yu chased after him from behind. The ambushers hidden elsewhere emerged, surrounding Ye Chen, but he was trapped with no escape. Seeing Tang Yu approach, Ye Chen spat venomously. "You cowardly Tang, if you have the guts, stop playing dirty." "Very well. Let us engage in a fair and just duel," Tang Yu replied, nodding and addressing the crowd. "Do not interfere. This is between him and me." The crowd fell silent, stepping back 2 paces to indicate their non-interference. "Come on, don't say I'm bullying you. You may strike first." Tang Yu beckoned to Ye Chen, that he noticed that Ye Chen was gravely injured. His vital energy nearly depleted. At this state, he was on the brink of death. With blood-red eyes, Ye Chen lunged at Tang Yu, determined to fight to the death. Yet in his current condition, he was no match for her. After being knocked down 3 times in succession, he was left with barely enough strength to rise. He glared at Tang Yu with resentment and defiance. Just as Tang Yu prepared to end his life, he suddenly found the surroundings dissolving into nothingness. Before him stood a colossal tree, towering like an insurmountable mountain, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Beneath the tree, Tang Yu appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. The tree emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire space. Gazing at it, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it were an integral part of him, resonating with his very soul. Beneath the tree, he noticed shards resembling broken glass, within which flickered various scenes. That he approached and picked up one of the fragments, and a memory surged into his mind. Upon completing the familiar recollection, Tang Yu instantly remembered that he had not traversed through books a mere 10 times. All those experiences were illusions. His previous memories of crossing into different narratives had been left behind in this place. Including this current instance, he had traversed 300 times. Each time he entered a different world, he sought ways to survive, attempting to alter the plot, including eliminating the protagonist or other means, but to no avail. Until the 299th crossing, he found himself in a certain fantasy novel, becoming a late-stage antagonist. When faced with imminent annihilation by the protagonist, driven by a surge of anger, he decided to gamble everything. After all, with nothing left to lose, he might as well inflict some discomfort on the child of destiny, in a desperate bid for survival. He had successfully reclaimed the source of Dao seed that was meant to be taken by the protagonist, swallowing it whole, intent on destroying it in the process. Upon consuming the source of Dao seed, he instantly perished. At the moment of his death, the source of Dao seed acknowledged his will, fusing with his soul, resulting in the tree before him. Placing his hand upon the giant tree, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as if it were resisting something. Is this the will of the antagonist? Tang Yu withdrew his hand. Gaining insight. What defines an antagonist? Is it merely defying the heavenly mandate? Who decrees that antagonists are destined to be mere stepping stones for the children of destiny, serving as fodder for their growth? If the heavenly mandate dictates such, then to hell with the heavenly mandate. Influenced by Tang Yu's state of mind, the colossal tree began to sway slightly. Countless leaves rustled softly, as if cautioning Tang Yu to remain vigilant. Then, the surroundings returned to normal, as if the river of time had been suspended and was now set in motion once more. Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu, his expression one of despair as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could not comprehend how he, the Dragon King, had been reduced to this state. Rest assured, when I die, you will soon follow. My old man will avenge me. His face contorted with rage, a hint of excitement lacing his voice. That old man? Tang Yu scoffed. You overestimate yourself. You are merely a pawn in his game, not even a true member of the Yi family. understand? Ye Chen faltered slightly, despair creeping into his voice as he shouted, "Impossible! Stop spewing nonsense. Ask yourself, honestly, what do you truly know about him? Do you genuinely believe you are Ye Chen? What does Ye Chen even signify?" Tang Yu regarded Ye Chen with a rare glimmer of pity, the enigmatic figure pulling the strings from the shadows. Tang Yu had begun to piece together his identity. Ye Chen, the so-called Dragon King, was nothing but a pitiful pawn indoctrinated and nurtured since childhood. The existence of Luo Junuo alone was sufficient to illustrate this. Pawns are always replaceable. Impossible, impossible, despair etched across his face. Ye Chen could only murmur repeatedly, his eyes gradually glazing over as he slipped away into oblivion. Chapter 101. You are next, Luo Junuo. After Ye Chen's demise, both Ling Han and Qiyin felt a sense of relief mixed with a growing sense of dread. Regardless of the circumstances, he was, after all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul organization. Having perished at the hands of Tang Yu, how could the organization simply let this go? They simultaneously turned their gaze towards Tang Yu, sensing an inexplicable change within him. "Let us proceed to eliminate Luo Junuo," Tang Yu declared, not even glancing at Ye Chen's lifeless body as he led the group back to the Lu family's martial arts hall. "You are next, Luo Junuo." At that moment on the stage, the injured Luo Junuo had been subdued by the others. The people from the Wen family had left him gravely wounded but spared his life, intending to await Tang Yu's return for instructions. Humiliated, Luo Junuo lay on the ground. He had initially planned to keep Ye Chen behind today, allowing the boy to perish here, to his astonishment. Tang Yu had concealed his intentions so deeply that he had ultimately been the one left behind. As he observed the ancient martial artist surrounding him with predatory gazes, his heart burned with indignation. Should he manage to escape from this place today, he would ensure to return and eliminate each one of them. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a figure approached from outside. Noticing the arrival of someone, the crowd turned their attention towards the newcomer. Clad in a malevolent mask, he exuded an aura of lethal intent, akin to a Shura returned from the depths of hell. Sensing the overwhelming presence, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of apprehension. Who was this individual? He advanced slowly, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of those present. The pressure he emanated compelled many to avert their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Upon recognizing the man, Luo Junuo's expression transformed from despair to exhilaration. He had not anticipated the arrival of this man, renowned as the god of war of North Africa. "Dragon Commander, save me," he shouted. The man referred to as the Dragon Commander merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Luo Junuo felt a chill run down his spine, hastily scrambling to rise from the ground. As a member of the Dragon Soul organization, lying on the ground like a dead dog was indeed a disgrace. "Dragon Commander." Upon hearing Luo Junuo utter the name, the crowd realized that this individual had come to rescue him. They exchanged wary glances, fixating their gazes on the man, prepared to act. The entirety of the ancient martial arts force in Suzhou and Hangzhou was present to rescue someone from their midst. One had to possess the capability to do so. Witnessing the group clearly intent on obstructing him, the man known as the Dragon Commander coldly declared, "Those who impede me shall die. Let us take him down together." An old man at the Xian level, recognizing the extraordinary skill of the Dragon Commander, signaled to several Xian-level experts to charge. However, before anyone could comprehend the Dragon Commander's movements, the old man at the forefront collapsed, his chest caved in dramatically. He twitched a few times before dying on the spot. The instantaneous defeat of a Xian-level expert caused the others preparing to attack to halt their actions, cold sweat beading on their brows as they gazed at the unfathomable man before them. This individual was undoubtedly a G-level master. As for which tier of G-level he belonged to, they could not ascertain. When Lineage bit her lip, staring at this man who could only be described as a monster. The aura emanating from the individual before her was such that even her father, at the pinnacle of his power, would pale in comparison. He was undoubtedly a monster, at least at the mid-stage of the earthly realm. As this man strode onto the arena, his gaze slowly swept over the crowd. So, this is the ancient martial arts world of Suang. Aside from the larger number of participants, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. Nevertheless, he indeed required some enforcers to assist him in his endeavors. That he spoke slowly. I present you with a choice. Pledge your allegiance to me, or face death. This proclamation left the crowd in stunned silence. Pledge allegiance to him. Who does he think he is? Are you out of your mind? Why on earth should we pledge our loyalty to you? Even if you, a middle-aged man, could no longer tolerate the man's arrogance and stepped forward to roar. Before he could finish his sentence, the man known as Long Shuai had already appeared before him, delivering a punch that shattered the middle-aged man's skull like a watermelon. After eliminating the middle-aged man, Long Shuai began to unleash his wrath upon the others with overwhelming force that in mere moments, over 20 experts of the profound realm were left severely injured. He didn't even deign to strike at the ancient martial artists of the Yellow Realm. As if doing so would tarnish his fists, the entire assembly was thrown into disarray as they hastily retreated to distance themselves from this madman. You have 3 days to contemplate, become my dogs, and help eliminate the Tang family. 3 days hence, I shall visit each of your homes, beginning with the One-Ren family. Of course, you may refuse, but be prepared to bear the consequences of your defiance. After delivering this formidable ultimatum, he seized Luo Junuo, who resembled a dead dog, and departed with an air of dominance. As they gazed upon the fallen experts of the profound realm, the martial practitioners of Suang were gripped by fear. The once mighty experts, who held themselves in high regard, now seemed utterly vulnerable before this man. They were engulfed by a profound sense of confusion and defeat. Having narrowly escaped death, Luo Junuo let out a sigh of relief. As long as he survived this ordeal, once he had healed and reached the earthly realm, he would seek revenge against Tang Yu. Upon reaching a hillside, Long Shuai finally released Luo Junuo. Hurriedly, Luo Junuo retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. Then inquired, Long Shuai, what of Ye Chen? That waste is dead. Long Shuai replied indifferently. Dead? Luo Junuo was momentarily taken aback before his expression shifted to one of delight. Good. It was about time that rival was eliminated. He clasped his hands in gratitude. I shall forever remember the favor you've bestowed upon me today, Long Shuai, and I will repay you in the future. No need. Long Shuai glanced at him, and before Luo Junuo could react, he struck Luo Junuo's chest with a palm. This blow unleashed a tyrannical force that shattered Luo Junuo's meridians in an instant. Luo Junuo collapsed to the ground, his entire cultivation vanishing without a trace. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, and his face contorted in terror. Long Shuai, what are you doing? Luo Junuo cried out in panic, tears streaming down his cheeks, having gone through the effort to rescue him. Why then did he cripple his cultivation? To rescue you is merely a necessity. The dregs of the Dragon Soul organization can only be dealt with by us. Long Shuai scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Luo Junuo. Ye Chen was a waste. And what of you, my dear junior brother? You madman, my master will not let you off. Luo Junuo lamented in despair. That moment, he was utterly incapacitated, rendered a complete invalid. Rest assured, once I finish my business here, I will send you to meet the old Dragon King. At the mention of the old Dragon King, Long Shuai's expression took on a shade of reverence. 5 years ago, he had been imprisoned due to certain circumstances. Destined to perish within those walls, it was the old Dragon King who had intervened, imparting profound skills and sending him to the battlegrounds of Africa. 5 long years. You cannot imagine the bloodshed he endured daily. He earned a formidable reputation, earning the title of the Northern Battle God. As Chapter 102 unfolds, the system appears to be pulling a fast one on him. Just recently, the old Dragon King summoned him back from Africa, instructing him to return to Huaxia. Thus he came. Apart from assisting the old Dragon King, he had his own agenda to pursue. Meanwhile, Luo Junuo lay on the ground, having succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan raised his hand, and 2 figures promptly appeared before him, exclaiming in unison, Long Shuai. One clad in black and the other in white, they were his trusted subordinates, the black and white twin killers. He instructed them, take this waste away and confine him. They complied, swiftly disappearing with Luo Junuo in tow. When Tang Yu returned to the martial arts school and beheld the multitude of injured individuals, his expression shifted dramatically. What on earth had transpired? How had Luo Junuo managed to escape? Did he have a hidden card up his sleeve that allowed him to break through the encirclement? What happened? He inquired as he rushed over. One-Ren, nursing her injuries, gritted her teeth and explained. A man named Long Shui came and rescued Luo Junuo. After she recounted the situation, Tang Yu was left bewildered. A masked, mysterious expert had come to rescue Luo Junuo and had injured so many in the process. He glanced at Ling Han and the others. I have not heard of anyone named Long Shui. Perhaps he is a creation of that old monster. Qi Yin sighed and shook her head. Ling Han also appeared somewhat helpless. The Dragon Soul organization concealed itself too deeply, and many details eluded them. However, the ability to easily extract a person from such a crowd, even to turn the tables and threaten others, indicated that his strength was at least at the mid-stage of the earthly realm. At this moment, the martial forces of Suang were all casting complex glances at Tang Yu. The sudden appearance of this mysterious expert was clearly aimed at the Tang family. Being drawn into this vortex of conflict meant they had to choose sides. Either they stood against the Tang family or opposed the formidable expert. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Tang Yu could surmise their thoughts that he said nothing but turned to Jiang Xiaoye. Let's tend to the injured first. I can't help them. Their meridians are too severely damaged, Jiang Xiaoye bit her lip, expressing her limitations in treating such grave internal injuries. No matter, Tang Yu reassured her that he took the silver needles from Jiang Xiaoye and began to treat the injured according to the methods outlined in the Qingsang Tianjing. The severely wounded ancient martial artists had sustained significant damage to their meridians, yet they were not beyond repair. The healing techniques provided by the system were indeed effective as he inserted the silver needles. The comatose patients gradually began to regain consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Yu gazed into their eyes, unleashing the soul-capturing EYAT that moment. Their physical injuries rendered them mentally vulnerable, making it relatively easy to control them. After a few moments of eye contact, the soul-capturing eye finally took effect. Tang Yu refrained from elaborating. The injured experts of the profound realm were the core figures of various martial forces in Suang. To prevent them from flocking to Long Shui, it was prudent to keep a contingency plan in place that as a villain. Maintaining a flexible moral compass was essential. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoye observed intently, her expressions alternating between awe and admiration. She had always wished to learn the healing arts from Tang Yu, but witnessing him in action today revealed to her just how extraordinary the methods in the Qingsang Tianjing truly were. Moreover, by stealthily listening to Tang Yu's internal monologue during his treatment, she was learning at an accelerated pace. Once he completed the treatment of the group, aside from those who had been killed outright, the others would require about 2 months of careful recuperation to recover fully. Among them, the most unfortunate was Lu Qingxin, who had served as Ye Chen's lackey. Due to his failure to partake in tea, he had been bitten to death by the insect that Ye Chen had summoned. Shortly, I will provide each of you with a prescription. Follow it diligently for 2 months, and you shall recover, Tang Yu announced to the crowd. As for the threats posed by that man named Long Shui, you need not be overly concerned. He is after me, and I will resolve this matter without allowing anyone to be implicated. After healing the injured, Tang Yu looked at the crowd and made a bold promise. Indeed, trust in Brother Tang Yu. The herbal tea you consumed earlier was concocted by him. He is here to assist you, Jiang Xiaoye echoed enthusiastically. The assembly, witnessing Tang Xiao's repeated acts of salvation and his willingness to shoulder responsibility, regarded him with admiration and respect, expressing their gratitude. Truly, he was Tang Xiao, the heir of the foremost family in Suang. Such responsibility was unparalleled. Tang Yu smiled, maintaining an air of superiority as he awaited the conclusion of the narrative to claim his rewards from the system. Given the system's track record, even with Luo Junuo managing to escape today, Ye Chen had met his demise here. This would surely yield significant rewards, or perhaps not. Would he not receive a reward of at least a peak earthly realm cultivation level? What a farce, this Long Shui. Once he had ascended, he would return to hunt for rewards. With confidence swelling within him, he exuded an air of superiority. Just as the crowd lauded him, a sudden system notification rang in Tang Yu's ears. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the storyline. Reward: a prescription for the 9 Revolutions pill. Upon hearing this reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. the prescription for the 9 revolutions pill. That was indeed a remarkable item. The last time he consumed a 9 revolutions pill, he had leapt from the initial stage of the yellow realm directly to the initial stage of the profound realm. That if he were to take 2 or 3 more, would he not ascend on the spot? With this, he could even use his wealth to cultivate several experts in the earthly realm. However, the pressing concern was that Lin Fan would soon come to confront him. The myriad of intricate medicinal herbs on the Dan Fong leaves little time to spare in these few days. This paltry reward is rather meager, isn't it? It hardly befits your esteemed status, Tang Yu grumbled inwardly. Having vanquished the Dragon King Ye Chen and nearly dispatched Luo Junuo, a single reward seems insufficient. Patience, my friend. Who are we to each other? Surely, I wouldn't shortchange you, the system's voice leisurely echoed, rewarding the host with mid-level Earth realm cultivation. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Tang Yu felt a swell of satisfaction. Although it wasn't the heavenly realm cultivation he had hoped for, Earth realm was still commendable. After all, both the Dragon King Ye Chen and his junior, Luo Junuo, had yet to reach that level. With a few 9-turn pills, his cultivation could soar. Ah, a master of the heavenly realm is indeed a master. Beyond eating and battling the Dragon King, what else is there? A 1-minute experience card. The system concluded the mention of 1 minute. Tang Yu experienced what it meant to be ensnared in a trap. 1 minute. System, can you not be a little more reasonable? Believe in yourself. A true man finds a minute sufficient. Tang Yu cursed silently once more, but the system remained unresponsive, evidently unwilling to let him exploit it further. Well then, young Master Tang, we shall take our leave. We entrust the matter of dealing with that formidable expert to you, young Master Tang, though we are too gravely wounded to act. Do come to our martial arts academy for tea when you have time. At that moment, the ancient martial forces of Su and Hang began to withdraw, preparing for recovery. Hearing their farewells, Tang Yu felt a pang of worry. Should he dismiss his brother's words as mere folly? This notion of a true man in 1 minute was somewhat overwhelming. Chapter 103. When Ren Yige is upset after witnessing the departing crowd with expressions of admiration, Tang Yu felt a little numb. Indeed, one cannot celebrate prematurely. The One-Ren clan had suffered significant injuries this time, with 2 mid-level Xian realm experts severely wounded. The others appeared anxious, seemingly unaffected by Tang Yu's reassurances that the foremost ancient martial force in Su and Hang. They understood all too well what an Earth realm expert entailed. After all, the current family head, One-Ren Yuanshan, was once an Earth realm expert himself. Within 3 days, the first to arrive would surely be from the One-Ren clan. Although the Tang family held considerable influence in Su and Hang, could they truly stand against such a figure? That was a mid-level Earth realm master. After all, the entire One-Ren clan would be hard-pressed to contend with him. Miss, what shall we do in 3 days? An elder from the One-Ren clan inquired softly as he approached. He had suffered little injury, having wisely distanced himself upon witnessing the masked assailant's prowess. What else can we do but fight to the bitter end? One-Ren Yiji's response was resolute. Even if the opponent had no ties to Luo Junuo, the One-Ren clan had no reason to bow in submission. Miss, I implore you to reconsider. You have seen his strength. The elder felt a profound sense of frustration. However, the ancient martial world had always revered strength, with matters settled by force. If One-Ren Yuanshan had not fallen ill, there might have been hope. Now, with no Earth realm martial artist available, how could they possibly face him head-on? One-Ren Yige countered, and so what? Do not forget that he is allied with Luo Junuo. Are you not aware of how Luo Junuo conspired against my father? If we bow to him today, will he not demand the destruction of the One-Ren clan tomorrow? Shall we comply? Moreover, should my One-Ren clan cower in fear of this treacherous individual, what meaning is there in surviving? Her words rendered the elder's face a mask of discomfort. Gritting his teeth, the elder declared, if you believe this course of action is appropriate, then our paths diverge. From this day forth, I shall leave the One-Ren clan. With that, he swept away. Who wishes to contend with a mid-level Earth realm expert? After his departure, his 2 disciples bid farewell to One-Ren Yige and followed suit. Soon, several other disciples from the One-Ren clan, along with a mid-level Xian realm master, departed, leaving the remaining members in a state of complex emotions. Even before their adversary had arrived, internal strife had already begun within the One-Ren clan. Tang Yu approached to offer comfort. "Do not fret, Miss One-Ren. That individual primarily seeks me out. I will step forward to devise a strategy with you." At that moment, Tang Yu's words brought warmth to the wounded One-Ren Yaji's heart. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, she heard Tang Yu's inner thoughts. "I cannot avoid this. Your clan is no match for that fellow. If we cannot win and they turn against us, wouldn't I be the one in peril?" A surge of anger welled up within One-Ren Yagu. Did he doubt the One-Ren clan's abilities? The fondness she had harbored for Tang Yu evaporated in an instant. Her expression turned frostier as she coldly replied, "I appreciate young Master Tang's goodwill." With that, she stormed off, taking the members of her clan with her. What has her mood soured? Have I offended her in any way? Sigh. I cannot comprehend these women. Tang Yu shook his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoye, who had been eavesdropping on the thoughts, was left speechless. She had already suspected that when Ren Yagu could hear thoughts. Hearing such statements, it was no wonder she was upset. However, Jiang Xiaoye found amusement in the situation. When Ren Yagu was quite attractive and a formidable rival. Her disdain for Tang Yu was not unwelcome. "Tang Yu, shall we return now?" "Certainly. Then please escort me home." Jiang Xiaoye smiled brightly, trailing behind Tang Yu. Tang Yu nodded, addressing Ling Han and the other two. "You may return home first. I will see Xiaoye back." "Understood, young Master Tang." The two women nodded and drove back to the Tang residence. With the recent demise of Ye Chen, they had effectively severed ties with the Dragon Soul organization. What awaited them now would undoubtedly be retribution from the Dragon Soul, which never spared any traitor. Thus, they were eager to cultivate and strive to break through to mid-level Xian realm, enabling them to assist young Master Tang further. On the way to Jiang Xiaoye's home, she incessantly bombarded Tang Yu with inquiries, all pertaining to medical knowledge. Having observed Tang Yu's healing prowess today, she had experienced significant improvement. Yet, there remained many concepts she struggled to grasp, requiring Tang Yu's detailed explanations. Tang Yu had nothing to conceal and answered her questions openly. As they neared Jiang Xiaoye's family clinic, she pointed to a newly opened commercial street. "Tang Yu, please stop. I want to treat you to some milk tea." A new milk tea shop had opened there, and many patrons were queuing up, indicating a thriving business. "All right." Tang Yu parked the car at the roadside. Once they exited the vehicle, Jiang Xiaoye tugged at Tang Yu to join the queue. As she pulled him along, her fingers lightly grazed his palm. "What the heck? Is this a blatant attempt to take advantage of me? I see you as a sister, yet you're eyeing me this way." Realizing the unexpected sensation in his palm, Tang Yu inwardly exclaimed. These women were truly perplexing. Hearing his thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye rolled her eyes. She turned back to Tang Yu and boldly stated, "I'm merely checking on the scar on your palm. It isn't faded after all these years." "The scar on my palm?" Tang Yu glanced down. Noticing a faint white scar, he recalled the incident from his childhood. The Jiang family and the Tang family had been family friends, and the renowned Jiang physician visited the Tang residence monthly to treat its members. Young Jiang Xiaoye often accompanied her grandfather, and they had developed a close bond. One day, a pet dog from the Tang family chased after Jiang Xiaoye as she squealed in fright. In her panic, she fled, but when the dog pounced on her, Tang Yu rushed to her aid, resulting in the dog biting him. That evening, the Tang family had the dog cooked for a hot pot feast. Jiang Xiaoye, incensed that Tang Yu had been injured on her behalf, had eaten 2 large bowls in tears. "Oh, I remember now. To be honest, that dog meat was quite delicious," Tang Yu chuckled. "So that's what you remember?" "Huh?" Jiang Xiaoye replied, half amused, half exasperated. "It's almost our turn. What would you like to drink?" "Watermelon juice, I suppose." "All right." After a few minutes in line, their milk tea was soon prepared and handed to them. Jiang Xiaoye took a sip, her eyes squinting in delight. As a girl who didn't enjoy sweet treats, she then looked at Tang Yu's watermelon juice with sparkling eyes. "Tang Yu, would you like to try my milk tea? I'd love to sample your watermelon juice." Chapter 104. The villain lacks moral integrity. "This watermelon juice isn't good. I don't particularly care for milk tea either," Tang Yu replied with a shake of his head. "Swap drinks? Wouldn't that be akin to exchanging saliva?" One sip of that, and I might as well be feeding livestock. As fellow doctors, we ought to prioritize hygiene. Jiang Xiaoya's mouth twitched slightly, holding her milk tea as she pondered how to respond. Tang, you could sometimes be quite irksome. Let us explore inside. Perhaps there are other delectable treats to discover. She gestured toward the bustling commercial street, lined with various snacks she frequented. Sounds good. Tang Yu also enjoyed the lively atmosphere of such places that he wasn't entirely comfortable with his affluent persona. The essence of a commoner was not easily shed. He often borrows various streaming service memberships from Qin Ming, only to be met with disdain. Occasionally, he ponders whether saving money in the bank could allow his family to live off the interest for generations. Blissfully idle. After walking a short distance, a 7- or 8-year-old boy sprinted towards them, his round face beaming with innocence. Clutching a bouquet of roses, that he approached Tang Yu and exclaimed, "Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Buy her a bouquet." Upon hearing the child's words, Jiang Xiaoya felt a surge of happiness within her. Dada, how sweet to be called beautiful. Tang Yu cast a sidelong glance at the boy and retorted, "What does her beauty have to do with buying your flowers?" The little boy, undeterred, boldly asserted, "If she looks so good, isn't it a man's duty to treat her well?" He raised his voice intentionally, drawing the attention of several onlookers, many of whom nodded in agreement. "Does treating her well mean I have to buy your flowers? Have you finished your homework? Are you studying diligently? What rank did you achieve in your exams? If you can't even make it to the top 3, what are you doing selling flowers? Do you watch Ultraman? There is no such thing as Ultraman in this world. It's all fake. You know?" Tang Yu launched a barrage of pointed questions at the boy. How dare he attempt to morally admonish him? As a villain, where does he derive his morals from? The boy was left utterly flustered, his mouth agape on the verge of tears. Bullying a child is quite enjoyable. If you're going to cry, do it louder. Such a soft whimper won't get you anywhere. Seeing Tang Yu's internal monologue, Jiang Xiaoya felt a twinge of headache. Why was he picking on a child? She quickly crouched down and spoke softly to the little boy. "Don't cry. How about I buy your flowers?" "Okay," he replied, his face lighting up. "How many do you want?" "9, please." "All right, that'll be 38 each, so 342 in total. I'll let you off 2 yuan. You can pay me 340. The boy efficiently wrapped up the 9 roses and pulled out a payment code. Jiang Xiaoya was left utterly perplexed. How ridiculous. Do you think this silly little flower seller can outsmart you? You should learn from him. As long as you can be more cunning than a dog, the dog won't be able to harm you. Tang Yu's internal laughter only heightened Jiang Xiaoya's frustration. How was she to know such crafty little vendors existed? Embarrassed, she stammered, "Perhaps I'll just take one. I don't need so many. I've already wrapped them up. If you don't want them, how can I sell them to someone else?" The boy stared at Jiang Xiaoya defiantly. "Ignore him," Tang Yu said, pulling Jiang Xiaoya to leave. But upon seeing them depart, the boy plopped down on the ground, shouting, "These two are bullying a child. They want to pay for the flowers." His outcry attracted the attention of many passers-by. That a middle-aged woman rushed over, seizing Tang Yu's sleeve and declaring, "You're bullying my son. Aren't you? I'll call the police and have you arrested." "Go ahead and call the police, you lunatic," Jiang Xiaoya retorted, her temper flaring at the sight of the woman's aggressive demeanor. Was she intentionally trying to provoke them? "Let go of me." Tang Yu frowned, tugging at his arm in displeasure. "Why should I let go? If you have the guts, hit me." The woman's countenance grew increasingly spiteful as she pushed Tang Yu hard in the chest, a glint of smugness in her eyes. "Not satisfied? Well, if you touch me, you'll be paying dearly for this encounter." Just as she forcefully shoved Tang Yu, he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "Brother Tang Yu, are you all right?" Jiang Xiaoya exclaimed in panic upon witnessing his fall. "My head is spinning. I hit it, and it's bleeding. Call an ambulance." Tang Yu clutched his forehead with one hand, the other stained with red liquid, his expression one of agony, shocking the surrounding bystanders. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. She hadn't even pushed him that hard. Then it dawned on her that she had encountered a master at this game. His level of deceit surpassed her own. "You lunatic," she muttered, turning to leave. But Tang Yu gripped her clothing tightly, saying, "Trying to leave? You'd better accompany me to the hospital. You want to escape paying for the medical expenses. How dare you try to pull a fast one on me? I've known to avoid trouble since I was 3. You think you can outwit me? Jiang Xiaoye, who had been preparing to call an ambulance, suddenly snapped back to reality. She widened her eyes at Tang Yu. Was he putting on a show? No wonder. With their medical skills, what was the point of calling an ambulance? The middle-aged woman found herself in a bind. Unable to free herself from Tang Yu's grasp, as the crowd around them swelled, she had no choice but to hand over the bouquet to Tang Yu, saying, "Handsome, I was wrong today. Please let me go." Tang Yu accepted the flowers with a smirk, wiping his hands on her clothing dismissively. Now scram. The middle-aged woman hurriedly fled with her son, only to realize a short distance away that her clothes were now reeking of a sour-sweet tomato ketchup scent. Mortified, she touched her clothes, her face darkening with fury as she stormed back to confront them. But by the time she returned, there was no sign of either of them. After securing the flowers, Tang Yu swiftly pulled Jiang Xiaoye away, and once they were out of the commercial street, he cheerfully handed her the bouquet, saying, "Here you go. I got them for just 8 yuan each." "Are you charging me?" Jiang Xiaoye gasped, eyes wide. "Of course. Brothers must settle accounts clearly. It's a pity you're a girl. Otherwise, I would definitely want to be sworn brothers with you." Tang Yu responded matter-of-factly. Jiang Xiaoye huffed, snatching the flowers from him to take a whiff. The roses were indeed lovely. Payment? That was out of the question. Observing Tang Yu wiping his hands with a wet tissue, she inquired, "Is that blood on your hands ketchup?" "Yes, it's leftover from the fries we had last time." Tang Yu Zuke. Since Chi-Yin often ordered KFC in the office, they had plenty of leftover ketchup packets to avoid waste. Tang Yu had pocketed a couple, and now they came in handy that he had always excelled at such tricks. Chapter 105. The old comrade strikes stealthily. "Well, I'm heading home now. You should hurry back too, that I'll consult my grandfather about that matter." Jiang Xiaoye waved goodbye to Tang Yu, clutching her bouquet as she headed home. Bouncing joyfully with the flowers in hand, Jiang Xiaoye returned to the clinic just as it was about to close. Several disciples of the clinic greeted her, calling out, "Senior sister, off work? You've worked hard today." Jiang Xiaoye smiled sweetly at them. Seeing her adorable smile, the disciples were momentarily entranced. Senior sister was truly charming. Then they recalled that she was carrying a bouquet of roses. Many of their peers had come to the clinic to present flowers to her, and she never rejected them, often allowing them to pluck the petals to dry for tea. This time, however, it seemed like a first for her to bring home flowers. The previously cheerful group now wore dark expressions, cursing the inconsiderate suitor who had dared to present her with roses. Old Dr. Jiang usually spent his days reading in the backyard, and his diligence had made him a pillar in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. "Grandpa, it's almost dark. Be careful with the lighting while reading," Jiang Xiaoye said, patting her grandfather's shoulder. All right, I'll heed your advice." Old Dr. Jiang chuckled, but as he noticed the bouquet in his granddaughter's hands, a sense of unease washed over him. Though he was an old-fashioned man, he understood that receiving roses from a young man often signified something more. "Who gave you those? You seem quite pleased." Old Dr. Jiang inquired. "They're from Brother Tang Yu, and he didn't even charge me." Jiang Xiaoye replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. The delight of getting something for free. "Little Tang." Old Dr. Jiang's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Why would he give you roses? Isn't he interested in that girl from the Su family?" His perspective remained quite conservative, struggling to accept such frivolous behavior. "We're siblings. It's perfectly normal for a brother to give flowers to his sister," Jiang Xiaoye quickly clarified. "Is that so?" Old Dr. Jiang regarded her with a hint of skepticism, knowing his granddaughter's nature well. "Why would I lie to you? I wouldn't be interested in a man who cheats. You know that about me," Jiang Xiaoye asserted with conviction. "That's good to hear. By the way, Grandpa, today I learned some medical techniques from Brother Tang Yu, specifically the acupuncture methods from the Qing Nong Tianjing. Is that true?" "Yes, let me show you." Under her deft redirection, the grandfather and granddaughter soon found themselves engrossed in a discussion about medicine. After arriving home, Tang Yu intended to retreat to his room. However, as he walked a few steps, a sudden gust of wind whistled behind him, followed by a sharp, stinging pain that he yelped in agony, hopping forward a few steps before turning to see his father, who was lurking behind the door with a sinister grin while wielding a 7 wolves belt. Upon witnessing Tang Yu's reaction, his eyes gleamed with joy and satisfaction that he knew he still had it in him. "What the hell? Dad, what are you doing?" Tang Yu grimaced as he pressed against the searing pain in his back and grumbled. "This old comrade, why is he still resorting to sneak attacks? I was careless and failed to evade. I should have used the immovable king technique for protection. Let us see if you're normal, young man," he added to Tang's father, with a look of satisfaction, fastened his belt and approached, giving Tang Yu's shoulder a reassuring pat. With his confidence restored, Tang Yu felt considerably uplifted. "Mom, look at him," he said, feeling exasperated, as he directed his grievances towards his mother seated on the sofa. Surprisingly, instead of defending her son, Tang's mother shot him a reproachful glance and remarked, "You brought this upon yourself. Your father was right to discipline you." "What do you mean he was right?" Tang Yu's mood darkened further. Feeling unloved by both parents. "Why did you invite another maid into our home? And a beautiful young lady at that? How inappropriate." Tang's mother expressed her confusion. Recently, a young and attractive girl had come to work as a maid, reportedly getting along well with her son. Now, another one had joined, also brought in by Tang Yu. He is already engaged. What would the Su family think if they found out? Chi-in, right? Tang Yu scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes, she is quite lovely, albeit a bit naive," his mother acknowledged. "She is my secretary. I brought her here to assist and also to serve as my bodyguard, given the recent unrest in Suang," Tang Yu explained. Hearing this, his parents had little objection, as they were aware of the current instability in Suang. After exchanging pleasantries with his parents, Tang Yu grinned and returned to his room. Upon entering, he found Chi-in and Ling Han engrossed in a video game. Both dressed in maid costumes with snacks scattered around them, it was evident that Chi-in had adapted quickly to her new surroundings, even influencing Ling Han as soon as they spotted Tang Yu. The two girls paused their game and exclaimed, "Young Master Tang, continue playing. It's important to unwind," he waved dismissively, though as he approached Ling Han, he hesitated. Previously, she was nominally a spy, and it felt justified to take advantage of that. Now, though, she is one of us. Should I perhaps exercise a bit more restraint? Upon sensing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Chi-in appeared puzzled. "Take advantage." Ling Han's cheeks flushed slightly as she straightened her legs and said, "Young Master Tang, if you're weary, perhaps you should rest for a while." All right. Tang Yu quickly complied, lying down beside her. Ah, the soft, fragrant touch of her thighs, the perfect amount of flesh, absolutely delightful. In this treacherous and frigid society, only Ling Han's legs can warm my heart. Nearby, Chi-in gazed longingly, then glanced down at her own legs that am I perhaps a bit too thin. "Young master, how do you plan to handle Long Shuai in 3 days?" Chi-in suddenly inquired. "I suppose I'll just have to confront him," Tang Yu replied. It was the only option. If he didn't act, the ancient martial forces of Suang might side with this scoundrel. "Do you have confidence in your plan?" Both girls asked in unison. They were aware that Tang Yu possessed strength at the earthly character realm, but his opponent was formidable. "I suppose so." Tang Yu's response was somewhat vague as he mentally calculated his next steps. Now that Ye Chen, the troublemaker, had been dealt with, and though Luo Junuo had managed to escape, he no longer posed a significant threat. The real concern was this scoundrel named Long Shuai, whose mid-earthly character realm prowess was indeed terrifying. In fact, Tang Yu didn't recall this character appearing in the original narrative. Reflecting on his brother's strength at the early mystical character realm, and considering others who had traversed time with extraordinary systems, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The disparity between systems was more significant than that between man and dog. Moreover, Tang Yu found it perplexing that the dog system seemed to possess a degree of autonomy. While the divine tree within him did not, he could only sense a connection with the divine tree, which had become a part of him, that if the system were linked to it, it wouldn't be constantly devising ways to ensnare him. Chapter 106. Seeking knowledge from others upon returning home with the others, when Ren recounted the situation to her father. When informed that several individuals had chosen to depart from the One-Ren family, when Ren Yuanshan simply sighed, "It's not their fault. They have no reason to stay and accompany us in awaiting our demise." After a pause, he added with a gentle smile, "Of course, this isn't your fault either. Our One-Ren family still possesses some dignity and backbone. However, This situation is difficult to navigate. Although young Master Tang has promised assistance, his strength is not far superior to mine, One-Ren admitted, her face showing a hint of helplessness. Young Master Tang is also an ancient martial artist, and his strength is comparable to yours. One-Ren Yuanshan was surprised to learn this. The young man with a less than stellar reputation turned out to be quite formidable. Yes. In fact, he might be even stronger, One-Ren confirmed. During the arena battle, Tang Yu had executed a sudden sneak attack using an ancient martial arts technique that was both devastating and remarkably swift. That truly is impressive, One-Ren Yuanshan remarked. Visibly impressed, he had underestimated the young man from the Tang family. He was not like other wealthy youths. He then looked at his daughter and said, "Don't worry too much if this long shui wishes to come. Let him. I've already contacted your master, and she has agreed to send someone to assist." The One-Ren family maintained its status as the foremost ancient martial family in Suang, not only due to their own strength, but also thanks to the support from Jichu Mountain, a renowned ancient martial sect in the north. One-Ren Yuanshan had once been a disciple of Jichu Mountain, and One-Ren had trained there for 3 years under one of its elders. The strength of Jichu Mountain far surpassed that of the One-Ren family, that if they intervened, this long shui would likely think twice. That's reassuring, One-Ren thought to herself. While it was troublesome to owe a favor in dire circumstances, they had no choice but to seek their help. However, she couldn't shake off the discomfort she felt upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts. This young man did not fully trust the One-Ren family. In the past, she wouldn't have cared about such things. Whether others believed or not was irrelevant. Yet his distrust left her feeling unsettled. After waiting at home for 2 days without news from Jichu Mountain, One-Ren was surprised to see Tang Yu arrive with Ling Han and Qiyin. Upon seeing Tang Yu, she approached him and asked, "Young Master Tang, what brings you here? You were supposed to come tomorrow, or is that no longer the case?" "I came to ask for your assistance with something. I will still come tomorrow," Tang Yu replied, sensing a hint of tension in her words. "What is going on? I must not have offended her in any way, right? She is not upset because she feels compelled to help due to my involvement. Is she?" One-Ren's mood soured further. How dare he presume to think of her in such a manner? She scoffed. "Certainly not. Who in Suang doesn't he know that young Master Tang is renowned for his reliability?" Indeed. You understand me too well," Tang Yu chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Here is the thing. I came today to ask if I could learn your family's ancient martial arts techniques. Of course, I want to do so without offering something in return. I'll exchange one of my own techniques." The reason the One-Ren family had secured its position as the premier ancient martial force in Suang was largely due to their 2 unique martial arts techniques. For ancient martial families, these techniques were akin to their core business that it was quite challenging for other families to excel in a single core venture, let alone 2. This was a monumental advantage. One-Ren frowned slightly at Tang Yu's request. Each family held their unique skills in high regard and would not allow them to be shared lightly. However, given Tang Yu's significant favor towards the One-Ren family and his proposed exchange, she was open to negotiation. "What do you intend to offer in exchange?" she inquired. Tang Yu handed her the prepared 8 Extremes Burst Fist, which he had printed before coming. After learning it through a rapid training technique, he had already perfected it. This martial art focused on explosive power, featuring 8 levels of mastery. Upon reaching perfection, a single strike could unleash 8 times the usual strength. The destructive potential was astonishing. However, such power came at a cost, primarily in terms of energy consumption. Despite its flaws, the dog system occasionally provided commendable rewards. Tang Yu also intended to teach this technique to Ling Han and Qiyin to enhance their combat capabilities. Seeing Tang Yu's willingness to share, One-Ren eagerly accepted the manual and began to peruse its contents. After flipping through a few pages, she quickly became engrossed in the intricate details of the profound ancient martial arts technique. "Miss One-Ren?" Noticing her fascination, Tang Yu coughed lightly to grab her attention, that he finally understood why she had earned the nickname martial arts enthusiast. "Oh, I see." She reluctantly set the manual aside, nodding. "I doubt my father will object, then I'll take you there. But our family's ancient martial arts techniques are not easy to master." "No worries. I have a knack for learning. Tang Yu replied with a grin that he recalled from the original narrative that the One-Ren family's techniques were indeed formidable, yet notoriously difficult to cultivate. Typically, an ancient martial artist of average talent might never fully master a technique in their lifetime. Even prodigies like Long Wang Ye Chen would require a decade or more to achieve mastery. Fortunately, his rapid learning technique could still be utilized 2 more times. This was the perfect opportunity for him to gain knowledge from them. I am eager to confront that scoundrel Long Shui head-on. I must seize this opportunity to rapidly enhance my combat prowess. Very well, follow me, responded One-Ren Ye. Observing Tang Yu's confident demeanor, she felt a tinge of bewilderment. This individual certainly possesses formidable skills in his ancient martial arts. However, her family's 2 martial arts techniques are not to be underestimated either. Their complexity exceeds that of his own. The martial arts manuals of the One-Ren family are securely stored in a specially designed safe in One-Ren Yuan Shan's study. Accessing this safe requires not only a key from One-Ren Yuan Shan, but also keys from 2 other family elders. The family holds these secrets in high regard, imparting knowledge to their disciples gradually rather than handing over an entire manual outright. Thus, upon learning of Tang Yu's request, the 2 custodians of the keys flatly refused. This is a family secret. How can we divulge it to an outsider? Indeed, we cannot casually break our ancestral rules. The 2 elders were resolute in their stance. Grandfathers, Tang Xiao saved my father and assisted in his recovery. He has even offered an ancient martial arts technique in exchange. I believe we should acquiesce, when Ren Ye interjected, taken aback by their stubbornness. That is still unacceptable. It is not that we lack reason, but our foundational principles cannot be carelessly exposed. Their refusal remained steadfast. After a brief exchange, seeing that the 2 old men would not relent, when Ren Ye felt compelled to seek her father's assistance in persuading them. Here is what we shall do. Esteemed elders, I will give you this technique, and you allow me to observe it for 15 minutes, that we shall see how much I can glean from it based on my own capabilities. Tang Yu suddenly bargained with the 2 obstinate elders. Upon hearing his proposition, they exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility. After a moment of consideration, one elder nodded, saying, Tang Xiao, it is not our intention to make things difficult for you. We must uphold our ancestral rules. Therefore, we shall grant you half an hour. As he spoke, a glimmer of cunning and disdain flickered in his eyes. This young man spoke with such audacity, claiming 15 minutes would suffice. What was half an hour to him? Surely, he would be unable to remember all the details. It was utterly foolish. Just as Tang Yu was about to agree, when Ren Ye raised an eyebrow and expressed her dissatisfaction with the elder's terms. Grandfathers, is this condition not a bit unreasonable? What can one learn in half an hour? Both of her family's techniques were notorious for their difficulty. Even her talented father had spent over 30 years mastering them. Achieving only a significant level of proficiency to AS for herself, she was still far from that level. Ling Han and Qiyin, standing behind, remained unfazed. They were now Tang Yu's avid admirers. Even if he claimed he could urinate while standing on his head, they would not question it. Seeing when Ren Ye speak up for an outsider irked the 2 elders, their brows furrowing in discontent. This girl had never spoken to them in such a tone before. After exchanging glances, one of them stated sternly, Ye, this is a family matter that you cannot meddle in. The decision is ours to make. Indeed, allowing an outsider to peruse these manuals is already a considerable concession. The other elder added, then turned to the door and called out, Xiao Li, escort Ye outside. She is not to cause further disruption here. A middle-aged man stationed at the entrance promptly stepped forward to block One-Ren Ye's path, saying, Miss, please step outside. Tang Yu, do not pay them any mind. I will seek out my father. When Ren Ye retorted, her face darkened as she turned on her heel to find her father. Once she departed, the 2 elders regarded Tang Yu, stating, Tang Xiao, even if Yuan Shan were to intervene, it would be futile that if you are willing, we can retrieve the manuals for you to study now. If not, then so be it. Let's proceed quickly. Tang Yu replied, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Seeing his decisiveness, the 2 elders felt increasingly that this young man lacked sense, utterly oblivious to the art of negotiation. Did he truly believe that the One-Ren family's ancient martial arts manuals were as simple as a multiplication table? That he could merely glance at them and memorize their contents? They retrieved the keys, opened a safe, and presented two pristine manuals to Tang Yu. The original versions, passed down through generations, had long been preserved. These were copies transcribed in recent years that Tang Yu took them. He skimmed through the pages at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this rapid reading, the two elders felt a sense of indignation wash over them. What was this young man implying? These were the ancient martial arts techniques, the legacy of their family, and he treated it as if he were perusing a novel. In less than 5 minutes, Tang Yu finished examining both manuals that he then closed his eyes, quickly digesting the information using a rapid learning technique. And naturally acquired mastery over the two martial arts. Point 1 technique was called Jinghong Yulong, primarily enhancing speed and agility. Upon reaching perfection, it imparted a sensation reminiscent of the Ling Bo Wei Bu. The other was Mei Hua San Dai, which allowed the practitioner to transform their true energy into hidden force. Mastery of this technique enabled the user to leave 3 layers of hidden force upon an adversary, yielding substantial lethality. All done, Tang Yu declared, satisfied as he closed the two ancient manuals. Is that all? The members of the One-Ren family exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions tinged with contempt. This young man had evidently learned nothing, yet pretended to uphold his pride in this charade. Such was the behavior of the privileged sons of wealthy families. And what else should there be? Tang Yu Chuke, rubbing his hands together, returning the two manuals to the One-Ren family. With 2 new skills acquired, he felt elated. Then we shall bid you farewell, the two elders said, stowing away their ancient manuals, their faces reflecting displeasure as they issued an eviction notice to Tang Yu. Just as he exited, Wen Yu reappeared, pushing Wen Yuanshan along. He was already aware of the situation and had glanced at the Ba Ji Beng Quan that Tang Yu provided, confirming it to be an exceptionally powerful martial art. Acquiring this technique would greatly benefit the One-Ren family's development. Second uncle, third uncle, where is Tang Xiao? He inquired, looking at the two elders. He has already left, one elder replied. Left? Wen Yuanshan assumed Tang Yu had departed in disgrace and hurriedly advised, let us make an exception this time. Allow Tang Xiao to learn properly. Before he could finish, the two elders' expressions darkened. An exception that has already been made. He claimed to have learned both manuals in under 5 minutes. What sort of attitude is this? Does he think the foundation of the One-Ren family is mere child's play? When Yuanshan was taken aback. To learn in less than 5 minutes, what on earth was Tang Xiao thinking? With his aptitude for martial arts, if he claimed to have learned it, it must be true. When Yu, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Given that he asserted such confidence, she believed he must have his reasons. He was not one to suffer losses easily. Upon hearing her words, the members of the One-Ren family exchanged glances. Did she truly wish to believe that he had mastered the techniques in under 5 minutes? Yagu, it is not that we are criticizing you, but have you been deceived by that young man? Do you take his words at face value? Indeed, your infatuation with martial arts has clouded your judgment. Do not allow yourself to be exploited, the two elders admonished earnestly. Seeing their granddaughter so easily swayed by such matters left them feeling utterly exasperated. That young man was a complete charlatan. When Yagu remained silent, taking the Ba Ji Beng Quan back to contemplate further. Chapter 108. Ning Shichin's curiosity. When the appointed time arrived, the representatives from Jiuquan Mountain arrived almost precisely on schedule. As a well-known ancient martial arts sect in the north, Jiuquan Mountain possesses formidable strength and heritage. The Wen family's esteemed position in Suhang owes much to their support. Upon receiving news from the One-Ren family, Jiuquan Mountain dispatched 2 key figures along with several disciples to bolster their presence. Upon arrival at the One-Ren family estate, members of the family had been eagerly awaiting their arrival at the entrance. Elder Qi, I did not expect you to lead the team this time. Thank you for your arduous journey, when Yuanshan remarked as he maneuvered his wheelchair toward the elder leading the group. Elder Qi, a martial artist at the early stage of the Earth rank, greeted Yuanshan with a warm smile. Their prior acquaintance had been amicable, and his demeanor was notably courteous. Given the talents of both Yuanshan and his daughter, Jiuquan Mountain had considered granting him an elder position had it not been for his unfortunate circumstances. Yuji's aptitude was equally valued. Her master was one of Jiao Quan Mountain's elders, holding a rank higher than his own. "Thank you for your concern, Yuan Shan. I am doing well," Elder Qi replied jovially, engaging in pleasantries for a brief moment before his gaze shifted to a young woman standing behind him. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with cascading hair and skin as fair as snow. Her ethereal presence exuded an otherworldly charm, reminiscent of a celestial maiden who had just emerged from an ancient tomb, captivating all who beheld her. Even the disciples of the One-Ren family could not help but acknowledge her extraordinary beauty. The woman possesses a beauty that surpasses even that of the esteemed young lady of her own family. One-Ren Yuanshan gazed at the girl, not out of lust, but rather with a warm smile as he greeted her. "Shurqin, it has been quite some time. I didn't expect to see you descend the mountain. Master suggested I come down for a while. Immersing oneself in the world is beneficial for cultivation," replied Ning Shurqin, her voice imbued with a chilly elegance that was nonetheless captivating. "Indeed, it is wise to venture out more often. Secluding oneself in a closed environment is not conducive to martial arts training. Yet one must exercise caution. Do not follow in my footsteps." One-Ren Yuanshan chuckled heartily. The arrival of this young woman brought a sense of relief to his heart. She was the prized disciple of the current master of Jichu in Mountain, her talents eclipsing even those of his own daughter. They were of similar age, yet while his daughter still had some distance to cover before reaching the mid-stage of the Xian realm, she had already attained the peak of that level, earning her the title of the greatest talent in the history of Jichu in Mountain. Her presence signified the mountain's regard for his family, and he felt confident that matters would unfold favorably today. "Sister, it has been a long time." One-Ren Yage expressed her surprise at Ning Shurqin's visit with a warm smile. Ning Shurqin nodded, and the group made their way into the One-Ren residence. Shortly after their arrival, Tang Yu rushed over. Prior to coming, he had consulted the system regarding today's events. Thankfully, the system had not failed him this time, providing a preview of the altered plot. Today, the One-Ren family had sought the assistance of Jichu in Mountain to deal with a formidable expert known as Long Shuai. Given Jichu in Mountain's esteemed reputation, even a mid-stage Earth Realm powerhouse would need to show some respect. However, the situation was far from simple, as Long Shuai had already established connections with Jichu in Mountain behind the scenes. The question of who Jichu in Mountain would support today remained uncertain. Upon seeing Tang Yu, One-Ren Yuanshan greeted him warmly, waving him over. "Tang Xiao, you have arrived at just the right time. Allow me to introduce you to a few individuals." "And this esteemed individual is?" Qi Taiqing inquired, casting a curious glance at Tang Yu. "This is Tang Yu, a young man of remarkable skill and exceptional medical expertise," One-Ren Yuanshan introduced. "Uncle One-Ren, you flatter me," Tang Yu responded modestly with a smile. "Indeed, that is me. And let us not forget my moniker, the most distinguished and affluent gentleman in Suan." As Tang Yu's thoughts echoed in his mind, One-Ren Yage rolled her eyes in exasperation. Ning Shurqin, who had been gazing at the clouds above, cast a curious glance at Tang Yu, having just heard that somewhat arrogant voice. Was it indeed his? Why did no one else seem to react? Such youthful prowess at the Xian realm. "It seems Suang is indeed home to many talented individuals," Qi Taiqing remarked, acknowledging Tang Yu's strength without much concern. "Let us proceed inside for tea and to rest." The group had barely settled in when representatives from other ancient martial arts families in Suang began to arrive, eager to witness how Tang Xiao and the One-Ren family would confront the terrifying opponent. Should they succeed, they would naturally ride on the coattails of victory. If they failed, they would have no choice but to comply with the wishes of the powerful individual. For strength-dictated allegiance, today they sat sipping tea and resting. A figure strode in through the doorway. This time, he was unmasked, yet his aura was unmistakable, and the crowd recognized him immediately. "Father, he has arrived," One-Ren Yage said, her eyes flickering with animosity. This was the very man who had rescued Luo Junuo without needing his daughter as prompting. One-Ren Yuanshan had already discerned that this individual was extraordinary, his murderous aura suggesting he had emerged from a realm of carnage. What astonished him further was that this man, appearing to be under 30, had already reached the mid-stage of the Earth realm. In comparison to this individual, his own perceived talents felt woefully inadequate. "Are you the one seeking trouble with the One-Ren family?" Long Shui. One-Ren Yuanshan inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Fan, his voice grave. Indeed, has the One-Ren family reached a decision? Lin Fan replied, nodding slightly. His gaze swept over Tang Yu, revealing a hint of disdain that a mere initial stage of the Xian realm. How could Luo Junuo and Ye Chen, two inept individuals, nearly be bested by this boy? It was utterly embarrassing for the Long Soul organization. Of course, the fault lay with those two weaklings. Had they possessed strength akin to his own mid-stage Earth realm, any schemes would have been rendered laughable. Under Lin Fan's scrutinizing gaze, Tang Yu merely smiled. This fellow is certainly superior to Ye Chen. At least he does not have that crooked grin. If all goes according to plan, One-Ren Yuanshan will soon bring Ji Chu in mountain to bear upon him. Yet this Chi Tai-Ching has already received benefits from this man. He would never aid the One-Ren family. Poor One-Ren family, still oblivious to the truth. Due to the distance from Tang Yu, One-Ren Yage could not hear his thoughts, yet Ning Shiqin did once again. She turned her gaze towards Tang Yu, certain she had not misheard. But it appeared that the others were oblivious. Was he intentionally transmitting thoughts to her? Yet she had never heard of such a skill. Her moon-like eyes regarded Tang Yu with curiosity. This man seemed to harbor many secrets. Chapter 109. A woman's word is her bond, my apologies. But the One-Ren family would rather stand and perish than kneel and live. One-Ren Yuanshan declared with a heavy snort, casting a glance at Chi Tai-Ching. Pray excuse me, Elder Chi. Chi Tai-Ching responded with a slight smile, addressing Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, what a surprise to encounter you here. Might I inquire as to why you seek trouble with the One-Ren family? His tone was remarkably polite, even imbued with a touch of respect. The expressions of the One-Ren family shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Did Ji Chu and Mountain have ties with this Lin Fan? Because I require some assistance. It is their honor, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. His calm demeanor belied the gravity of his words, effectively showcasing his arrogance to the fullest. I am the will of heaven. Ah, truly, you are the god of war from the north. Your very words reek of arrogance, far surpassing that of Dragon King Ye Chen. Just be cautious on rainy days. Do not let the lightning strike you. Tang Yu felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he observed Lin Fan's ostentatious demeanor. When the system had divulged the plot, it had also provided a brief introduction to his identity. This man was known as the god of war from the north in Africa, according to the tropes of popular fiction. Such an identity typically signified a returning hero who discovers his family in disarray, leading to a swift and violent retribution against those who wronged him. Fortunately, this was Huaxia, and even if he could summon an army of 100,000 soldiers, they would not be able to come here. Tang Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Otherwise, even his formidable intellect of 251 would not ensure his survival until the conclusion of the tale. Ning Shiqin was left bewildered. The god of war from the north. What was that? Yet she understood Tang Yu's implication that this man was boastful. The One-Ren family owes you nothing. We have no reason to assist you. One-Ren Yuanshan responded coldly. He understood that this man was targeting Tang Xiao, and he had already promised Tang Xiao that the One-Ren family would ensure his safety. Let us speak civilly. Chi Tai-Ching interjected with a friendly demeanor. He turned to Lin Fan, saying, Mr. Lin, what is your purpose in Suang? There are many tasks at hand, but the foremost is to annihilate this individual and his family, Lin Fan stated, gesturing towards Tang Yu before fixing his gaze on One-Ren Yuanshan. Since the One-Ren family has ties to Ji Chu and Mountain, I can afford to be lenient and not cause you trouble. However, should you meddle in matters concerning the Tang family, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Although he did not spend much time in Huaxia, he was well aware of Ji Chu and Mountain's strength. That To provoke them severely would be detrimental to his future plans, as he still needed their support as allies. That Chi Tai-Ching glanced at Tang Yu, surprised that Lin Fan would go to such lengths to confront a mere young man at the initial stage of the Xian realm. Did he truly need to make such a fuss over him? He then turned to One-Ren Yuanshan, saying, Yuanshan, you have heard Mr. Lin's words. Since Mr. Lin is willing to extend this favor, the One-Ren family need only maintain neutrality. I assure you he will not trouble the One-Ren family. What say you? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the One-Ren family members shifted once more. Simply maintaining neutrality could spare them the wrath of this Lin Fan. They began to contemplate the implications. Confronting a mid-stage Earth-realm powerhouse was not a decision to be taken lightly. If he was willing to take a step back, why should they insist on confrontation? At that moment, One-Ren Yage, her face flushed with anger, declared, "Elder Qi, the One-Ren family has always believed in repaying kindness. The Tang family saved my father's life, and we shall not stand idly by." One-Ren Yuanshan's expression darkened, remaining silent. While he might disregard his own life for the sake of gratitude, the safety of his family compelled him to consider the larger picture. After all, Ji Chuan Mountain had already intervened. If he acted unilaterally, the rest of the One-Ren family might not agree. Qi Taiching's expression soured, but he had not anticipated that One-Ren Yage would oppose him so brazenly, and his tone turned severe. "How dare you? What do you mean by this? I am acting for the good of the One-Ren family. If you still recognize your identity as a disciple of Ji Chuan Mountain, you will follow my orders. Otherwise, from this day forth, Ji Chuan Mountain shall have no further dealings with the One-Ren family." Tsk, this old dog is truly heartless. Is it really so significant just because he accepted a couple of 100 million in benefits? Have you come to beg for alms in our Suzhou and Hangzhou, you impoverished soul who has never seen the world? Tang Yu murmured to herself, clicking her tongue in disdain. However, she felt a flicker of gratitude for One-Ren Yage's unwavering support. Once she gathered the materials and successfully refined the 9 Revolutions pill, she intended to gift a couple to her as a token of appreciation. But as Qi Taiching's anger flared, the members of the One-Ren family began to panic. If Jichuan Mountain chose not to assist them, what would they use to contend with Lin Fan? Yage, do not act impulsively. Hurry and apologize to Elder Qi. Elder Qi, please do not hold it against her. This girl is young and inexperienced. We hope for your understanding. Several elders from the One-Ren family spoke up in unison. The fact that Jichuan Mountain had already been willing to compromise was a significant favor to the One-Ren family. They dared not demand further assistance from Jichuan Mountain. When Ren Yuanshan opened his mouth, but words failed him, his gaze reflecting his inner turmoil to as the head of the family, he bore the heavy burden of their clan's fate. "I will not apologize. Today's actions were my own and do not involve the One-Ren family. I, One-Ren Yage, will uphold my promises." One-Ren Yage's resolve was unwavering, that a promise made must be fulfilled. Just as men are bound by their word, so too can women be. The members of the One-Ren family were nearly driven to despair. What madness had overtaken this girl? Was it worth risking a confrontation with Jichuan Mountain over a mere boy named Tang? Qi Taiching's expression darkened. After pointing at One-Ren Yage, he turned to Lin Fan and said, "Mr. Lin, you have heard her. If she wishes to intervene, you may proceed as you deem fit." His declaration sent a chill through the ancient martial arts forces of Suzhou and Hangzhou. They had initially believed the One-Ren family's ally would help resolve the situation with Lin Fan, only to find that they were inadvertently aiding him instead. Even if the One-Ren family managed to weather this storm, what would become of them? Jichuan Mountain would not lend them a favorable word. I stand by my words. If the One-Ren family does not interfere, I will not act against them. Miss One-Ren need not bring trouble upon herself. Lin Fan had no desire to act hastily against the One-Ren family. They had operated in Suzhou and Hangzhou for many years. And if he could earn their allegiance, subduing the ancient martial arts forces of the region would be a simple matter. Such a valuable pawn was not something he intended to squander. Moreover, One-Ren Yage was a rare beauty, and he found himself intrigued. With a surge of murderous intent, he approached Tang Yu, coldly stating, "Shall we settle the grievances between you and my Dragon Soul organization today?" Chapter 110. 1 minute is sufficient first. "You must get past me." One-Ren Yage stood up, her face brimming with vigilance. Ready to engage, it was one thing to be outmatched. However, she had made a promise to Tang Yu, and she intended to keep it. "Don't be reckless. With your current strength, you would be walking into a trap. Let me handle him in a one-on-one fight." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, One-Ren Yage's expression darkened. What did he mean by saying her strength would be wasted? If it weren't for the promise, she wouldn't bother with him at all. Just as Tang Yu prepared to intervene, One-Ren Yage launched her attack. She clenched her fist and struck at Lin Fan's chest. Channeling her inner energy for a full-force blow, Lin Fan stood proudly, allowing her punch to come at him. Just as her fist was about to connect, he leisurely extended a hand and caught her fist. In that instant, One-Ren felt as if her strength had been siphoned away. With a gentle push, Lin Fan sent her stumbling backward, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick to catch her. "Are you all right?" After steadying One-Ren, Tang Yu inquired. "Sigh, don't be so reckless. He's in the mid-stage of the Earth realm. Why provoke him? Let me demonstrate how to handle him." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, One-Ren shot him an exasperated glare. "You think you can do better? Your strength isn't necessarily superior to mine. I will uphold my promise," One-Ren replied defiantly as she stood. "Yage, do not act rashly. You cannot defeat him." Once the elders of the One-Ren family realized the situation, they rushed to restrain One-Ren, preventing her from engaging further with Lin Fan. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Why should she sacrifice herself for someone who spoke nonsense? "What's the matter? Are you only capable of hiding behind a woman?" Lin Fan looked at Tang Yu with disdain. If it weren't for the mission, he would find killing such a worthless opponent beneath him. "Step outside for a one-on-one fight," Tang Yu said, gesturing toward the door before walking out with a stoic expression. Lin Fan scoffed and followed suit that a mere novice in the early stages of the Earth realm could be crushed with just a single finger. "Tang Yu, are you truly going to challenge him? Have you lost your mind?" One-Ren called out, her voice filled with urgency. Despite her elder's firm grip, she could not rush to his aid. Tang Yu glanced back at her and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't lose. This woman is quite faithful to her promises. If only she were a man, I would claim her as my brother. Once I defeat this fellow, I'll give you some pointers on your cultivation." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, One-Ren couldn't help but feel that he was somewhat delusional. Did he truly believe he could defeat Lin Fan, this mid-stage Earth realm monster? After stepping outside, the crowd followed that Chi Taiching stood at the entrance, looking at Tang Yu with disdain. Shaking his head, he could sense that One-Ren had developed an unusual fondness for this young man, which irked him immensely. That it was not that he was attracted to One-Ren. His youth had been consumed by the art of sewing, leading to his premature impotence and subsequent disinterest in women. One of his disciples had long harbored feelings for One-Ren, but had failed to win her affection. To see another man potentially succeed where he had failed was a bitter pill to swallow. Furthermore, the One-Ren family had risked their relationship with Jiuquan Mountain for this boy, which only fueled his desire to see him perish. Fortunately, today, his opponent was Lin Fan, a youth of terrifying strength, one whom he himself could not contend with. Once they reached a nearby open area, Lin Fan stood calmly and said, "Do not accuse me of bullying the weak. You may strike first. If you can injure me within 1 minute, I shall spare your life." It was not merely that this boy was in the early stages of the Earth realm. Even if he were in the mid-stage, Lin Fan would not regard him as a threat. His power had been forged in the crucible of countless battles. When it came to combat, there were few who could match him in the same realm. Tang Yu inhaled sharply. "A minute. How fortuitous. He was precisely a 1-minute man." He chuckled and replied, "Since you insist, let us determine the victor in 1 minute." Lin Fan smirked, narrowing his eyes at Tang Yu as he spread his hands. Tang Yu's mind shifted, activating the mid-stage Earth Realm experience card he had received from the system. In that moment, he felt an explosive surge of energy within him, his strength leaping from the early stages of the Earth Realm to the mid-stage in an instant. In a heartbeat, he had crossed 4 realms. Feeling this terrifying power, Tang Yu wasted no time and transformed into a blur, charging toward Lin Fan. Seeing him take the initiative, One-Ren struggled against the grasp of her elders. Desperate to assist him, but to no avail, she turned to her father, biting her lip and calling out, "Dad, you are no match for him. Do not act recklessly." When Ren Yuanshan replied, his expression filled with guilt. He could not bear to watch his daughter rush to her doom. That if only his legs had not been crippled, he could have helped today. That he had promised Tang Xiao to assist. Yet here he was, forced to watch helplessly as he faced death. Life is often filled with such regrets. The ancient martial arts sects of Suzhou and Hangzhou wore expressions of sorrow. They had believed that Tang Xiao and the One-Ren family would resolve this issue. But now it seemed they were headed for disaster. Just as despair enveloped them, they witnessed Lin Fan, who had been standing still, being knocked back a full 5 meters by a single punch. Chapter 111. Tang Xiao goes berserk. What they had deemed an inevitable defeat for Tang Yu had transformed into sheer madness, that he unleashed several perfected ancient martial arts techniques to their fullest potential. The first to emerge was the One-Ren family's pride, Jinghong Yulong. This technique emphasized speed and agility, allowing for significant increases in velocity while enabling the practitioner to evade attacks with unparalleled finesse. Once mastered to perfection, the sheer swiftness of the technique left the onlookers bewildered as they witnessed 3 afterimages attacking simultaneously. It was as if Tang Yu had transformed into the master of shadows, creating a visual illusion that left spectators in awe. Is this the perfected form of Jinghong Yulong? One elder of the One-Ren family exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He was one of those responsible for safeguarding the family's secret texts. Just yesterday, he had thought Tang Yu was merely glancing through the ancient martial arts manuals without respect, an act of foolish arrogance. Yet he had never anticipated that in just one day, this young man would truly master Jinghong Yulong to its fullest extent. How long had he even studied it? For others, merely attempting to memorize it would have been an insurmountable challenge. In an instant, the members of the One-Ren family were engulfed in shock. For decades, no one from the One-Ren family had managed to refine Jinghong Yulong to its perfected state. When Ren Yaji's eyes sparkled with astonishment, she gazed intently at Tang Yu, struggling to believe the evidence of her own senses. Tang Yu claimed to have mastered these 2 martial arts techniques. She wished to trust this individual, yet she never anticipated that he not only learned them, but achieved perfection in just a single day. How was this possible? As a fervent martial artist, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush towards Tang Yu and demand clarity immediately. Ning Shiqin, too, displayed a rare expression of surprise as she looked at Tang Yu. As the widely acknowledged foremost talent of Jiuquan Mountain, she had also practiced the ancient martial art Jinghong Yulong. Until today, she had barely grasped the threshold of mastery, still leagues away from the realm of perfection. Many years ago, an ancestor of the One-Ren family served as the deputy master of Jiuquan Mountain, personally establishing this ancient technique, which was further refined by several elders, ultimately becoming a shared legacy of both the One-Ren family and Jiuquan Mountain. For decades, no one from Jiuquan Mountain had achieved perfection in this art, which only heightened her astonishment at how this man accomplished such a feat that moment, Tang Yu transformed into a flurry of afterimages, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Fan. After elevating his strength to the mid-stage of the D realm, the defensive capabilities of the immovable king technique surged dramatically. Coupled with the speed and evasion of Jinghong Yulong, he could almost disregard Lin Fan's counterattacks. Conversely, Lin Fan found himself unable to reciprocate in kind, as Tang Yu had also perfected 2 additional techniques, Badges Hanquin and Mei Hua Sandy. The former, when mastered, could unleash 8 times the practitioner's strength, although such an offensive would severely deplete his chi. He was unconcerned, as he had only 1 minute to unleash his full power. With reckless abandon, he unleashed a torrent of strikes. Each punch delivered through Mei Hua Sandy contained a terrifying force, inflicting damage from the inside out. Once brimming with confidence, Lin Fan now began to doubt his own existence, that he had always believed himself invincible among his peers, even having sparred with 10 mid-stage D-realm experts, emerging victorious each time with a decisive advantage. Yet, facing Tang Yu, he sensed that this individual matched his own prowess in the mid-stage of the D-realm. This young man had concealed his strength and outmaneuvered him. What troubled Lin Fan more was not merely being outplayed, but the fact that he was utterly unable to retaliate, in terms of speed, strength, and defense. He was being thoroughly dominated by this opponent. Within a mere 30 seconds, he had endured at least 30 punches. Each strike was devastating, employing some unknown ancient martial art. The onlookers from the One-Ren family were once again left in a state of shock. Although they could not keep pace with Tang Yu's speed, they could discern that with each punch he threw, there were 3 resounding echoes. This was the pinnacle of Mei Hua Sandy, the triple hidden strength. They were utterly dumbfounded when Ren Yagu and her companions were left speechless. Their family's ancient martial arts were notoriously difficult to master. How could this individual possibly achieve perfection in just one day? Dad, is his talent not a bit monstrous? How could he possibly master both our family's ancient martial arts to perfection in a single day? Even Longchong Wudao couldn't achieve that kind of speed, when Ren Ye said, her tone laced with disbelief. For the first time, she felt that her so-called genius was truly insignificant. We have underestimated him. Tang Xiao has already attained mid-stage to realm strength. Perhaps this is not so surprising after all, remarked when Ren Yuanshan, filled with profound emotion. From this day forward, he could no longer regard his daughter as the family's genius. Some individuals were simply beyond comparison. The two elderly members of the One-Ren family felt a burning shame. Just yesterday, they had mocked this young man for his arrogance and foolishness, only to realize that it was they who had been foolishly overconfident. A mid-stage D-realm expert at such a young age surpassed even Lin Fan by a considerable margin. Had they known, their demeanor yesterday should have been far more respectful. Nearby, Ning Shiqin, having overheard the conversation between Ren Yuanshan and his daughter, regarded Tang Yu with increasing curiosity. This individual, who could elicit strange sounds from her, possessed such terrifying martial talent. Meanwhile, Qi Taiqing, standing beside her, was utterly bewildered. This was not right. The formidable Lin Fan was being thoroughly dominated. This seemingly novice individual, appearing to be merely at the initial stage of the Xian realm, was fighting like a monster. He had concealed his strength so deeply. At this moment, regret flooded Qi Taiqing's mind. Had he perhaps offended this person too much with his earlier behavior? A D-realm expert was not to be trifled with, but a young and extraordinarily gifted D-realm expert was truly a terrifying prospect that in comparison, Lin Fan seemed utterly outclassed. With such talent, breaking into the Tian realm was surely a foregone conclusion. He understood all too well what it meant to be a Tian realm powerhouse. In that fleeting minute, time felt interminable that if spent enjoying leisure at a club, it would have passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, enduring a beating, it felt as though several years had slipped by. Lin Fan was at a loss for how long had elapsed, only feeling immense pain and humiliation. From beginning to end, he had scarcely been afforded a chance to retaliate. The external wounds were one thing. The strange hidden energy unleashed with each of Tang Yu's strikes inflicted severe internal injuries as well. When had he ever suffered such a crushing defeat in a battle among equals? As the minute concluded, Tang Yu swiftly retreated, creating distance that he sensed the terrifying qi within him dissipating rapidly. Casting a glance at Lin Fan, he noted that the latter's clothing lay in tatters from the onslaught of his qi. Footprints marred the ground where Lin Fan had stood, a testament to the struggle he had endured. Lin Fan's face was ashen, blood trickling from his mouth, nostrils, and ears that he glared at Tang Yu with a mix of fury and trepidation. This man concealed far too much. 1 minute has passed. It seems you have lost, Tang Yu declared with a calm smile, embodying nonchalance that he too could play the part of the showman, observing the adoration in the eyes of those around him. Tang Yu mentally awarded them 32 accolades, reveling in the aura of superiority he exuded. Yes, with those gazes, continue to admire me. Such a young mid-stage D-realm expert must become your life's idol. From this point on, you should know who reigns supreme in Suong. Lin Fan opened his mouth to speak, but a metallic taste surged in his throat. After swallowing the blood that threatened to spill, he fixed a steely gaze on Tang Yu and uttered, "I underestimated you. Does that matter?" Tang Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "If you remain unconvinced, feel free to summon him for assistance. I have no objections." He gestured toward Qi Taiqing, instantly elevating his own stature. It was as if a peerless expert was daring the crowd to join forces against him. "Old man, if you agree, I curse you to suffer daily misfortunes. Witness my aura of intimidation. Hurry up and concede. Understand? Otherwise, if you all join in, I might truly perish here." While he feigned bravado, Tang Yu's heart raced with apprehension. Ning Shiqin, who stood relatively close, was momentarily frozen by the audacity of his words. What was this situation? Given his recent display of terrifying combat prowess, even if Elder Qi intervened, would it truly make a difference? Qi Taiqing's complexion paled slightly as he found himself intimidated. To meddle in a divine clash. He feared for his own life that if Lin Fan, a formidable expert, was being mercilessly punished by Tang Yu, then his own involvement would merely serve to deliver his head on a platter. Thus, he awkwardly chuckled and said, "This young friend is jesting that a conflict between men must not allow a third party to intrude. That would be disrespectful to you. Lin Fan had indeed contemplated this. As a god of war, what was most crucial? Numbers. The strategy of overwhelming with numbers was a formidable asset. Yet upon witnessing the elder's pale countenance, he promptly discarded the notion, cursing silently to himself. He addressed Tang Yu. I accept the terms. I, Lin Fan, stand by my word. Since I failed to defeat you within a minute, let this matter rest that I will no longer trouble the One-Ren family. Next time, we shall settle our fates. It was clear that he had no intention of continuing this fight. Tang Yu's strength had far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, a disciple from the One-Ren family stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. What a shameless scoundrel! Clearly beaten by Tang Xiao, yet you have the audacity to claim this matter is settled. Have you no shame? Indeed, Tang Xiao must not let this man off. Let him understand the cost of provoking you. Correct. A master must not be insulted. Tang Xiao must not be insulted. Today, you will either kneel and apologize or lose both your arms. The crowd erupted in fervent support for Tang Yu, that he regarded them with a benevolent smile, internally cursing them. What is wrong with you all? I won, yet you're here pretending to be grand? Just let him leave. If this continues, I might truly perish here. Their jeers and taunts stung Lin Fan deeply. As the war god of the North, he had been invincible in Africa. He had always been the one to ridicule others. When had it ever been his turn to endure such humiliation? Even if he were to lose for the sake of his own dignity, he could not flee with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, how might the denizens of Juan Mountain perceive themselves? His interest in the enchanting beauty named Ning Shichin from Juan Mountain remains quite profound. How could he possibly lose his composure before her? Just as his expression darkened and he was on the verge of erupting, Tang Yu interjected, commanding the crowd to cease. Enough. Victory and defeat are mere trifles of warfare. Though my stance differs from Lin Fan's, I find it truly exhilarating to encounter such a formidable peer today. On the path of martial arts, we serve as one another's whetstones. If we truly seek to determine life or death, let us wait until we both reach the celestial realm for a more spirited contest. These words brought a momentary calm to Lin Fan, who was about to explode. This was quite a commendation. If he were to persist in his obstinacy at this juncture, not only would he risk defeat, but he would also appear a fool. Thus, he swiftly regained his demeanor of a battle-hardened king. Since I commenced my martial training, I have been unmatched among my peers. Today, encountering a master like young Master Tang is indeed an honor. It is a pity that our positions diverge. Otherwise, I would certainly share a celebratory drink with you after this match. Since young Master Tang wishes to wait until we both enter the celestial realm to settle our fates, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Whenever we both reach the celestial realm, we shall then determine life or death. With that, Lin Fan turned and departed with an air of disdain. As he walked away, a hint of resentment lingered in his gaze. Today, he had not gained the upper hand. This debt would eventually be repaid. Since this fellow stood in opposition to the Dragon Soul organization, his demise was assured. As he left, the others from Juan Mountain hastily followed suit. The members of the Wen family and the ancient martial forces of Suang cast admiring glances toward Tang Yu. What young Master Tang articulated today has immensely benefited us. Is this the true mindset of a formidable warrior? I stand enlightened. Without such spirit and vision, how can one ascend the pinnacle of martial arts? I have gained insight. Who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts? Upon meeting young Master Tang, all else pales. Their flattery caused Tang Yu a headache. Had he not been sufficiently astute today, he might have fallen victim to a collective betrayal from this bunch of simpletons. Fortunately, he successfully managed to deceive Lin Fan, this harbinger of misfortune. Had he employed one more trick, Tang Yu felt he might have had to start anew with his narrative. When Ren Ye had recovered from her shock and approached Tang Yu, disbelief etched across her features. Young Master Tang, you weren't injured, were you? His meager strength is hardly worthy of causing me harm. Tang Yu replied with a slight smile and a shake of his head that if he was to put on an act, he must commit fully. Otherwise, how could he impress these individuals? One more second of battling, and I would have perished here today. Alas, this mid-stage celestial realm strength comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. When will I truly possess such strength? At that moment, Tang Yu's inner thoughts emerged. When Ren, who had just gazed at him with admiration, suddenly appeared dazed. This fellow could only maintain such power for a mere minute. Chapter 113. The fire reduces to a glaze. Esteemed guests, I have resolved the matter concerning Lin Fan. Should similar troubles arise in the future, I shall certainly assist you. As long as I am present, the ancient martial world of Swang shall not permit outsiders to insult it lightly. Tang Yu declared to the group of simpletons. It is rare to have such a grand opportunity to display my prowess today. I must swiftly subdue these rascals. From now on, you shall follow me with sincerity. Understand? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, when Ren-Ye's admiration dissipated entirely, leaving her somewhat speechless. This fellow was simply too unreliable. The simpletons, however, remained oblivious to Tang Yu's thoughts. They all expressed that young Master Tang was immensely powerful and virtuous, pledging their unwavering loyalty to him from that day forth. After a round of flattery, they joyfully returned, for a life without Lin Fan's threats was indeed a good life. After successfully placating the crowd, Tang Yu noticed that when Ren-Ye did not seem particularly pleased, that he smiled and inquired, "What troubles you?" When Ren-Ye's emotions were somewhat complicated. She had prepared herself to risk everything for him today, yet this fellow concealed his trump card from her. The feeling of distrust left her feeling somewhat aggrieved and disappointed. "It's nothing," with a cold huff. When Ren-Ye turned away, temporarily unwilling to face him. "How did you find my family's ancient martial arts techniques today?" Tang Yu teased with a grin. Seeing his smug expression only fueled her anger. "All right. You read the greatest. Is that it? What about the master of the mid-stage celestial realm?" With a heavy stomp, when Ren-Ye stormed off in frustration, she found him utterly exasperating. After walking a few steps, Tang Yu called out with a mischievous tone, "Oh, I originally intended to share some insights on martial arts since I was in a good mood today. If certain individuals lack interest, then I suppose I shall return to playing games with my maid." Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, when Ren-Ye paused her steps, unable to resist the allure of her family's ancient martial techniques and the 8 extremes burst fist that Tang Yu had given her, she wanted to cultivate them to perfection. "For the sake of my training, I'll indulge this scoundrel for a little longer." After reassuring herself, she reluctantly turned back and regarded Tang Yu in silence. "But I shan't teach you for free. Give my shoulders a good knead. They are sore beyond belief." Tang Yu sauntered into the room, plopping down in a chair with a carefree laugh. When Ren-Ye nearly lost her composure and punched him, in her lifetime, she had never served anyone, all for the sake of training. Taking a deep breath, she expressionlessly placed her hands on Tang Yu's shoulders, applying pressure to the scoundrel. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Wen family said nothing further. Ahem, their young lady being charmed by such a youthful prodigy was indeed fortunate. After leaving the Wen household, Lin Fan's mood plummeted to an all-time low. He had miscalculated. He initially believed that with his unmatched strength in the mid-stage celestial realm, he wouldn't need to resort to underhanded schemes, as he could easily crush his opponent with sheer power. Today's duel had cost him dearly, and he estimated that he would require 2 to 3 days of recuperation for his injuries. What vexed him further was the humiliation he suffered in front of Ning Shiqin. During the journey, he had already contacted Qi Taiqing upon learning that Ning Shiqin would accompany them down the mountain, sparking his interest. She was the most treasured disciple of the Juan Mountain's master and the next successor to lead the mountain. Moreover, her martial talent was not inferior to his own, promising an unlimited future. Only someone with such exceptional qualities could qualify as his woman, but he had intended to conquer the Wen family and the entire ancient martial forces of Swang today, displaying his dominance before her. Now that his grandstanding had failed, he had lost considerable face. He cast a sidelong glance at Ning Shiqin, relieved to find her serene and beautiful countenance unmarked by any other emotions. Just as he was about to engage her in conversation, he thought that winning over a woman like Ning Shiqin would be rather effortless. Having lived in the mountains since childhood, her mind was pure and untainted. To win her over, all he needed to do was expose her to the wonders of the world. As long as he painted her life, as blank as it was, with colors of his own, she would find it difficult to forget him for a lifetime. At that moment, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of warmth rising from his gut. This peculiar sensation reminded him of the time he had an upset stomach in his childhood. He had been called upon to answer a question in class when he suddenly felt the urge to pass gas. That day, he learned the hard way that when one has diarrhea, one should never trust a fart. He had soiled himself in front of the entire class. And now, he was experiencing that same sensation. "Do not trust a fart," he repeated in his mind. Desperately attempting to regain control over his body, as the northern border's god of war, he would not permit such an indignity to occur, especially not in front of Ning Shichin, as he sought to add color to her pristine life. But alas, the universe often delights in thwarting one's intentions. He realized that his body was beyond his control. Then it struck him. During the confrontation earlier, that fellow had landed several punches directly on his abdomen. Each of those strikes carried a hidden force, likely wreaking havoc on his intestines, and no matter how hard he tried to maintain control, it proved futile. That a warm current and his dignity began to seep away. Chi Taiching observed Lin Fan's sudden discomfort and inquired with concern, "Mr. Lin, are you feeling unwell? Did that fellow injure you?" "A bit," Lin Fan replied, feeling utterly humiliated, unsure how to articulate his predicament. The esteemed god of war of the northern border had been reduced to this. "That one to do. Your health is paramount. Fortunately, I possess some medical knowledge. Let me treat you," Chi Taiching insisted, eager to help. Having taken Lin Fan's money and enjoying a good rapport with him, he could not simply ignore his suffering. "No need for treatment," Lin Fan's lips twitched. "How does one treat this? Should I ask you to help me stuff it back or bring me a diaper?" "Your health is crucial. We must not take it lightly. That man's punches were insidious, and he may have left lingering effects in your body that we should check," Chi Taiching continued, moving closer. Lin Fan felt as though he was on the verge of bursting, but he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm just a bit warm. Truly. There is no need for concern, Chi Lao. Just open a window for me." At this moment, he had to focus all his attention on his sphincter. Every time that old man nudged him, it felt as though he was about to explode. He was but a minute away from eruption. Very well. Observing Lin Fan's resolute demeanor, Chi Taiching did not press the matter further and rolled down the car window, allowing the fierce wind to sweep in. This brought a momentary sigh of relief to Lin Fan, who dreaded the thought of the odor escaping. With 4 individuals in the vehicle, it would be all too easy for them to deduce the culprit. With the vigorous wind blowing, he could attribute the foul smell to the outside, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, convinced of his own remarkable ingenuity. Even in such a dire moment, he managed to navigate through the crisis with ease. However, he recalled a saying by Bruce Lee, "The most formidable force in the world is water. It can assume any form." His efforts to contain the situation only served to prevent an immediate explosion, but could not entirely stave off certain inevitable outcomes. Upon realizing that a significant portion of his pants had become damp, a clever idea struck him. The unique cultivation technique he practiced allowed the 3 yang energies within him to transform into searing heat to scorch his adversaries. Was this not the perfect opportunity to put it to use? Time for a grand flame to seal the deal and swiftly conclude this matter, he mused inwardly. Chapter 114. Others have tried, but only I have succeeded this time. Lin Fan's progress was remarkably smooth, granting him a sense of fulfillment, that he truly was the Northern War god, having emerged from countless perilous situations. Such a conundrum posed no challenge for him. Others had experienced similar mishaps, yet only he had triumphed. Nevertheless, invoking a grand flame would inevitably emit a pungent odor. Fortunately, the window was still open to deflect any suspicion. He preemptively exonerated himself, saying, "The air in Suzhou and Hangzhou isn't particularly pleasant. There's a foul smell wafting in." "Indeed. I've noticed it for quite some time. There is likely a sewage truck nearby." Chi Taiching nodded, glancing at his disciple behind the wheel. "Yang Fei, would you mind rolling up the window for a bit? It reeks." "Of course, master." Yang Fei, the one driving, pressed a button, and with a swift motion, the window closed. In that instant, Lin Fan's face turned pale, wishing he could slap this old fellow. With the window shut, the stench intensified. How could he shift the blame now? Within less than a minute of the window's closure, the foul odor grew, increasingly potent, as if an elderly chef were preparing a meal in the back seat. Chi Taiching, seated beside Lin Fan, was the most acutely aware of the situation. Once he regained his senses, he pinched his nose and exclaimed, "Heavens! Why does it smell even worse after closing the window?" This odor is definitely emanating from within the car, not from outside. Lin Fan feigned meditation, intentionally ignoring the comment. He truly did not know how to respond to this. The stench was indeed overpowering. But his grand flame was nearing completion. There were 4 individuals in the vehicle: himself, Lin Fan, Ning Shiqin, and the driving disciple. Naturally, Qi Taiqing would not suspect Lin Fan. It was inconceivable that such a beautiful girl as Ning Shiqin could be responsible. Thus, his gaze fell upon his hefty disciple, known for his voracious appetite on Jun Mountain. Addressing Yang Fei, he bellowed, "You foolish child! I've told you time and again not to eat indiscriminately. Yet here we are. You've even soiled yourself. To reach adulthood and behave in such a manner is more befitting a beast." His scornful words struck with gravity. Lin Fan felt the veins on his forehead throb. The northern war god. He had never endured such humiliation. Yet he realized the ire was not directed at him, and thus he chose to forgive. Yang Fei, taken aback by the sudden onslaught of reprimands from his master, protested, "Master, it wasn't me. I'm far too grown to have such an accident. Are you suggesting I've wrongfully accused you? Is there anyone else in this car besides you?" Qi Taiqing's face flushed with anger. Yang Fei, unable to bear such injustice, retorted loudly, "I swear it wasn't me. Whoever has soiled themselves is surely a wretched mongrel. Only a beast uncultured by their parents would engage in such behavior." Yang Fei, in the midst of his tirade, suddenly realized a possibility. Had his master turned on him out of shame for having soiled himself? But for the sake of preserving dignity, he could not admit it and foisted the blame onto Yang Fei instead. If that were the case, then his scorn was inappropriate. Moreover, it was only natural for an elder to struggle with bodily control that as a disciple. It would be fitting for him to take the fall. Enlightened by this revelation, Yang Fei quickly changed his tune. "Master, I apologize. I've been feeling a bit unwell in my stomach today. You insufferable beast, perpetually engaging in the antics befitting of a brute." Qi Taiqing lamented in frustration. Regretting the years he had invested in a disciple who could not even maintain proper decorum, he felt that his decade of effort might as well have been spent raising a dog, which at least would know to relieve itself outside. Having deduced Yang Fei's intentions, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the lad had the awareness to step forward and take the blame. For this, he would certainly owe him a lesson or two in the future. Just as he believed he had evaded a catastrophe, Ning Shiqin, seated in the front passenger seat, covered her nose and interjected, "Wait, the odor isn't emanating from Yang Fei." "Ah!" Upon her words, Qi Taiqing was taken aback. If it wasn't his disciple, then who could it be? Surely it couldn't be Lin Fan. A practitioner at the mid-stage of the Earth realm could not possibly lack such control. He inhaled deeply, and the scent seemed to be wafting from Lin Fan. As he observed the gazes of the others turned towards him, Lin Fan, with an impassive expression, rolled down his side of the window before reaching over to open Qi Taiqing's window as well. Due to the distance, he had to shift his body slightly, inadvertently creating a draft in that moment. A series of thunderous flatulent sounds erupted. "My heavens!" Qi Taiqing shouted in alarm. "What on earth is happening?" Yang Fei, who was driving, slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to the side, retching loudly. Ning Shiqin, unable to endure, flung open the door and fled, her complexion pale. Following suit, Qi Taiqing and Yang Fei hurriedly exited the vehicle, gasping for fresh air by the roadside, their eyes wide with terror as they glanced back at the car. This Lin gentleman was indeed a mid-stage Earth realm master. Even his digestive troubles were extraordinary. "Master, can we still keep this car?" Yang Fei asked, his face a mask of despair. It was a new Audi he had purchased not long ago. "Are you still thinking about that?" Qi Taiqing's words faltered as he retched again. After nearly 5 minutes of standing by the roadside, Lin Fan finally emerged from the car, his expression devoid of emotion, but he had wrapped his outer garment around his waist to conceal the unsightly state of his pants. "Mr. Lin, did that scoundrel trick you during your fight?" Qi Taiqing, eager to curry favor with Lin Fan, approached him in an attempt to defuse the situation that as he drew near, he could not resist another bout of retching. Lin Fan's face darkened like ink. He seethed. This vile wretch plotted against me during our confrontation, subjecting me to this humiliation today. I shall ensure that the Tang family pays for this affront in blood. Indeed. Let them pay with blood. Let him also be punished. Yang Fei echoed fervently from the side, hoping to forge a better relationship with Lin Fan for future compensation for his vehicle. Qi Taiqing shot a fierce glare at his disciple. What a fool! Why bring that up now? Lin Fan, feeling numb to the situation, could hardly muster any anger. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We will reconnect later. With that, he swiftly made his way back to the hotel where he was staying. Upon returning to his hotel, Lin Fan took the time to clean himself up thoroughly. Draped in a bathrobe, he settled onto the sofa, his expression somewhat grim, that he had anticipated that his prowess would allow him to navigate through China with ease, and that completing his mission would be a mere formality. Yet, he had not anticipated such complications. That fellow named Tang Yu was nothing like the information suggested. Was he not merely a wealthy young master? How could an ordinary young master bring him to such a state? I must adopt a different approach. Relying solely on brute force will not suffice. I must employ wisdom, for China is ultimately a unique realm, he murmured to himself, silently strategizing like a serpent lurking in the shadows.